right, good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Sickle. I'm chair of the Sherborn Advisory Committee and want to call the public hearing on the town meeting 2023 warrant. Want to call the public hearing to order. Hope, of course, is to complete the meeting today. I think we'll be able to do that. If for any reason we do need to continue, the continuation would be Monday, March 20th at 7, and the Zoom link is on the agenda posted on the town website. We'll be holding the meeting remotely on Zoom pursuant to Massachusetts law that gives us authority to do that. I want everybody to note that the meeting's being recorded. And for other boards and committees that need to convene meetings in just a second, we'll get to that and give everybody a chance who needs to do that. But first, let me just do a quick roll call for advisory members on approving the agenda and for opening the meeting. And of course, the agenda is to review, there's only one agenda item, which is to review the 2023 ATM warrant articles. So let me just spin through advisory to approve that agenda and the plan for the day. So Wasim, start with you.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve Tsai.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And Steve G, I think couldn't be here this morning. I didn't check to see if I think he couldn't be here. Okay, and I'm aye as well, so that gets us to 8-0 on that. Okay, excellent. So let's give.
Should I open the select board meeting now?
Yes, that was just my next item. So please go ahead and do that, and then we'll get to other boards and committees.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jeff
Quick
Waldron. I'm the chair of the select board, and we're doing this as a joint meeting. So we now need to open the select board session concurrent with advisory. So do I have a motion from the select board to open our meeting?
So moved.
Second? You're muted, Marion.
And so are you, Paul.
Yeah.
Second.
Marion?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And I am aye as well. So we're now open in session. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Jeff. Let's see. I think capital budget wanted to do the same thing. Personnel board did as well. Capital budget, are you ready to go? Vicky.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Corey.
Sorry. I'm Corey Lincoln, the chairperson of Capital Budget, and we'd like to call ourselves to order. I know at least two of us are here. I'm not sure if our third member is here, but Peter Galatano, would you like to make a motion to call ourselves into session?
I move that we open the session for capital budget.
Okay, and I guess I'll have to second that. Peter, how do you vote?
Aye.
Corey Lincoln, aye. Is Peter Morris here? No, 2-0. We're open.
All right, Vicky.
I don't see my other member. Can I open this myself?
Thinking you need two out of three.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, then.
So seems like, why don't you just ping me when one of the other members joins in and you want to do that.
Thank you, I will.
And before then, it won't matter.
Okay, sorry.
Peter Morris from Capital Budget just opened. Just joined. You know, it just occurred to me. I'm sorry to do this, but just to be super careful that we don't mess anything up. I did a roll call, but I didn't actually ask for a motion first. So let me just take 15 seconds and redo that just so there's no question about whether this is a proper meeting. So sorry about that, but would somebody on advisory be prepared to move that we open our meeting and approve the agenda?
I move we open our meeting and approve the agenda.
Second? Great. Okay, Wasim,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Jane,
Aye.
Nora,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Natalie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I'm aye as well. Just wanted to do that so there wouldn't be any issue about that. Okay, so to get rolling, I want to start by just taking a minute to acknowledge the service of advisory committee members who worked pretty tirelessly this year. I think most everybody knows this, but of course we met about monthly in the fall and weekly since early January with many, many hours of meetings. So thanks and acknowledgements to everyone on advisory, Wasim, Peter, both Steves, Jane Matarazzo, Nora Lynch, Natalie, and Mike Winters. And I also want to extend a very special thanks to 3 advisory members who are going to be term limiting and stepping off advisory at the end of the year. And that would be Peter Galatano, Jane Matarazzo, and Steve Tsai. They've all made over the years tremendous contributions to the work of advisory and the town more generally. So really a big thanks to all 3. I know that they are going to be really sad. Maybe not Steve, but Jane and Peter will be really sad that you know, a year from today, they would only be able to join this as an observer rather than as a front and center participant. So, you know, my sympathies to you on that, but really appreciate, really very much appreciate all that you've done these past 6 years. It's really important. It's been really valuable. And a special thanks to Steve Tsai, who served as chair for 3 years. I think we all owe him a really big thanks and a really big measure of appreciation for his really masterful guidance of the committee, both keeping the town budget in line and keeping the committee in line. And I can say on a personal note that for me in my rookie year as chair, Steve has just been, this is, I think, mostly been behind the scenes that other people haven't seen, but he has just been incredibly helpful to me and just a real resource to make sure that there's continuity and that the committee kept running well and that I didn't inadvertently go off the rails. So just on a personal note from me, thanks, Steve, for that.
And in my final act as former chair, can I ask you to rename yourself on the Zoom? I've gone through and tried to add advisory to all the advisory members and select board to all the select board members, but you're the host, so I can't change your name for you.
Give me a second here and I will do that.
And I believe everybody that's on the Zoom meeting is able to rename yourself. So if you are here and associated with any particular town board or committee, it might be useful for the audience if you just add that to your name so that people know. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. And, you know, I would just to expand on that, if you're just here and you're not a member of a committee, but just here, it would be helpful if you could get your Zoom name to be your actual name, because when we get to public comments, that will help me identify people and recognize people. Okay, so as we get going through the warrant, just a quick review of procedures for today. So we're going to consider the warrant articles in order. I anticipate using a consent agenda provided that advisory so moves and approves for articles 2 through 6, as these are routine and recurring. And I'm thinking not likely to elicit significant public comment or discussion. Also anticipate using a consent agenda for articles 20 to 23. Those are the ones on updating bylaws, and the articles are very similar, and essentially the story for each is pretty much the same. And again, don't seem likely to generate significant controversy. So for each article that we consider or held parts of a big article like the omnibus budget, the procedures as follows. The proponent will have 5 minutes to present and discuss. There'll be a public comment period, and each person commenting will have 2 minutes. There'll be a then advisory committee discussion, then another round of public comments with a 2-minute time limit. And very much appreciate that the select board was able to vote on a number of articles this morning. So we'll certainly be asking for what the vote was on articles, and for ones on which the select board hasn't yet voted, the board will be discussing those articles and voting during that second public comment period. Following that, we'll get to advisory voting session where members of advisory can offer a motion on the article. We'll discuss the motion and vote, and may have repeated motions if necessary before we get to a definitive decision on that. And again, for people making public comments, please identify yourself and share your address in town. And to keep the meeting moving, I will be doing my best to enforce time limits, just so we can keep things moving, and again, try to get everything finished in a reasonable length of time. And finally, for people offering public comments, not necessary to repeat things that others have said. Could just chime in and say, hey, I want to associate myself with the comments of the prior speaker, rather than taking a big chunk of time to repeat what's already been said. All right, so that being said, let's start in on the warrant. Before we do that, I see that the Personnel Board now has a quorum. So Vicky, if you want to open that meeting, please go ahead.
Thank you. Vicky Relis, Chair of Personnel Board. It's 8:43. I'd like to open the meeting for Personnel Board. I need a motion from Nancy to do so.
Sorry, I was muted. So moved.
I second. Our agenda is to have a simultaneous meeting with advisory. And at this point, I will keep the meeting open. Is that sufficient?
Yep, that sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Jackie, you had your hand up.
Yes, I just want to ask that you include Article 1 in your consent agenda when you vote the reports, because you'll need to include that at town meeting. It'll be 1 through 6.
Oh, okay. So I was intending, Jackie, to do Article 1 separately first, but
Okay.
If it's good to do it as a consent agenda, that would be just fine. I had thought that needed to be separate, but if it doesn't,
No.
if it could be
Normally, historically, Article 1 is
Perfect.
included. Okay.
perfect. Okay,
Thank you.
so that's great. Okay, so then let's consider a consent agenda for Articles 1 through 6. I will just state what each of the articles is. We could have proponents speak, but I'm guessing that's not going to be necessary on these. So I think after I've gone through the articles, we could just go to public comment, advisory discussion, and I think we can get through that pretty quickly. Let me just state what they all are, and then see if there's a motion from advisory to take Articles 1 through 6 as a consent agenda. So the first article is just the reports, which is just taking care of a legal requirement that the town has done all the reports it needs to do in order to be able to proceed with a town meeting. Article 2 is supplemental appropriations for the current fiscal year 23. And the proposal is to handle those or finance those supplementals from free cash. So they would amount to a snow and ice supplemental of $16,000, an ambulance supplemental of $60,000, and a school supplemental of $250,000, and an additional transfer from the Special Education Stabilization Fund of $50,000. So for those wondering why the large supplemental for the schools, there were some additional and shifts in out-of-district placements for special education students that hadn't been anticipated in the budget last year. And so that being a state requirement for the schools to provide that to students who need that, the budget ran over by that amount. So that's the proposed approach to financing those supplementals. Article 3 is funding the OPEB liability, to fund that trust fund with $100,000 from free cash. Article 4 is cemeteries article. And the proposal here is to transfer $43,000 from the cemetery fund to cover care of cemeteries. Primarily, the cemeteries are self-financing with fees and revenue that the cemeteries gain. And there's just this legal requirement of officially having an article to transfer that to the operating fund. Article 5 would be approving limits For revolving funds, this just for the parts and activities that are either wholly or partly self-financing through revolving funds. The town needs to approve the total limit on the size of the fund and how much could possibly be spent from the fund in fiscal 24. So the funds and the amounts would be Council on Aging, 75,000. Board of Health for the immunization clinic, 20,000. Town forest sale of firewood, 35,000. Farm pond, 160,000. Ambulance revolving fund, 205,000. Elder housing revolving fund, 400,000. Parks and recreation, 250,000. And the Department of Public Works, Fire and Police Surplus Equipment Fund, revolving fund of 50,000 for a total of, for revolving funds, a limit of 1,195,000. And Article 6, the last item, the last article that we might consider for a consent agenda is allocating funds to stabilization funds. So the proposal is to use free cash for $50,000 to the general stabilization fund and $155,000 to the capital stabilization fund. And I would just note that the snow and ice supplemental that I mentioned earlier and the capital stabilization fund together add up to 171,000. And the intention is for that 171,000 number to remain fixed. And since we're not quite at the end of the snow and ice season, maybe we are, maybe we're not. But if we're not, if there's some slight variation in the snow and ice supplemental, we would make an adjustment to the contribution from free cash to the capital stabilization fund so that the sum of those two would remain at 171,000. And I think that is the story for Articles 1 through 6. So first, anyone on advisory like to make a motion to consider Articles 1 through 6 as a consent agenda? Chucky, you were raising your hand. You're muted.
I don't know if this is the proper place to do it, but when you were describing what the cemetery is, it's actually not what we're doing. We do have a budget and we are funded by the town. This money is money we've collected from the sale of lots that's given to us to do special projects.
Yeah, okay. Yes, thank you for the correction. But it's still right, the transfer of funds from that fund, the operating budget, right?
No, it doesn't go in the operating budget. It goes into a special article.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's held by, I forget what it's called. Deb Seifring would know the right word for it. But it is not part of the operating budget.
No, it becomes like a capital article.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, perfect. I just said it wrong. I appreciate, that's great. I appreciate the,
and so when you do the budget, you'll see that we do have a budget line in there. So it's not, that's not this.
yes, no, I recognize that. And we're going to come to that budget line when we get to the omnibus. Okay, good.
I know I'm picky. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate that, Chucky. It's important to get it right because we do want this meeting, the record of this meeting to get it right. I apologize for not doing quite as much homework as I should have done on that one. But I appreciate your jumping in and setting the record straight. Okay, so again, coming back, if anyone on advisory would be prepared to make a motion to consider these as a consent agenda.
I move that the advisory committee consider Articles 1 through 6 as a consent agenda item.
Second. All right, and quick roll call. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter. Peter, are you there? We'll come back to Peter.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye,
thank you,
sorry.
Peter. Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I'm aye as well. All right, so consent agenda.
So
Uh,
Dan, can I interrupt for 1 second? We normally ask for just the select board vote. So the select board voted 5-0 on all 6 of these articles also.
Perfect. I was
So-
going to come to that, but glad.
I'm sorry, I just
No.
wasn't sure.
No, it's good. It's my rookie year. I think I've got most of things sorted out, but I appreciate the keeping me on track here. Okay. So select board approved all of these 5-0. As I said, I don't think there's a proponent. Chucky very helpfully sorted out my misstatement of the cemetery one. Don't think we need to consider proponents for others. So let me open public comment session to see if anyone wishes to comment on any of these articles. Seeing no discussion, no comments, no public comments, I will close the public comment period. Jeff, you were speaking, you were muted. Is that for us or?
No, that's an aside. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And open advisory discussion on these articles. Anybody on advisory? Normally we'd spin around and get a sense of where everybody is, but I don't think that's necessary on this one. So I will close the advisory discussion period. We'll open a second public comment period. And see no comments, I will close the public comment period. So looking then for any motion from a member of advisory with respect to consent agenda for articles 1 through 6.
I move favorable action on articles 1 through 6 as a consent agenda with the additional numbers that were specified by the advisory chair.
Thanks, Steve. Natalie, second. Any discussion of the motion? All right, very well. With no discussion, let's take a vote. Wasim,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Jane,
Aye.
Nora,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Natalie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I am aye as well. So that's 8-0 to approve the items in the consent agenda as read. All right, that's a good start. So then moving forward, the next item is the omnibus budget. And the way that we'll handle that is I will read off as soon as I get and I'll do a screen share in just a second. I will read off budget numbers for each department. And any advisory member who wishes may call a hold on any of those department budgets. The plan then will be for advisory to consider the non-held items as all in a group. And then after that to come back, and if there were any held items to come back and then discuss and consider the held items. So let me read, give me a second to get that up on the screen.
Dan, is hard copy available?
I don't think that there's a hard copy of these numbers. The budget warrant, I should have mentioned this at the outset, for anyone who wants to find a copy of the warrant, it's on the town's webpage. And it should be, I think, in the news items, I think it's still the top item. So I can get a copy of the warrant, but the warrant will not have all of the all of the numbers for departmental budgets, which is why I'm going to do a screen share and show those so that everybody can see the numbers. These numbers will all appear as recommended by advisory. These numbers will all appear in the advisory report. Give me just a second while I get.
Thank you.
And Kitty, just so you know, I think you should be able to request a copy of this from Deb Seifring, the finance director. It's just that the budgets are constantly in flux leading up to this hearing, so there's not much point in posting it on the town website because it's going to keep on changing. But it is a public document, so you should be able to request a copy from Deb if you would like your own copy. But again, as Dan said, once we finalize it here at the hearing today, the hard copy will get mailed to everybody as part of the advisory report.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I would also be happy to provide a copy to anybody who is after the meeting, anybody who wants a copy. Okay, so for those following at home, if you have a copy of the spreadsheet that I'm looking at the tab budget ATM warrant tab, and I'm looking at the column labeled fiscal year 2024 department requests. And I will start reading from the top, the items highlighted in yellow for total requested budgets for each department. And again, advisory members may call a hold on any items that they wish to do so. So let me start at the top with, and I'm going to make the numbers just a little bit bigger since my eyes are old enough that I don't want to misread a number. So starting at the top, select board would be 362,520. Legal would be 80,000. Assessors would be 159,930. Treasurers would be 100,323. Collectors would be 158,273. Finance department would be 327,776. Advisory committee would be 4,500. Conservation commission would be 100,789. Planning board would be 56,408. Town clerk would be 164,050. Elections and registration would be 24,945. Information technology would be 151,200.
Hold.
Thanks. Town buildings would be 373,212. Sustainability would be 72,635. Police would be 2,112,425. Fire and rescue would be 557,240. Ambulance would be 232,500. Inspectors would be 127,102. The Sherborn assessment for regional schools would be 11,209,598. The Sherborn schools, meaning Pine Hill School, would be 7,925,571. Norfolk Agricultural Academy and Minuteman would be 26,355.
Dan, I just want to interject. The Tri-County Vocational is also its own budget, so you need to read that one out. It was right under the regional schools.
Oh, thanks. Here we go. Yeah, thanks. So Tri-County Vocational, 18,600. As I said, Steve's done a wonderful job this year for me, keeping me from going off the rails. Snow and ice total, 88,799. Street lighting total, 10,000. Solid waste, 344,050. Recycling, 3,230. As Chucky mentioned, there is a cemetery line item in the budget, and that would be 89,500. Board of Health, 174,274.
Oh.
Thanks. Council on Aging, 194,433.
Hold.
Veterans, 6,860. Library, 604,917. Recreation, 150,000. Historical Commission, 2,800. General Insurance, 248,174. Employee benefits, including OPEB and retirement, 3,310,068. Debt service, 1,878,384. And reserve account, 300,000, for a grand total of 32,982,455. Okay, so we had 3 holds, and I meant to do this before reading numbers, but I actually wanted to use the chair's prerogative and take just a minute to do just a little bit of budget overview. I think many people on the call are going to be familiar with all these numbers, but for anyone on the call who isn't, a few things that I think may be worth just having in mind before we dig into specifics of the budget. So I'm going to unshare the spreadsheet and I'm going to reshare a different document. And just a few things I wanted to highlight. So I put just 3 charts together. It's pretty quick. It's pretty easy. So first, a chart looking backwards. And so the main message of this chart is that increases in town spending have actually, on balance, been relatively controlled in the past decade. There certainly are going to be differing views in town about the level of spending. But in terms of what have increases been like in the last 10 years, pretty controlled. And what I've plotted here is the towns operating in blue, indexed to 100 in 2012. And then the orange line is a state and local price index that comes from the U.S. Commerce Department. So that's a gauge of the prices paid by state and local governments for everything they purchase: roads, buildings, materials, equipment, wages, and so on. And also indexed to 100. So if we look from 2012 forward, we can see the relative increase in these different indexes. And as it shows through 2022, which is the last year for which this price index is available, that really these lines have broadly increased together, suggesting that the increases in the town's budget have largely been in line with the rate at which the prices or costs of things that state and local governments buy have been increasing. Or putting it another way, in inflation adjusted terms, the operating budget really hasn't risen much on balance over the past 10 years. Again, there will be differing views about the level of spending, but at least in terms of the rates of increase, not out of line with how prices and costs have changed. I'm going to jump to the last one here. Looking forward, though the town does continue to face budget pressure. So this chart shows a projection of the town's budget through 2028. And the blue bars show the tax levy historically and projected. And the red line shows Prop 2.5 maximum allowable levy, or the Prop 2.5 limits. So of course, if the blue bars rise above the red lines, the town would need to approve an override. In recent years, the blue bars have been comfortably below the red line. But with high inflation in recent years that have been pushing the budget upward, likely more modest increases in property prices going forward, and relatively limited prospects for new growth. The distance between the blue bars and the red line narrows noticeably in coming years. Looks like next year wouldn't be on this projection, wouldn't be the need for an override, but in subsequent years could be the case. And that would, of course, pose some challenges, both in terms of needing to ask the town for an override, and also likely to be a situation, maybe not next year, but maybe not for fiscal 24, but going beyond, in which tax rates might be increasing. So could in time force some difficult choices to be made. Super important to emphasize that this is just a projection. It's based on a set of plausible assumptions that I put together for how things might evolve over time. And of course, circumstances could end up very different than this projection. So this is merely to say on current trends where we might be going. Where we actually go will depend on decisions that get made and how things actually evolve. And then I also just wanted to highlight here, digging into the fiscal year 24 budget, just a pie chart showing budget shares. And again, I think this is familiar to many people on the call, but of course, schools making up about 60% of the budget. And then the next big categories being insurance, employee benefits, and public safety, meaning police and fire. And after accounting for those departments, the remaining categories, everything else the town does is just 22% of the budget. So just provides a bit of perspective on where the dollars are going, and just, you know, what that might mean going forward in terms of where there would be scope for any adjustments. All right, so let me kill that. And then before we jump into discussion on the budget, I just wanted to highlight a few particular lines. Some of these, some member of advisory already called a hold on because there was kind of a big increase or something else going on that that had been a source of concern, but just a few things. So total operating budget proposed to increase about 6%. Might seem like a high number, but of course we're in a challenging environment with high inflation pushing up the cost of many essential items. And in that environment, advisory recommended a 4.5% COLA, cost of living increase, for town employees not on union contracts. That increase is broadly in line with comparable national indexes of compensation. Though, of course, it is well below the peaks in inflation that we all saw last year. The debt service line also increasing noticeably in fiscal 24, projected to, as borrowing for a number of big projects feeds through the budget. Also, higher expenses for utilities, putting upward pressure on the budget. Sherborn's assessment for regional schools is up a maybe surprising 6.8%. So the region's actual total expenses are rising about 3.5%, but this year saw a swing in enrollments towards Sherborn and away from Dover. And so that, because of the budget share is being allocated based on enrollments, that of course has a big effect on our assessment and pushes our assessment up. The increase for Pine Hill School is also substantial at about 8%. The in-district costs rising much less than that. So much of that increase reflects costs for special education students being placed in out-of-district schools. So there's been a shift in the placements that has boosted those costs to some degree. And the state also approved very large tuition increases for some of these schools. And so that's creating an additional upward push on the Sherborn school budget. And I'd also just note that the budget includes a number of requests for additional hours for employees in a number of departments. Some of these may get discussed in more detail given the holds that were called, but just wanted to kind of share with everyone on the call advisory's hope that going forward under Jeremy and Diane's leadership that these types of changes can be handled in a comprehensive kind of overall big picture manner. So all that said, thank you for indulging me as I went through just a little bit of background on the budget. Let's turn to the omnibus budget, and let's consider the budgets for the non-held items first. So the held items were information technology, Board of Health, and Council on Aging. So let's consider all the other items. Jeremy, is there anything that you wanted to say on these big picture, or can we go right to public comment and advisory discussion?
Thank you, Dan. I'm all set. Thank you. I think you summarized it very well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Jeremy. All right, then. So let's open public comment on let's open public comment on the non-held items in the omnibus budget. Looking for any public comments. Seeing no public comments, we'll close the public comment period and open the floor for advisory discussion. Anyone on advisory? Again, normally I'd spin around, but I don't think it's really necessary here. I will see nothing. I will close the advisory discussion. One more round for public comment. And Jeff, if you could share the select board's position on these.
Yes, this was one of the three we didn't vote on yet, Dan. So if you're ready, I think we should do a select board vote on the non-held items.
I move that, oh, sorry.
Perfect. No, go ahead. That's perfect.
Go ahead, Eric.
I move that the select board vote to support the non-held items as just identified by advisory.
Second.
Okay, Marion? She's muted. Aye. George?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And I am aye as well. Thanks, Dan.
Yep, thanks. Anyone else with any public comment before I close the second public comment period? Okay, second public comment period closed. Let's open advisory voting. Anybody with a motion on these items?
I move favorable action on all non-held budget items as read by the advisory chair.
Thanks, Steve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, let's move to vote. Wasim?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Jane? Nora?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Natalie?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I am aye as well. All right, very good. So then let's proceed on to the held items. So the first of those is information technology. And I think Klaus was going to do a quick presentation on that. And I think the intent here is just really to share the both the consolidation of IT functions within an IT department and to share a number of initiatives that have been undertaken in the IT area. So Klaus, if you're here and you would like to share your screen.
Sure. Can you guys hear me okay?
Can hear you just fine.
All right, I'll go ahead and just share my screen here. Just a couple of quick slides. Just want to take an opportunity to highlight a couple of the more significant changes in the budget ask this year, and certainly answer any questions that may come up from either of the committees or any of the public comments. Dan, can you see that okay? The shared?
It's not showing yet.
Let's try that again.
Now it's up. Looks good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just going to highlight a couple of the key changes that are contributing to the more significant increase ask of the budget for IT this year. Let's go back to slide 1. All right, so this is, we're entering the second year of a multi-year IT development plan. Again, this is something that has been discussed at numerous previous hearings, as well as at length with both the select board as well as the town administration. We're working with both the town administrator as well as additional department heads to centralize a number of the shared and common IT expenditures. This is something we began last year and we're continuing on this year. This is really to try to bring additional control and overarching support for a lot of the common IT-centered services that we use here at the town. Things included with phone or internet services, some of the network and server equipment, as well as cybersecurity and threat protection, which is obviously top of mind in many departments, as well as with our insurance groups and carriers. We've had additional alignment on some common vendors and sourcing. We're also trying to utilize a state bid and contract resources for a number of the streamlined purchases. Again, to take advantage of other opportunities for predetermined costing, as well as pre-negotiated cost and expenditures that not only help the town, but obviously are supported and have been chosen previously at the state level. We're also looking to leverage some grant funding to additionally support some of the initiatives that we're taking on from this IT group. There's also opportunities for education and implementation of updated policies. The reason why I bring that up is because that does have a direct impact on the rate of insurance that we receive currently from our carrier at the town level. So although that may not be taken into account as a line item on the IT budget, it certainly does have an opportunity to impact the overall town spend. So there have been some key changes. Just to highlight quickly here, we're increasing our cybersecurity coverage. This is really for an expanded number of devices, as well as taking a more holistic approach at providing multi-layered cybersecurity for the town, as well as the buildings and devices. So that has gone up an asked increase of $5,700. We've expanded our software licensing and unification of Microsoft services. Again, this is in line with our ask to consolidate services across multiple departments. This has increased significantly with an additional ask of $22,500. Some of that is being transferred from other department budgets, of which it was previously expected spend. This does incorporate some recommendations, again, by not only our insurance carrier, but also the cybersecurity administration here, both at the state and at the federal level, because we do fall under those guidelines as a municipality. There's also been some ask for an additional $5,500 for critical equipment and aging equipment replacement. We have a very small budget for that on a year-over-year basis, and we're finding that we, in doing a comprehensive review this past year, that we are at risk for some critical pieces of equipment, and we want to make sure that that is something that's covered at this upcoming budget for replacement. The last piece here is this consolidation of backup and archival services. Again, this has previously been done in sort of an isolated fashion within individual departments. We're working now to unify that to go to a common standard and policy across all departments. So there's been a newly derived ask of about $10,000 as a new line item for the budget this year. just again highlighting, I know that of the ask of the overall budget, which I know that you guys had previously looked at the total costs. I just wanted to highlight that we've had a number of transitions and expected consolidations from some other departments, particularly in the data and server backup service, which I had spoke about, software licensing, and also cybersecurity. And that comes to a total of about $10,950 that would be transitioned from other departments into the IT, and that does make up some of the difference in terms of the overall ask and spend this year. So Dan, with that, I guess I'll transition it back to you and see if there are any particular questions regarding stuff I've talked about today.
Perfect. Thank you, Klaus. That was a really nice, clear, and helpful presentation. So let me open up the public comment period. And seeing no public comments, I will close the public comment period. And let me open up the advisory discussion period. And I'll just start by saying I think Klaus has done a great job in pulling this together. I know it looks like a big increase in that line item in the budget, but a chunk of that, as Klaus indicated, is the consolidation and also taking on some important things that the town needs to do to modernize its IT operations. Anybody else from advisory?
Just want to explicitly say I'm very much in support of the initiatives that Klaus is doing, and especially so on the cybersecurity, an area sometimes we don't think about, but it's think of it as insurance, right? None of us like to pay the insurance check, but you know, when you are in a car accident, it's important to have that insurance. So I work in the technology sector, and I've seen companies, they're essentially down to their knees for weeks because they got into a ransomware attack or something like that. So this is really critical, and just very much in support of this activity. So thank you.
Thanks, Wasim. And I think I would at least briefly like to hear from each advisory member now that we're on a held item of just, could be as brief a comment as agree with what others said, or if anyone has a differing view on this, just so that we all have a chance to share views before we get later to our voting session, just as a way of handling these held items.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I fully support the budget that is proposed here by Klaus. I also want to just make sure that any sort of town residents that are in the audience who aren't as familiar with IT, it is a fairly new department. It used to be that IT related things were just kind of scattered willy-nilly through the various departments. And so it was a couple of years ago, I think the select board sort of made an initiative to create a department out of it. And so this is probably the second year I think that we've had an official IT department budget, and I think it's still in flux. And so the expectation should be that it may continue to change and evolve. I also want to point out for anybody who isn't aware that you know, Klaus is not a town employee. He is a resident. He is a volunteer in the fire department, and he has his own full-time job. And so we do give him a stipend for what he's done, which I believe in no way captures the number of hours and expertise that he has probably put into this. So in addition, my expectation would be in the coming years, there may be a creation of an actual town employee position for an IT director. So that should be something that people might be anticipating coming down the pipes.
All right, thanks, Steve. Anybody else on advisory want to jump in before we just spin around through everybody? All right, let me just do quick check-ins with everybody. Peter?
Yeah, I like the direction and the projects that were undertaken. I think it's best in practice, both coming and guiding from the insurance companies that have to pay the bill when these malicious things do happen, and to ward that off, and from the state setting those directions. And Klaus, thank you very much for all of the concerted effort over the years.
Thanks, Peter. Jane?
Yeah, I fully support this budget and all of the activities that Klaus is undertaking. And Klaus, I thank you as well for your efforts.
All right, thanks. Natalie?
Yeah, I'm behind it too.
Nora?
I concur and agree with what Wasim said initially. Thank you.
All right, Mike?
I concur and agree with what's been said previously.
All right, great, thanks. Okay, so unless anybody from advisory has any further comments, I'll close the advisory discussion session and let's open the second public comment session. Let me just start if there are any public comments and then we'll turn to select board. See no comments. Turn it to you, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll have a vote of the select board on this item also. So do I have a motion from the select board?
Move to support.
Okay, is there a second? Thank you. Marion?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And I as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. So let's move to advisory voting session. Motion from advisory.
Move to approve the IT budget.
Thanks, Wasim. Second.
Second.
Thanks. Okay, and spinning through on vote, Wasim,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Jane,
Aye.
Nora,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Natalie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I am I as well. All right, very good. Okay, so moving on to the second held item, which would be Board of Health. I'm thinking that Daryl is here to walk us through this.
Yes, I'm here and Matt Vitale is also here.
Perfect. Floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the main issue is the increase in hours that we'd like to see for the Board of Health Administrator. And just as a way of an update from our last meeting, we've been working with the TA and the HR director on looking at the exempt, non-exempt status. And for the numbers that we'll be presenting, we're basically assuming that she will be back in exempt status, or the position will be back in exempt status by the beginning of the next fiscal year. So these numbers apply to that. We will also be continuing to work with the Personnel Board. Previously, they had suggested, when we went to them on these various issues, they suggested that we work with the town's HR consultants who are Capital Strategic Solutions, and we did have them help us evaluate both the description of the administrator's duties and also some salary benchmarking. And so we'll be circling back, as I said, with Personnel Board on that. But let me just show you, share my screen. All right, so here is the Board of Health appointed official that refers to the administrator. The number as presented from finance with just a straight linear increase from what they had estimated the position would have been was this 64,259 number. The reason we're asking for something different is that currently that position is at 35 hours a week. We would like to see it at 40, and I'll show you some numbers to illustrate why we think that's important. And this calculation was done just on a straight, pretty much roughly 14% increase from 35 to 40. So everything else stayed the same, the COLA, the hourly rate, what have you. And I hope you're seeing a bar graph right now.
Yes, it's coming through just fine.
Okay. So here are some numbers about why we're looking for an increase from 35 hours a week. I will note that this graph reflects the time after the COVID restrictions were lifted, because during the COVID period, Ellen was working an average of 25 hours a week extra from March 2020 through early 21. So there was a big change in those duties, the number of meetings, the types of things that had to be tracked disappeared. So this really is reflecting much more. I mean, there were a few lingering COVID issues, but this is much more just about the type of work that the Board of Health does. There also used to be hours, I will say, over time. She had always worked extra hours, and she used to track all of that on her desk calendars. And all of those calendars had been saved for many, many, many years. We would refer to them when she would be looking for some comp time, and never did the comp time that she took ever approach like the number of hours that she would have built up. But when they moved offices, they asked that everything be minimized that was being moved, and so those all got recycled. In any case, so this chart is from data from March 1st of 21 through till just last week. And I went through and I looked at all the hours above 35 that she had worked that are documented. We have all of those records. And then broke it down into the number of times that she worked 0 to 5 extra hours. And so this is just the number of weeks that happened. And so you can see what the distribution is. I will say that some of the lower exceedances were related to her being on vacation. I don't think she had any vacation time where she didn't also put in some amount of work, and also FMLA time, so where she pitched in a tremendous amount. So I hope these numbers are self-explanatory, but if anyone has questions, or Matt, if you would like to add anything to this.
Yeah, I think my only comment, so Matt Vitelli, Chair of the Board of Health, is that the amount of time in my 6 years on the board really is commensurate with the ask that the community makes on Ellen's expertise and services. And I think for some of our properties and the questions that come up with property transfer, which we've certainly seen a substantial uptick in the last year to 18 months, is often quite involved. And so from 30,000 foot view, it may say, oh, this should be pretty straightforward. But as you kind of dig into some of these things, the issues become complicated. I think we really do rely on Ellen and this role performing at that scale.
Thanks, Matt. Daryl, does that get you through what you wanted to highlight?
Those are, I think, the main issues. The other ones that we had discussed previously, we're working on again with TA, HR, and Personnel Board over the next few months. So
good, thanks. Thanks very much for that. So let me open public comment period for the hold on Board of Health budget. And seeing no comments, let me close the public comment period, and let me open the advisory discussion period. And I'll go ahead and offer a few comments to start. I think Daryl did a nice job of highlighting some of the pressures and reasons for the request. I think my understanding is the reason that this has caused quite a bit of discussion is the the uncertainty and shifts in the health administrator's exempt, non-exempt status, the ongoing discussions about exact responsibilities for the position, and just as I flagged at the top, just a desire for these kinds of, an advisory desire for these kinds of changes to be handled through the proper process and as part of a comprehensive approach to thinking about compensation levels for different town employees. Would welcome comments from other advisory members, and then I think would also maybe when we get to the end of that, would love to hear from town administrator, chair of the personnel board, and just see if there's kind of everybody can be on the same page about where this is going and the plan for how this position and further decisions about the position and status and so on will be handled going forward, to see if maybe, since I think most of the players are here, if maybe we could come to some consensus about how things are going to be handled going forward. But before that, let me open it up for other members of advisory who might wish to comment.
Yeah, I would just say, I think we have too many moving parts here to be able to really make an intelligent decision at this point about what we should be doing with this position. I mean, we have the status of the position, exempt versus not exempt, which seems to be in flux. We've been presented with some comps for the position, although it's not at all clear that there were apples and oranges, since we haven't, established exactly what the position is yet in terms of exempt versus not exempt and what the duties and responsibilities are. I appreciate the extra work that Ellen has been putting in and continues to put in. But honestly, I think that's true for all of our town employees, who've been working hard, particularly during COVID, but, beyond that as well. So I just think until we sort out a lot of the moving parts that we have here, I don't think we're ready to make a decision about whether or not it's appropriate to increase the number of hours here.
Thanks, Jane. Others on advisory.
I agree with Jane about, that there's a lot of moving parts. And maybe we should take this and think about it for a while.
Okay, thanks, Natalie. Others?
I concur with Jane and Natalie. Thank you.
Thanks. Others? And Jeff, I'm going to get to you in a minute. I just want to get through everyone advisory first.
I would guess I think that I actually support this budget as it is proposed, kind of based on what Darrell presented in terms of what they're actually proposing in this budget, which is essentially no change other than increasing the hours from 35 to 40. Part of my thought process also is that it is being changed to an exempt status again, and I think I probably would want some confirmation from the TA and the acting HR director and maybe the personnel board as well to confirm that there is the intention and the wherewithal to make it exempt again. I mean, to me, the nature of an exempt employee I am also an exempt employee in my two places of work, but basically I have a so-called hourly rate, which is also essentially calculated on the basis of 40 hours per week, that being the standard full-time allocation. And of course, my actual hours have nothing to do with 40 hours. That's just the nature of being an exempt employee. Sometimes there's a lot more, sometimes you work less, and nobody should, or, at least for me, I'm not tracking hours, and I don't think anybody should really be tracking hours for an exempt employee unless it's way out of hand. It does seem like the number of hours per week that the health agent is working, the health administrator is working, is much greater than 35, and making it 40, which I think most people agree is a pretty standard number of hours for a full-time job, makes sense to me. I think that there is a lot of flux. There's a lot of confusion. I think a lot of things changed, and there was, of course, a lot of flux in the town administration sort of role that coincided with peak pandemic, and I think that has led to a lot of the confusion. But to me, it seems pretty clear that she deserves to have a position which is defined as a 40-hour per week exempt position. And I think subsequent discussions, we can clarify whether there should be a redefinition of that role, a retitling of the position, et cetera, but none of that is actually being proposed in the current budget. So I actually support this budget as it is proposed.
Thanks, Steve. Others on advisory?
I just want to second what Steve just said. It's pretty clear from the presentation and the materials that we've looked at that the need is certainly there, and that this person has been working much more than 35 hours on average, and the 40 hours is much more indicative of the work that we need them to do and that they're doing. So from a budgetary standpoint, this makes sense. But I would also agree that I would want the exempt, non-exempt question to be resolved in the very near future. But from a budgetary standpoint, I don't see a reason to question or reject what's being proposed.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Others, to just get everybody else to weigh in here.
Dan, I'll mention, I think we're taking the appropriate steps. Step one, going to 40 hours, but also looking at the position. And I try to depersonalize it. And could this position be sustainable if we had the need for a new person, or is the role have to be looked at to add staff or be more efficient? And again, I have none of those answers, but it should be looked at as we take these steps as Daryl outlined.
It sounds then like you're okay, if I heard that correctly at the beginning, you're okay with the budget as proposed.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Wasim?
So I always have issue with things like this where, we as advisory, we're not personnel, right? We're not HR. So the only case we're involved is if there are an increase in number of hours. And when, we have a presentation like this where it's clearly that someone is working way over the number of hours that they're, getting paid for, then I'm in no position to argue with that, right? I do think though, and I believe you mentioned this, Dan, that I'd like to see a process where, we as non-personnel, non-HR people are not necessarily in a position to decide these things, because I don't think we should be. It's when presented with this information, and my inclination is to support the budget. But of course, I have 1,000 other questions, but I'm not in a I'm not the right person to ask these things. I definitely would completely agree with Peter, would like to ask, is this sustainable? Now, if we increase it to 40, well, this chart shows that even that is not enough, right? So how do we improve things so that it's sustainable? How do we make the productivity better? Those are definitely questions in my mind, and I would like those to be looked at. But from my perspective, the budget, when we're presented with a table like this, I'm in support of the budget.
Okay, thanks, Wasim. Anybody else from advisory with further comments? All right, so I will close the advisory portion and open up public comment. And Jeff, if you want to start on this.
Yeah, I'm actually speaking as a resident, not at 8 Surrey Lane, not as a select board member. But I would point out also, Wasim summed it up excellently. I thought it was a very good summary, and I agree with your board. The thing I would add is we've now made our assistant town administrator be the HR director, and we have a personnel board. The Board of Health is an elected board in town, and they're basically taking a full-time employee and just adding 5 hours a week from 35 to 40 hours. I think we're micromanaging is one thing. And the Board of Health has already met with the Personnel Board, has already reviewed this with the HR director to discuss the issue. So I think it's a no-brainer. We should definitely support this, and they're managing that on an ongoing basis. But that's why we are strengthening the HR position in town also. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Vicky, I think Vicky was next, and then I'll get to you, Paul.
Hi, yes, Vicki Relis, Chair Personnel. I just wanted to, first of all, thank Ellen for the work she did over the COVID period. But I wanted to clarify some things people are saying. First of all, personnel was never approached to change Ellen's position from non-exempt to non-exempt. Secondly, we've never reviewed the position after that. Thirdly, we did ask for a review of the Board of Health in perspective of reviewing all of the groups within the municipal situation at Sherborn, because there seems to be a lack of consistent process for approving, not approving, reviewing, and looking at how these groups are functioning. And to that end, we wanted to start with Board of Health as a group and not look at that particular position. And that was misinterpreted by the consultant, and she just looked at this position. We don't feel that that's, position is well to be looked at, but in terms of looking at the group and how it functions, it has to be looked as a part of a whole and not as an individual situation. I mean, to that end, I think this job should be an exempt position. I think it needs to be understood that when people take exempt positions, that overtime cannot be used as, maybe there could be stipends here and there if necessary, but exempt, as Steve had said, is exempt. It's 40 hours, and if you work overtime, that's kind of how it goes. So if you accept an exempt position, that's how it has to be done. Now, I have spoken to Jeremy. There are things in place now. He's working with Daryl, and they will be approaching personnel to that end and talking to us as well about what's going on. But I just wanted to clarify things that have been talked about, because some of them are incorrect. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I think going forward, what we'd like to see as personnel is that there's a clear, concise process. And now that we have an HR person in place, that person can really be the lead and make sure that everybody is really working in the same aspect of approving, not approving, increasing hours, changing titles, all of that, because it's been done in the past in a void. Sometimes it's come to us and sometimes it hasn't. So I just wanted to add that information.
Thanks, Vicky. Paul?
Yes, I am going to urge you to support the budget item here and make the following points. Number one, I think there are two separate issues here. One is the HR issues and the administrative details of the position. And as I think well stated already by advisory member, that's really not the job of the advisory. That's really the job of HR and the administration, the town administrator. What's before you is the budget. It seems, my second point is, it seems plain to me that there's an injustice here to an employee, and basic fairness requires that we provide additional compensation in view of the chart that's presented. It's just an obligation that we all have, including advisory, to treat our employees well and to recognize their contribution to making this town as good as it is. We can't take advantage of people and have them work without giving them the recognition and the compensation that they deserve. So I urge you to support the budget item.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that. Eric, you had your hand up. Did you still want to get in on this?
It's just a little unclear to me when I speak as a select board member, because Jeff spoke as a citizen, and I know we talked about like how we actually process this. So I'll wait till it's a little more clear when the select board either votes or speaks on individually.
Okay. Matt?
So I would just say, I think Paul put it better than I could, but would just echo the comments that Steve and Paul made, which is, I think the ask here is to say, this is a 40-hour position. If that is an exempt position, again, I suspect many of us have exempt positions, and it's reasonable to say that there are times that will be greater than 40 hours. I think the presented data demonstrates that consistently this is a position that is well in excess of 35 hours, and the decision not to reflect that in the budget and the pay, particularly if contemplating a transition to exempt, is a sort of systematic, deliberate approach that, sort of doesn't pass the gut check for me in my life as a town member, as my life as a board member, or as my life as an employer. And so that's sort of the framework I would see, taking none of the important points that I think Vicky raised in terms of the larger conversation we have across boards in the town, across bodies in the town, about having consistent policies that are applied across the various subsets appropriately and consistently, which I would also endorse.
Thanks, Matt. Daryl, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to go over a couple of things to clarify. One, there's been some question about the description of the job. The job description has been in place. It's been updated as needed. It's current with the current duties. It's on file with the town. All of that has been done. And actually, when we met with Personnel Board, I think in November-ish, we approached Personnel Board because we wanted to talk about this, because we knew it was coming up and we knew that that would be the path to take. It was recommended that we go to the town's consultants by the Personnel Board, and their HR consultants, to take a look at the work demands for the Board of Health, which frankly, we understand very well. We did meet with the consultants on that issue. They looked at it. They agreed that the work was exceeding our staff's capacity. So there wasn't a lot to be done about that. And as I've mentioned before, and this is too much on the side and too uncertain at the moment, but the Board of Health and the town have entered into the possibility of shared services through the Department of Public Health's regionalization program for shared services. We're still trying to find out what that's going to mean for us, and for all of the extra hours that were shown for Ellen, which, by the way, were post-COVID. Those were not necessarily COVID hours. That was normal duties of the Board of Health. We need more. We need more staff, and maybe it'll work out, and it will be a cost savings in terms of the state paying for that for some number of years. But that's not resolved yet. We have implemented every efficiency measure the staff has. I say we, our staff has figured this out over the years and is really good at what they do. So what then the salary-based benchmarking came from just like another question to the HR consultants. So we did the first thing that we were supposed to do with the HR consultants, came up with no new answers, and then we moved on. So that's just some other background. Thank you.
Thanks, Daryl. Anybody, Nora, I'll come to you in a second, but just anybody else not an advisory member who wanted to offer a view? All right, Nora, go ahead.
No, I just want, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for the discussion. This was very helpful and providing the clarity, and thank you, Vicky and Wasim.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess I wondered if perhaps Jeremy or Diane would be able to offer a kind of a sense of where the process is going. I think for me, and thinking this through, that would be really helpful to just sort of understand what there's some issues here and just sort of understand from your perspective how this looks and what the plan might be going forward.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, just to add a little bit of detail, the Board of Health is committed to working with the town administration and going through the process with the personnel board to, update, review the job description for the Board of Health administrator. So that's, as been discussed earlier, I guess, is a separate process from funding the budget. Whether a position is exempt or non-exempt is really governed by labor law, federal labor law, and the types of duties that job does. I think it's pretty clear that an administrator or a department head is an exempt position. And going through that process, we will clarify that and have it set so that there's no question. But I'm confident that the Board of Health is going to work through that process with town administration, HR, and the personnel board. So I think your conversation here is to fund a budget that could support that as we work out the personnel issues. But I'm confident we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Vicky, just would love to check in with you. Does that all sound sort of on track to you with where this could go?
Yes, it does. I've been speaking with Jeremy about this, and I appreciate Daryl's work towards getting things put together in a way that a framework we can take advantage of outside services and look at really the I'm just concerned that everybody all of the people within the Board of Health are utilized to their full capacity, and if changes need to be made, we have to look at it as a whole. And I think Jeremy and Daryl are committed to that. So I agree.
Good, thank you. Natalie, looked like you want to give a comment, and then we should probably move to the select board.
Okay, I just had a quick question for Jeremy. Is it normal for a volunteer town committee to have employees working for them?
To that question, yeah, that does happen. Elected boards do have authority to, have appointed positions under them, but then they're basically more directing them as a policy level. There's certainly things on a day-to-day level, personnel issues and day-to-day management that may fall under, another sort of organization. So in many situations, it's sort of a hybrid of the two, but in the end, it's just us all working together.
Thanks. All right. Since I'm not seeing any other comments, Jeff, to you, if you want to take over.
Yes, we haven't voted on this one either. So I would entertain a motion on the select board to vote on the proposed budget line item for the Board of Health.
So moved that we support the proposed budget.
Is there a second?
Yes, not doing the hand thing here or the discussion
Oh,
thing.
I'm sorry. Did you want to have discussion, Eric?
Well, I just wanted to put a comment. Well, I wanted to move, but like I said, we're doing something different here. I wanted to at least move that we actually do support this, but I did want to put on with the contingency that it is exempt. I do support this increased hours. It makes perfect sense to exempt. As Stephen said, we're almost much most people on this call are actually exempt employees and professional employees. And as Jeremy said, this position falls in perfectly within the category of exempt. You look back on the historic expenditures, and you can see with COVID and so on, they've exceeded this budget even in the past, because this is effectively a kind of a weird position where it's 35 hours, but it's be paid per hour. And then it's, what do you call it? It's still a benefited position. So we're not even like increasing anything with benefits. So I do want to support it, but I do want to further everyone else iterations. And whether it's in the purview, I do think it's reasonable in the purview of the select board through the town administrator and the public and the what's it called, the employee policies to actually make a comment on exempt nature, whether advisory it's in the purview or not. I do think it is in the purview of the select board to actually request that this become an exempt position.
Okay, and so can I interpret that? We already had a motion. Is that second of our motion?
Sure. Sure.
Okay, so we'll now vote. Marion,
Aye.
George,
Aye.
Eric,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
and I am I as well. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so any other public comments before we move forward? Okay, so then let's go to advisory motions and voting. Anyone from advisory like to make a motion on how we handle this?
Dan, I would like to make a motion, but first I want to clarify the number that you read at the outset for the Board of Health budget. Is that the same number as what Daryl put up on screen and is proposing? I just want to make sure that I don't need to propose a different number on my motion.
Yes, so the number I read is the number that would include the additional hours for the health administrator. So approving the budget as read would be approving the 5-hour increase in hours. If the discussion goes in a different direction, I have those other numbers, but what I read before was the budget that Daryl had proposed.
Okay, great. Then I would like to move favorable action on the Board of Health budget as read by the advisory chair initially.
Is there a
Second.
Yes. Okay, so thanks. So discussion of the motion. I think I would offer the view, so I find this challenging. I've been frustrated by the process and you know how the process is played out, and as I think Jane said, a lot of moving parts. I think as Natalie said, it's all a little bit confusing to keep track of how the different pieces fit and what all is what all the plan is. I'm comforted by the discussion today and kind of a commitment to sort out some of those issues and to move forward with a process as it should. So I think I'm reluctantly inclined to support, but quite reluctantly because quite frustrated with sort of how we got to this point. So before we vote, others who wanted to comment?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Jane.
Yeah, so what Eric said, I think, makes a lot of sense to me, and probably, for me, is a big factor in how I would vote on this. I mean, if this were clearly an exempt position, then, it sounds like, based on the data, that, it might be the right thing to increase the number of hours. But the weird thing is that it currently is not. And so we're being asked to vote on extra hours for someone who gets paid on an hourly basis right now. So I'm having, some cognitive dissonance with that. And it's probably inappropriate in this meeting right now to sort of resolve all that. But I'm wondering if anything can be said that would help to sort of clarify, where we're going or where we think we're going or why we think we're going there. And if it's not appropriate to do it in this meeting, I withdraw my question. But that's just kind of where I'm coming from a frame of mind and how to vote.
Thanks, Jane. That's a very useful point. Does anybody know? I don't have enough history on advisory, but does anybody know? Could the motion on the table be amended to include to approve as an exempt position? Is that okay for advisory to do?
I'm not a lawyer, but my opinion on it would be, I think that there is a pitfall there, which is to say, if we make a motion that is contingent on the exempt versus non-exempt status of an employee, and let us say that this employee does not become exempt before July 1st, now suddenly the Board of Health has no budget, and that is a pitfall that I would prefer to avoid.
Yeah.
Dan, the definition of an exempt employee is very prescriptive.
Yes.
And so there's like 3 elements to it. And I not knowing all of the background, that can easily be determined because as an employer, we have to do that. So I think that's beyond the scope of what we're doing here. And I understand Jane's position is, what are the dollars attached to? What does it mean? And I have confidence that that will be worked out, especially the exempt, non-exempt, because it's very clear what an exempt position is. And so from the budget perspective, I think it's fair and equitable, which many people mentioned.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Jane, let me come back to you next.
Okay, I just wanted to follow on something that both Steve and Peter have said. Steve, I think you're probably right from a theoretical perspective that we could get ourselves into a bit of a jam going the route of a contingent motion and vote. But Peter, I also agree with you that, this shouldn't be hard, and there should be like I think there should be zero risk that we can't resolve this by July. So yeah, I'm not sure, I've lost track of whether there's an actual motion on the table for advisory to vote on right now, but I would just say that I would be in favor of making a motion where we would approve this contingent upon it being an exempt status, which I think honestly is the only situation under which this even makes sense, because if it's non-exempt status, then 35 to 40 hours is irrelevant because you're just getting paid on an hourly basis. So, I would be in favor of making that motion to make this contingent on it being an exempt position. Don't know if we need to vote on something else first, where the motions are standing right now, but I just wanted to express that point of view.
So the motion on the table is currently just to approve the budget as proposed. So we would need to go back and amend that motion to add in the requirement that it be that the position be exempt. All right.
Yes, then maybe can I request I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or not, but can I request that whoever made the motion, whether they would consider amending it?
So that would be Steve, and then whoever seconded the motion.
I don't know the answer to whether I would be open to the amendment. Again, I think because I have heard nobody on this entire meeting suggest that anybody would be in favor of keeping the position as non-exempt. And in fact, everybody's in favor of it, and everybody seems to indicate it is very prescriptive and that it is appropriate. So I guess in the same way, Jane, that you would say you have 0% concern that it wouldn't happen before July 1st, I would also say I have 0% concern that it wouldn't happen, and therefore I see no need to add it as a contingency, because again, the only possible outcome to adding the contingency would be a negative outcome for the town. So I don't see the point of adding the contingency would be my point.
Jane, do you get more comfortable with this given the conversation from Jeremy and Vicky and others about the intention to get this set to make it an exempt position?
If that's what I heard, yes. I heard that there was a process. I'm not sure I heard that there was likely going to be a change in the position. I'm sensing that that's where we're going, but I don't know if a stronger statement can be made or not. And I'm not trying to pressure anyone to make a stronger statement if they don't want to do that. But I guess I'm just not sure exactly what I heard.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this is advisory voting session. Steve, can I pick up other comments?
Yeah, it's your prerogative. I'd say that you may want to just confirm with each person that they are directly addressing questions that advisory has raised, which I assume based on who has their hands raised, probably yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Just trying to make sure I don't step out of my lane here. Steve's proviso, and let me also just ask people to be brief and focused so we don't have another long round. So Vicky, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Vicky Relis, Chair Personnel. Two things. One, I think your purview is your directive is to approve the budget. I can tell you that you have to have trust in the way the system is being built now between the new HR position and Jeremy being there and the personnel being aware of what's gone on. I think that you can have full faith and confidence in that things will move forward as they're supposed to move. And you approving this budget will not only show that you have confidence, but also that you believe it should be an exempt position, and people that have to use that money to do what they need to do to fill personnel in Board of Health will take that directive. And I don't believe you need to do that as a part of the contingency to approve the budget. So that's, just my feeling. I know that several conversations have taken place, and this is our directive to do this for advisory for the town to make sure that this is done correctly going forward here and in other boards as well. So I think that, being on advisory prior to this, I understand what your concern is, but I also think that the focus of looking at budgets now, you really, because we have HR in place, because we have a new TA that has a multiple understanding of how all these things fit together and is determined to help the town make this work, you really don't need to look at anything outside of a number. You can hopefully, say your directive being that you would like this to happen, but I really don't think you need to have it as a directive. That's it. That's all I need to say.
Thanks, Vicky. And Daryl, brief comment? You're muted.
All right, hopefully to make people more comfortable with it, learning that this position had been changed from exempt to non-exempt was a surprise to the board that we only learned about X number of months ago, which is also what prompted us to approach the TA, HR, and the personnel board to look at just how we could either get more staff to offload some of the excess hours of duties for the administrator or change how they were paid, whatever. So we're not opposing the return to exempt. And I'll let Matt also weigh in on that.
Thanks, Matt. Brief comment?
Yeah, I would echo everything Vicky said. I think if we're saying it's important to have a process and follow a process, that process isn't advisory making that determination in the context of the budget. It's to go to personnel in the town. If we can't trust that process, everything else breaks down. I would encourage kind of managing the scope and trusting the process, and to say, I don't think we're at cross purposes here, in my opinion, in terms of those collaborations. But I'd also say that process needs to play out and shouldn't be driven by a budget contingency. It should be driven by the legal considerations, the expertise of the town administrator, the personnel board, and the needs of the board involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Paul.
Just speaking as a lawyer, this position meets the legal definition of an exempt position.
Thanks.
Short and brief.
Yeah, helpful to get a straightforward word on that. Thank you. Corey.
Hi, Corey Lincoln. I'm speaking as a former moderator, and I'm making a technical comment, not a comment on the funding of this particular budget. Going forward into town meeting with a contingent motion would be very awkward. In the past, when advisory has made and accepted a contingent motion at their hearing, it's been contingent on something that can be resolved before town meeting, so that when the motion comes forward at town meeting, it's either a positive or a negative motion.
Okay, thanks. Very informative discussion. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other discussion, which I think puts us to the point of a motion on the table, and that we should vote unless there's any other advisory discussion. All right, so let's, okay, so select board's done. Okay, so let's do this. So Wasim,
Aye.
and again, the motion is to support the budget as proposed. Peter,
Aye.
Jane,
Aye.
Nora,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Natalie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I am I as well. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Long, complicated discussion. I learned a lot. It was a good conversation, and sounds like there's more or less an agreement on the path forward for this. Okay, so coming to the next held item, that would be the Council on Aging, and Sue Keller is here, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I'm gonna share my screen.
Perfect.
And let's see. Okay, so you what we're asking for is some increase in hours as well. So it's really about the quality of life and how the COA contributes to that for everyone in town. So under the community assessment that we had done, people choose to live in Sherborn because they enjoy outdoor activities, the rural character. They have a sense of community and strong friendships. They have a close proximity to towns for shopping and medical services, unless you can't drive, and a strong educational system. Peace, quiet, natural beauty, land for gardening, and semi-rural environment that's easily accessible. So we all know that towns have essential needs as well as desirable quality of life assets. So residents do expect police, fire, health, and public works to come when needed, and you all enjoy a top-notch school system. You also have libraries, athletic fields, conservation land, farm pond, recreation, and COAs. And while we don't directly contribute to essential life and safety, we are currently desirable, and they improve a resident's sense of well-being. Not every residence will use the library, farm pond, or the walking trails, and because they are seen as desirable, Sherborn supports these assets. Same is true for COA. Not everyone will use it, but those that do benefit. The number of residents 60 and over grew from 1141 in 2020 from 819 in 2010. Expected increase of 26% by 2035. We do provide a safety net, and we enhance seniors' quality of life. We interacted with 635 individuals at least one time. That was an unduplicated number. 20% increase from 2021, where we interacted with 528. We conduct ongoing wellness checks. We provide transportation. We deal with fuel assistance, SNAP and Medicare applications. We encourage socialization, and we improve the quality of life by providing food, medical access, transportation services, social connection, and wellness programs. So one of the questions was whether or not to increase the hours of the elder advocate / outreach coordinator, and people weren't really sure what an outreach person does. So I've listed a couple of their responsibilities. So she would, this position assists residents and family members in finding needed resources for transportation, medical assistance, visits residents in hospitals, rehab facilities, and homes, fills out financial applications, coordinates the volunteer-friendly visitor program, develops a referral list, organizes the men lunch, the monthly lunch and learn, which is a dementia program, contributes to the organization of our weekly lunch program, attends meeting, and also does administration and office work. So what I did is I took a day out of her 5 hours and looked at all the things that she accomplished. So, and the impact it made. So she attended a COA board meeting, which updates the board as to what we were doing. 2 residents then called the office to discuss concerns they had about their neighbors. First call was in regard to a noticeable memory loss, and the second was about a resident who has isolated themselves. She then talked to them in length and then went out and followed up with a friendly visit and a call to a family member. She's working on an adult resource fair, which is scheduled for April 8th, a first-time event that's covered by a grant program. She's also done things to keep the office running, as we all do. She rechecked with a resident about an application that she had submitted for fuel assistance, then contacted the agency, contacted homebound residents for their weekly grocery list, and then follow up with wellness check and check-in calls. So our budget request was to increase the hours of the assistant director from 27 to 35 and the elder advocate / outreach coordinator from 19 to 24 hours, making this a benefited position. These hours were also approved by the personnel committee. The current existing need necessitated requesting the additional hours in the budget. We were aware of this need and had already included it in the original budget, but then we added the outreach person after we received the survey results. We are currently working on a strategic plan based on the recommendations of that assessment. According to the community assessment, the Sherborn COA provides the only public social services in town. As needs for social services are expected to increase in quantity and complexity, we need to address the need for the additional services. I know people wanted people to come forward and talk on our behalf. And my only issue with that is some of that information is personal, and I don't think people would feel comfortable coming and talking about their finances or their health issues. So just a few examples of what we have done. We identify unsafe housing situations. We work with police, fire, and family members. We provided a resident with an iPad so they could connect with their partner while they were in the hospital. We helped a gentleman with Shine, which is an insurance program, and then identified other financial needs, which led him to receiving food stamps, fuel assistance, and tech help. We also wound up helping his partner as well. We've accompanied residents to doctor's appointments, picked them up for medical procedures, spent hours finding transportation for residents with special medical conditions. So we feel that we really do make a difference in town.
So you're bumping up on 5 minutes. So if you
okay.
could just if you could wrap up, I mean, take another little bit to just.
Okay, so I just want to say that we have increased our visibility, our programming, and we truly do make an impact for the adults. And I'm just going to say that most residents feel like they're an undervalued asset to the community, and by allowing us to grow and provide more programs, we feel like we can contribute to the betterment of not only the seniors, but everyone. We also have letters of endorsement that local town people have supported us in this request as well. And the budget numbers that we have already discussed, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sue. So let me open the public comment period, first public comment period, and Pete Hoagland, we'll start with you.
Oh, Pete Hoagland, chair of the COA board. We earlier sent you some information that I'd like to get on the table. Sue has indicated some of it, but 41% of the households in Sherborn are inhabited by seniors. That's 600 households. That's a sizable population that the COA provides services for. As Sue has indicated, in particular, the services provided by the outreach coordinator are important to those seniors which have the most need. Thus, it's only reasonable and important to provide the necessary hours for the outreach coordinator to perform those services. To give you some context, in a survey conducted by the town of Ashland, where job titles and corresponding working hours for each COA were asked for, not one of the towns responding with the hourly data indicated they paid less than 20 hours for the outreach coordinator, except Sherborn. As an example, Dover pays 24 hours for its outreach coordinator, Medfield 37.5 hours, Millis pays 25 hours, and Holliston pays 37.5 hours. So the COA request for 24 hours for the Sherborn outreach coordinator is very much in the ballpark. And those 600 senior households, on average, each contributes annually to the town more than $9,000 in taxes over and above the cost of the services they receive from the town. So we need to keep those seniors in town and provide the staff budget hours to provide the services for those seniors. Thanks.
Thanks, Pete. Paul, go ahead, please.
So I'm going to urge you to support this budget and this increase. I wanted to point out that the primary responsibility of advisory is to look at finances and consider the fact that every citizen who's a senior citizen who stays in the town means the house doesn't get sold. And when the house gets sold, the experience is families with children move in. This year, we have seen a shift in the school budget towards Sherborn because we have more students in the school system. If we don't invest in our seniors and those seniors relocate somewhere else, that shift towards Sherborn would become much greater. It would far exceed the cost of a few additional hours for this employee. I would also add that because this is such a significant population group in the town, it's worth investing in this group. When you look at the total amount spent on the Council on Aging and the services that they provide, it is a very small portion of the budget, much less than their contribution, as Pete Hoagland said, in terms of dollars. But beyond just dollars, these seniors are volunteers in various boards and committees. They have in the past and are continuing to contribute to the town in so many different ways. They're a tremendous asset to all of us. So I urge you to support this 4 hours. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Rob Johnson.
Good morning. I had a recent experience with the Council on Aging and their helping of a friend of mine, and it was very beneficial to have their services. So it was unanticipated, but very helpful to have it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Dowse.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to say, as somebody that's in town hall every day and seeing the seniors come in and go to their programs, we just really have to support our seniors. They support us with their schools, and their kids have already gone through the schools and been through it, but they're still supportive of us with our schools. And just like with the Board of Health and myself as an elected official, we all put in more hours than what we get paid for. And these guys are doing it too. And you don't see it, it's behind the scenes. Sue's doing a lot of work on the weekends. We just can't forget the good work that they're all doing. And I support this 110%. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pam. Anybody else for first public comment period? Paul, your hand is still up. Did you have another comment or?
No, I'll take it then.
Okay, great, thanks. Anybody else? All right, so I'll close the first public comment period and.
Dan, Carol's trying to get you. She's raising her literal hand.
Okay, go ahead, Carol.
Carol Marple, Village Way, Sherborn. Like Pam, I was a town employee for many years as town clerk, and now I'm on the other side of the desk as a senior resident. And I can speak from personal experience that the staff goes way above and beyond what their job descriptions are in the way that they help citizens in town. I have a young member in my family who has early onset Alzheimer's, and Sue Kelleher and her staff are constantly finding programs for me to take part in so that I can learn more about this terrible disease. And the offerings that they make to seniors, I see many seniors whose only activities are those with the Council on Aging. So I too would support this increase in hours. It's very much needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol, and thanks, Sean, for the assist there. I can't see everybody's square on my screen, so I missed that one. Vicky, go ahead, please.
Vicky Relis, Chair Personnel. I just wanted to let everyone know that Sue has presented this position to the board. We reviewed it with her and approved it unanimously. She did go through the proper process, and we were very happy to approve and support what she's trying to do.
All right, thank you, Vicky. Anybody else for public comment for the first round? Then I will close the first round public comment period and open the advisory discussion period. Anyone from advisory?
Yeah, Dan, you've heard me say this before. This is a great return on investment. The dollars spent here, as people have mentioned, have dividends in multiple layers, not just financial, socially, society-wise. And so this is a great use of tax dollars.
Thanks, Peter. Anybody else with comments before we just do kind of a spin around? All right, so we'll spin around and Steve, why don't we start with you?
Sure. I've gone back and forth multiple times on this in my head. It's hard for me because to me the most convincing argument, I think, sort of echoing what Peter said, is the idea that we want to support people remaining in town after their kids graduate from the school system. And yes, in a previous advisory meeting, I believe the board of the Council on Aging did present a spreadsheet with that data, and it was enlightening.
Carol Marple.
But the question I have, I guess it becomes, okay, well, yes, we want to promote people staying in town, but then I think a potentially unanswerable question is, are there people who are considering not staying in town, and the reason that they are not staying in town is because there is inadequate support for senior citizens from the Council on Aging? And I don't believe, obviously that I don't think that is a question that was asked in the survey, and it would be an awkward question. And so it feels somewhat unanswerable to me. I think it's great what the Council on Aging does. I think the testimonials from people who have been helped are great, but that's all stuff that they're already doing, right? The question becomes, there's so much more that they could be doing that they can't because their budget and hours are inadequate. And, I think I suppose I have to take it on face value that that is true, but I don't know that there is currently data in front of me that says, look at all this stuff that we could be doing, but that we aren't because we don't have enough people. And because of that, there are seniors who are leaving town. And so I guess in the absence of that data, I have to trust that our Council on Aging knows what they're doing. And so I guess I would say I hesitantly support their request.
Steve, I can just say as a follow-up to what you said, that Sue and Sue Kelleher, Pete Hoagland, and Jim Campbell invited me over to talk with them some weeks back. And they did share some data that didn't come up in the advisory discussion about kind of tracking, call it demand for services or services provided by COA. And it did show, a marked increase in the activity and demand for services. That, of course, doesn't answer your question about would residents have left without that, because I agree with you, that's largely an unanswerable question. But it did help me understand that, there has been increasing activity and increasing demand for COA services. Others on advisory, Marion, I'll get to you shortly, but let me just get to others on advisory first. Hoping to hear from everybody just so we each get a chance to kind of express a perspective before we get to the next round of public comments.
I support this budget. I think the investment that we make in the Council on Aging relative to the number of seniors in town is really quite small. And Steve, I appreciate and I hear your point, but I think that, it's very typical for us to assume that, as an example, young families move in and there'll be more kids and then there'll be more expenses in the schools. And we assume that if we have development in town, we're going to need more police and fire. I think that, we tend to make a logical assumption that the more folks you have in town, the more services you're going to need. And I think that, that I'm not sure I need proof of that in order to support what the Council on Aging is asking for, because if we're successful in keeping people in town after their kids have graduated from the schools, and I hope we will be, I think it does follow that more services will be needed. I don't think this money will at all be wasted.
Thanks, Jane. Others on advisory? Wasim, Nora, Natalie, Mike, quick sense of what you're thinking.
I'm in favor of this as well. I for many of the same reasons that have been stated before, that this is an essential service that we're providing, that I think that there is a very reasonable connection between the services that the Council on Aging provides and the likelihood that if those services are successful and robust, then there is a lesser likelihood of seniors looking to leave the town. And I think that from a budgetary perspective, I think it's a wise investment.
All right, thanks, Mike. Wasim, Natalie, Nora. No,
thank you. Thank you, Steve and Jane, Mike, for your comments. I concur. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nora. Wasim?
I would like to see the Council of Aging provide snow removal service for the elderly. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Yeah,
I had to throw
all the
something.
time.
Oh no, because like if like just speaking for myself, if there's a reason I'll move out of a house or whatever in Sherborn is because of that. But I don't know. The weather is changing anyway. In support. Sorry.
Okay.
Just had to say a joke there.
Yeah, appreciate that. Natalie.
Yeah, I support this.
Okay, thanks. All right. So Marion, we're just about to move to public comment period. Did you want to jump in before that, or happy to just wait till we get to public comment period?
I'm happy to wait.
Okay, so let me close the advisory discussion period. Let me open the second public comment period. And Marianne, let's start with you.
Right. I just want to say, as a senior, of course, I support what Council on Aging is doing, and the presentation strikes me, though, as being very, very anecdotal. Maybe that's the way it has to be in a service like this, but I sort of agree with Steve Tsai that I would like to see more data. What are they not able to do that they need to do? Any kind of concrete information would be very useful here. So I support it, but going forward, I hope the COA will look for ways to document the needs not met, or documented to the extent that it's not a totally anecdotal situation. And part of that is part of my discomfort with my approval is that it's a very open-ended thing, the way it's presented. I mean, given the presentation, we could expect to see increases every year with the same rationale. So I just am looking for a little more hard information. Thanks. But
Thanks.
I do support it.
Thanks, Marianne. Sally Tipton. And you're muted, can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Okay.
Very good.
Sally Tipton from Farm Road. I just wanted to point out that not only do they do fabulous work with us seniors, but it also provides a service to people who live in town who have parents who are in situations where new living situations and resources need to be found. And Melinda and Sue and all have been really helpful, I think, to town people with parents.
All right, thanks, Sally. Jeff.
Yeah, just one clarifying comment. We've had a few people comment that they'd want to know what programs they're not able currently to do. I just want to supplement that by pointing out that we're already doing some of these programs because people are working extra overtime with no compensation. So the existing staff is probably doing way more programs than we're paying for right now as part of it also.
Thanks, Jeff. Pam?
Exactly what Jeff said. And also, you don't know what's out there that we're not doing if they don't have the hours to do it. The more hours that they have, the more people that they're going to reach, and the more people, that they'll be able to help. So we didn't ask what the Board of Health wasn't doing without increasing the hours. I think Sue gave a very good presentation of what they do, how they're going to do it, and they'll just be able to affect more people. I think our presentation was great.
Thanks, Pam. Paul.
Yes, I wanted to respond to the comment from Marion that there ought to be more systematic data. There was a study done. We spent town money on having an assessment done. There was a report prepared, and the report indicates a whole series of ideas and recommendations. And in the context of that report, there's a list of things that would expand what the Council on Aging is doing. And in addition to that, there is the recommendation that there is a need for more investment in the Council on Aging. There's a clear message that I got out of that assessment, that we need to invest more in people, because if we don't have the employees, the staff, and the volunteers to make this happen, then we don't get the benefits for the public as a whole. So there is a study, it's out there, and I recommend people read it.
Thanks, Paul. Courtney.
Courtney Eck, 41 Green Lane. People have somewhat stolen my comment, but I I don't think the issue is what services they're not providing. It seems like they're already going above and beyond, and they don't have enough hours to provide the services that are already in demand. And I don't think that we should be taking advantage of town employees to the point that it's unfair. I mean, yes, everybody goes above and beyond to some extent, but there comes a point where it's just too much, and people should be paid fairly for the work that they're doing. And this is important work. You know, it kind of makes me a little uncomfortable talking about senior citizens as just like an investment, and how much money they bring as you know, to tax rolls. You know, I think it's important that Sherborn as a community takes care of its most vulnerable residents, and that we take care of each other. So that may not come into the financials, but I think that's important.
All right, thanks, Courtney. Anybody else with public comment? I was just gonna say, Sue, that when I came over and met with you and Pete and Jim, you had some, as I mentioned before, some numbers on usage of services that I think hadn't previously been shared with advisory, and that might provide a basis of some of these requests, you know, going forward for more data kind of documenting the demand for COA services. Jeff, did you want to manage a select board vote on this item?
Absolutely, yes. Do I have a motion from the select board?
Move approval of the Council on Aging's request.
And a second?
I'm going to request staff, Jeff, that you adhere to the hand. We have a lot of people here. I know Paul likes to shout out. I'm going to request that you adhere to the virtual hand things. We all know how to use it.
Yes, I apologize, Eric. I didn't see the virtual hand.
No, I know.
You
Paul
want
likes
to make a comment before we make the motion?
This points of decorum. Yeah, there's I guess the only comment I want to say, which doesn't affect anything, we're only adding 5 hours. No one cares about that. I'd be curious what the actual cost of benefits, because the benefits are going to be on the 25 hours of the actual staff. Because if you go 5, then go 10. Because really, I don't think 5 hours or 10 hours adds up to anything overall. Like really, it's minimal in the budget. But once you trigger that benefit thing, it does become a different thing. And maybe actually it's more cost benefit to actually even add more hours, was just a thought. I mean, I'm not going to micromanage it this late in the game. And I intended to move to approve this. But I thought that at some point it'd be nice to get an analysis on that, to what extent, you know, once you hit that threshold. I mean, that's why with the last one with the Board of Health, you know, I had no problem, because who cares 35 to 40? You know what I mean? I mean, it does add up if you keep doing it everywhere. But this is, I would be curious what the actual cost is to move this to a benefited position.
So we had already provided that information. It cost anywhere from, depending on whether they take the insurance or not, it was anywhere from 20 to 45,000, depending on the insurance piece.
Okay, there. And obviously, you know, I've had many elderly family members, you know, live in this town for 90 years. So, you know, I support this and obvious thing. I've seen the benefits that the Council on Aging does. I would like to move to approve or second, whatever the right thing is.
Yeah, I think Paul moved, so you're seconding. So let's, in the interest of moving, keep going and vote. Marion?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And I am aye as well. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay, so let's go to advisory voting session. Anybody entertain a motion on this article or this held piece of the omnibus budget?
I move favorable action for the Council on Aging's budget.
Thank you, Peter. Is there a second? Thanks. And any discussion? I was just gonna check in on something, Sue, that you said a second ago. The benefits cost, I think is that for one employee or for two employees?
For the actual benefits person, the total salary request is like 21,000 for the 13 hours. And then they asked us to look at the benefits. So they figured out the retirement wasn't as much as the insurance. So that's why they had the $20,000 to $40,000.
Okay, that was higher than I remember the number being, but we can check that. We can check that later. Okay, so motion on the table for advisory of approving the COA budget. Any further discussion of that? Seeing nobody with anything to discuss, let's go ahead and vote. Wasim?
Sorry, Dan, I was just like, this is a late comment here, but one note I'll make is that the request is to increase to. No, never mind. It's the assistant director is increasing and the elder advocate. So it's not, these are not interchangeable, right? So
Right.
it's not like we increase one and then we don't have to increase the other to trigger the benefit. Correct?
One of them, yeah, one of them's going from 19 to 24. That was the big question, whether she should be benefited or not. The other one is already in the benefit because she works 27 hours now.
Okay. All right, thank you. So aye from me.
Thanks. Peter?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Nora?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Natalie?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I'm aye as well. Okay, so that gets us set on COA. All right, so the next item is capital improvement items. I propose we take a 5-minute break and come back at 10. I'm looking at 10:53. Let's come back at 10:58 or just before 11, and we'll start up then on capital improvement plan. So see everybody in 5 minutes. Okay, so let's get started again. Welcome back, everybody. So next items are capital improvement plan. There are a number of items on the list. I will read through the items and the dollar amounts, and then we'll hear from Capital Budget Committee. I think Peter Galatano is going to report on what Capital Budget Committee's vote was on each of these. And then we'll hear from proponents and can then vote on each one and just get through that. So first off would be fire department officer in charge vehicle. This would be number 1 under Article 8 for $55,432. Next would be police department, a hybrid pickup for $62,750. Next would be a police department electric vehicle for $59,300. Item 3A would be Department of Public Works stormwater or so-called MS4 compliance for $170,000. DPW roadway management for $250,000. Town facilities and infrastructure, $350,000. And Pine Hill School and electric management system or energy management system rather upgrade for $40,000. So Peter, could you share with us how Capital Budget Committee voted on each of these?
Yes, the Capital Budget Committee reviewed each of these requests. For the police department, 2 vehicles, it was approved unanimously. The fire department's 1 vehicle was approved unanimously. The DPW stormwater, buildings, and roadways were all approved unanimously. And then the schools, both Sherborn and the regional schools, Sherborn's portion of the regional schools were unanimously voted, approved.
All right, thanks, Peter. Okay, so let's get going on these. Chief Ward, do you want to say just a couple minutes on the fire department capital request?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The fire department's requesting to replace our car 2, which is our duty officer or officer in charge response vehicle. This vehicle is shared by approximately 10 of our on-call officers. We have an on-call officer on duty to ensure adequate coverage for the town on a 24/7, 365 basis. And this is the vehicle that the on-call officers use. The current vehicle we're replacing has over 106,000 miles. It's 8 years old and it has a number of mechanical issues. This is quite timely because the vehicle that we currently have may or may not come out of service within the next week or two due to a possible water pump issue in the engine. That's a new development. This vehicle carries approximately 15 pieces of equipment that the officers in charge can use to mitigate or help mitigate an incident, as this vehicle is often the first response vehicle at any incident that the department responds to. Just to help quantify that, that was the case this week. We had a chimney fire Sunday night, and this vehicle, due to the location of where the officer was and where the location of the fire was, this vehicle was on scene for approximately 4 minutes before other apparatus arrived, and that officer used 5 of the 15 pieces of equipment to help mitigate the incident in that vehicle. As far as the cost, the department's already acquired approximately $22,000 worth of equipment via grants for the new vehicle. And we're asking the town for $55,432 to purchase the vehicle. That's going to outfit the vehicle with things like lights and sirens. It's also going to outfit the vehicle with a first for us, a gear clear storage system, which takes our duty officers' gear in it and it seals it in a compartment in the vehicle, so the vehicle does not become contaminated with carcinogens, which are really harmful to the health of our members. So just a brief summary there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much.
Thanks.
So let me open then that up for a public comment. Seeing none, advisory discussion. I'm thinking this is not going to be controversial, so probably don't need to spin through and solicit opinions before we move forward. I'll close advisory discussion, open it up for public comment second time. And Jeff, I believe the select board, I heard that you voted on this. If you want to, if that's correct, if you want to report the vote.
Yes, actually, just in the interest of time, the select board voted 5-0 in favor of all of the capital items, including the regional school one, which is actually Article 9. So Articles 8 and 9 were approved 5-0 by select.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Any other public discussion? Yeah, Paul. You're muted, not hearing you.
My question was how these are to be funded. And in the presentations, you didn't articulate that. But we have before us, the select board has before us some ballot questions to put on the upcoming election for debt exclusions. And we just want to hear the reasoning, how you got to determine what is being spent with free cash, what's being spent with debt, why, and why these particular ballot questions.
So, yeah, so I will say just a little bit about that, and then Heidi or Deb or Jeremy may want to add in. So this vehicle, the 2 police cars, the school energy management system are all contemplated to be funded from free cash. The logic for that being that they're all smaller items, and so the costs of doing a bond issue are large enough that that the thought was that it would be preferable to fund them from free cash. And amongst these items, the other one for which free cash is contemplated to be used is on the town facilities and infrastructure, the 350,000. The thought was that half of that would be funded by borrowing, and half of that would be funded with free cash. And Heidi or Deb, if you want to add anything to that.
I'm happy to weigh in if you'd like. So we looked at previous advisory minutes I came up with back in the early 2000s, said the philosophy was large and long was the philosophy to borrow. And these smaller vehicles, which were getting 5 to 7 years, 8 years, this is an 8-year-old vehicle we're replacing. It did not seem that it was probably prudent to keep borrowing for items that were shorter use. Several recently, we've had the cars have not been overly reliable and have been, we want to make sure that we still have vehicles that we're actually paying on. So there would be items that if I'm not going to be borrowing them for more than 5 years, I'm trying to use free cash. And then this year we actually had quite a bit of free cash available to use. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of debt, and we have a huge amount of debt coming into debt service this year as well. So that weighed into the factors of what to pick to put to free cash. And the building one where we've split the amount, we looked at items that were bondable or not bondable, or again, what use, as well as making funds available before July 1 if needed on some projects. And that was the rationale for why we chose free cash and bonding this year.
Thanks, Heidi. Paul, does that give you what you needed and were looking for?
Well, what can we do the sort of the reverse image and tell me which items are you recommending be funded by debt exclusion?
So the borrowing debt exclusion would be half of the town facilities and infrastructure. So of that 350,000, half of it or 175,000 to be borrowed with debt exclusion. And then also, well, we'll get to Article 9. That would apply to Article 9 as well, the regional school capital expense, but we'll get to that.
I think what Paul was looking for, we're also looking for an article for roadway management to be debt exclusion, and an article for stormwater management to be debt exclusion, and then Article 9. So I think we were looking at 4 ballot questions for debt exclusion.
Right. Thank you, Heidi.
And what was the thinking to do this as an override as opposed to the normal borrowing within the debt limit?
It's more that we have and I'm going on historically what the town has done since I've been here, and it's been preferred to put debt exclusion items that people should be paying for what they use, and it did not put it within the amount to be taxed, but it does allow us working on the tax levy side and give us, it helps actually on our increasing our levy capacity amount. So they're not, and it's not going to be permanent debt. So once these items are paid off, they will come off of the debt service. So it's following by what has been recommended me from prior leaders here in the town to do.
So most towns would do the borrowing within the levy limit rather than increasing the taxes to the citizens. I'm just trying to see.
Paul, I think it's the case, I may be misunderstanding something here, but I think it's the case that this is going to be paid for through taxes ultimately one way or another, whether it's paid for immediately, or if it's debt service, the debt service is paid for by the, within taxes. So this is all going to ultimately affect the tax levy, whether it's done as excluded debt or non-excluded debt. George, if you've had some history with this, if you wanted to.
Dan, you took the words right out of my mouth. I say it every year to Paul. The only way not to raise taxes is not to spend money. Whether it's within the debt levy or not, whether it's in the levy or not, we're still, if you spend money, you're going to increase taxes.
I mean,
period.
There's a question of, taxes now or taxes later, but
yeah, exactly.
It will ultimately,
either way, Paul, if you don't want to raise taxes, don't vote to approve these things. That's the only way to do it.
But if it's within the levy limit, it's within 2.5%. This is going to bring it above 2.5%.
Whether it's in the levy limit or not, it increases taxes.
Yeah.
Paul, that doesn't change things.
And I think with respect to the levy limit, if this is done as excluded debt, it will boost the levy limit. If it were done as non-excluded debt, then I think it would not boost the levy limit.
We have this discussion every year. I don't know how at this point you don't understand that the only way not to raise taxes is not to spend money.
Well, I understand your position on that, but my position
is not a position, it's the truth.
So I'm thinking we're not going to resolve this particular question here. I think it's very important in response to Paul's question to just have the clarity about what the proposal is here, and appreciated Heidi's catching the ones that I skipped over, that the stormwater management, the roadway management, and then half of the town facilities and infrastructure were proposed to be done with excluded debt, along with the regional school capital. So just so that, and then the remaining items to be financed via free cash. So just to make sure there's clarity about what's on the table.
Just on the issue of clarity, are you saying the regional school is going to be 50% free cash and 50%?
No. The regional school would be, it's proposed to be all excluded debt. It is.
Okay.
It is the town facilities and infrastructure that was half and half.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry if I said that, if I messed that up.
Just understood.
Yeah, I may have mangled the words. Okay. So I think on the fire department vehicle, I think we got through public comment. I think we got through advisory discussion. I think we're back on public comment. And Jeff, you had reported that select board voted 5-0 to support all of these. So I think we are ready for an advisory motion on Article 8, number 1 on the fire department officer in charge vehicle. And again, the motion would be to recommend favorable action financed with free cash. If anybody on advisory is inclined to make that motion.
So moved.
Thanks, Peter. Is there a second?
Okay.
Thanks. So let's vote. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I am aye as well. Okay, very good. So
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. So moving on to police department. So the hybrid pickup and the other electric vehicle. Chief Galvin, if you're here, do you want to say a few words about that?
Absolutely. Good morning. So the proposal from the police department this year is the replacement of 2 vehicles, 2 of our high mileage vehicles, and moving into the electric vehicle market. So as you may remember, last year we had attempted to purchase a pickup truck and initially wanted it to be a hybrid. It wasn't available, and ultimately the pickup truck was available. So this year, one of our replacements is a hybrid F-150 pickup to provide some utility to the department, but also a hybrid vehicle, and which would address some of our fuel usage cutting down on idle time when we're sitting on the side of the road and those type of things. Similar to what Chief Ward explained, some of our equipment for that vehicle has been acquired through grant funding, the radios and the computer. And so this price, the $62,750, it's a state contract pricing which reflects the vehicle and all of the lighting equipment and other equipment that will go into it. The second would be our first electric vehicle, the Ford Mustang Mach-E. So, you know, the discussion for EVs is always ongoing. It's something that we need to start to look at and start to move into. So we're going to dip our toes into the pool with this vehicle. And similar to the previous one, some of the equipment has been provided through grant funding, and this pricing reflects the cost of the vehicle and all of the auxiliary lighting that will go along with it. One of the benefits of purchasing hybrids and EVs is our accessibility now, or potential accessibility to some green communities funding. I've already had discussions with Gino and sustainability. This will open us up to apply for 2 grants, although there is a limited pool for these grants, of some reimbursement for purchasing these vehicles up to $12,000 for the community. What does come into question is some of the charging that will be available for the EV. I've also had discussion with Gino, and the charging station that we currently have at Town Hall can be put on a setting for charging specifically for a municipal vehicle. And we'll be looking at doing some other things at the public safety or the police station as well.
All right. Thanks very much, Tom. So open this up for public comment. We'll, I guess we need to vote these one at a time. So we'll start with the hybrid pickup, spin through that one, and then we'll come back to the Mach-E electric vehicle. So public comment. Paul, your hand is up. Is that from before, or did you have a comment here?
It was from before, but I would say that we support moving towards electrical vehicles because that's the wave of the future. That's environmentally safer way to go. And that's where the regulatory agencies are heading to encourage that. So I can commend the police chief with this initiative and urge you to support it.
Yeah, thanks. And I remember from a year ago that you were very strong on that point, and I think your message got through, given that Chief has come back with hybrid and electric vehicles. Other public comments? So I will close the public comment period and open up advisory discussion period. Anybody with concerns? So I will close the advisory discussion period, open up second public comment period, and we already heard from the select board. Any additional public comments? I will close the second. Michael, go ahead. Just in a nick of time.
Yeah, it's got to find all the buttons. I just wanted to, again, express support for Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street, and the Energy and Sustainability Committee. Support for this, and just to add that, and when you get to the electric one too, that not only do we already have the battery charging in place at Town Hall, it's a level that we could use, but we're also going to be getting a faster charging station put in there too, so that'll actually provide more ability for quick charges for these kind of vehicles. So it's they should be able to be serviced ready and running whenever they need them.
All right, thanks, Michael. So let's. Then I'm going to close the public comment period, and voting on the hybrid pickup. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Sorry, was there a motion and a second? Did I miss that?
Oh, did we? I think
there has not been a motion in a second.
You're right. So let's back up. Thank you. I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you. So let me invite a motion from advisory on the hybrid pickup.
With free cash.
I move
I'm sorry.
favorable action to approve the hybrid pickup for the police department.
Thank you,
Sec-
Peter. Is there a second?
Second,
Any advisory discussion on the motion? I'm going to get all the steps right and not jump ahead. Any discussion on the motion? All right. So now that we have a proper motion that's seconded on the floor, now let's vote. So let me start again. Wasim,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Jane,
Aye.
Nora,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Natalie,
aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I am I as well. I was just, putting my forecaster hat on and forecasting that there was going to be a motion and a second, and so was just jumping in. So coming then to the electric Mach-E vehicle, the all-electric vehicle. Let me open up public comment on that. Seeing no comments, let me close the public comment period and open advisory discussion. Taking that as no concerns about this. Again, I don't think it's necessary to go do a round robin here. So I'll close the advisory discussion period, open the second public comment period. Paul, go ahead, please.
In the last motion, you didn't indicate a funding source of free cash. So when you do the motion on this, may I suggest you identify a funding source?
Yeah, thank you.
I
yeah,
just want to
so-
say that traditionally at the hearing, advisory does not include a funding source in our motions.
Agreed, that's for
Traditionally,
town meeting thing, Steve, you're right on that.
yeah, because part of it is that we don't know for sure that every single capital item is going to be approved. So we need to have the big picture and then get the official recommendation from the treasurer before we make that recommendation. So in the motions at the town meeting, we will indicate, but at the public hearing, we are simply approving or I guess supporting or not supporting each individual item.
All right, thanks, Steve. Although as we discussed, the intention would be for the items discussed to be financed with free cash. And thanks to Steve for the correction on how we or the clarification on how we do motions. Okay, so I think we were in our second public comment period. Anybody else with comment? So I will close the second public comment period, and we come to advisory motions and voting. So would entertain motions from advisory on the electric Mach-E vehicle.
I move for favorable action on the electric Mach-E vehicle.
Thanks, Jane.
Second.
All right, multiple seconds. Any discussion on the motion?
I just want to add a contingency that Officer West has to inspect and approve of the vehicle first.
Yes, there are many places here where I think Officer West could play a valuable role. All right, hearing no discussion on the motion, let's vote on this one. So Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I am I as well. All right, so that brings us to Department of Public Works. And Sean, if you want to, we'll vote on these separately, but if you'd like to just offer a few comments both on the MS4 compliance and the roadway management, that'd be great.
Sure, good morning. These should look similar to past years. The MS4 compliance, for those that don't know, we've funded this in this manner several times before. The first time was I think back in 2015, and that one aged for quite a while because the federal permit got hung up in court and litigation for years. It's in place, and each year there's an increasing level of regulations that we have to abide by and work we have to do. This year, no, we haven't seen it yet, but many people on this meeting and the public are going to get much more involved in public meetings that we're going to be having and discussing the efforts with stormwater, with phosphorus reduction, which we're required to start doing as being within the Charles River watershed. So those terms are going to become much more familiar, and there's a cost to that. We have consultants that are doing most of the legwork on this with the stormwater mapping, the engineering of some of the structural things we'll have to do in the future. We're not anticipating any construction with this money. It's almost all consultant work and work helping us and guiding us on where we're going to need to be in the next several years. So that stormwater roadway management is about the same. Typically, I'd have projects getting ready to start up in the next couple of months. This year, for the first time in a handful of years, we're starting the year with nothing in the bank, so to speak. Normally, we have some carryover, a project we started. Woodland Street and Goulding, everyone knows, were our major project last year. So once we finished those out, that tapped all of the money that we had coming out of basically coming out of fiscal 23, both the state and the local money. So between this and our Chapter 90 allotment, which becomes available this summer, we'll have a couple of projects at least for late summer and early fall.
All right, thanks, Sean. So we'll do these in order. Let's do the stormwater one first. So any public comment? Seeing none, close the public comment period. Any advisory discussion? Any concerns about this among advisory members? Seeing no advisory comments, close the advisory comment period, open the second public comment period. Seeing no public comments, I should put this all on tape and just replay the tape. Seeing no public comments, close the second public comment period, and that brings us to advisory motions and voting. So I'd entertain a motion from advisory on stormwater, the MS4 compliance article, the line 3A of Article 8.
I move approval of the stormwater capital request.
Is there a second? Thanks. Any discussion on the motion? So then, seeing no discussion, voting, Wasim?
Hi.
Peter?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Nora?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Natalie?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I am aye as well. And so then coming to the roadway management, open public comment on roadway management. Peter Moores, go ahead.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to, as a member of the Capital Budget Committee, I do want to acknowledge I support this line item on the article, and I applaud the DPW's work on maintaining our roads. One of the things I would, in terms of going forward or looking forward, any expenses that would be more similar to sort of routine maintenance or operations, maybe there could be a shift. There's a certain amount of, borrowing costs, which are going up and up as interest rates has risen. And so perhaps it makes more sort of fiscal sense going forward to allocate and expand the sort of DPW's budget so that it can do some of the routine roadwork maintenance work as part of the budget and maybe isn't part of sort of capital projects. Not to say that this is that, but just sort of looking forward, increasing perhaps DPW budget on routine maintenance as opposed to always, or trying to put it into capital budget.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thanks, Peter. Marion.
Just a quick comment. I'm totally in favor of this. I think Sean does a fabulous job. One thing that always comes up at town meeting, and you might want to head this off at the pass, is that when roadways come up, people always ask about dead trees and tree removal. So it might be good to mention that that is in the department budget of DPW, not in capital. So just a mention.
All right. Yeah, okay. Thanks for that, Marion. Anybody else on public comment? And I'm losing track now if that was our first or second public comment period.
That was the first.
First, thank you. See, I should have had it all on tape and then I would have kept track. Any other public comments? So I'll close the public comment period and open it up for advisory discussion.
I have a question for Sean. Are we still using the Green International Affiliates 5-year plan for roadways?
That's the last one we have. Our intention is to refresh that this calendar year. Moving forward, that's a few years dated. So not a lot changes, but certainly there's some neighborhoods. If you live in a neighborhood, you probably have noticed that your roads are falling apart at a pretty good clip. So it's important to capture that with some data. We may switch vendors. Jeremy's familiar with a different style that was a little unique, but it'll still be pretty consistent. You're basically trying to predict where you're going to fall apart and try to catch it at a certain rate or let it go.
Any other advisory discussion? Concerns? So I will close the advisory discussion period, open the second public comment period. And seeing none, we'll close that. And we'll open the advisory motions and voting period. Entertain a motion from advisory on roadway management.
I move favorable action on the roadway management request for 250,000.
Thanks, Peter. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Nora. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing no discussion, let's vote. This is line 3B, the roadway management, 250,000 under Article 8. So Wasim?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Nora?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Natalie?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I am aye as well. Very good. Okay, so that takes us then to town facilities and infrastructure. And again, as we had mentioned before, it's a total of 350,000, and the intention, although still to be established after we get all the pieces put together, was that half of that would be financed with free cash and half would be financed with borrowing. Sean, do you want to say a few words about that?
Very few. This is basically the same article we've been doing, I think, since 2016, when we started using the on-site insight reports to help guide us. As we've gone through, we have a pretty good list of projects we are attempting to do. Currently, we have a few, and Gino could speak to this, that are fortunately aligning with some grants. So one of the bigger ones is town hall roof and insulation. We're piecing that together and matching that up with a pretty good sized grant that the energy committee was able to get. That'll have a good payback, and it's timely. those two projects should go together. It may not go out as a single contract, but in the same year, we want to try and redo the roof and re-insulate the attic of town hall. That's kind of the biggest heating loss there. So there's a handful of other projects. There's projects now that are finally getting done. COVID really hindered our ability to get some of the bigger items done. They're coming through and finishing up. All new doors on Station 2, items like that. So we're playing catch up and clean up and looking forward with this. Not much more else to say. There's a couple different documents that outline the path for what we're using them for.
Yeah, and thanks, Sean. And my understanding on those other documents, it would highlight the town hall HVAC upgrades, the transfer station electric work, the dry hydrant system repair, and then general building capital line. Is that right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Great. Thanks. All right. Very good. So let's open this up for public comment. Peter Morris, go ahead, please.
Thank you. As a member of the Capital Budget Committee, I think, and if I'm not mistaken, I just want to clarify sort of what our recommendation at the committee level was for the money to be spent on the projects that you had identified, Dan, the town hall roof and replacement and insulation, town hall HVAC, transfer station, dry hydrant, and the sort of general building capital fund. I just want to make sure that was clarified for the advisory committee. And I want to applaud again, sort of some of the town's efforts to improve the sort of financial tracking of expenditures in this area. And last, I just pulled up the draft, I think, of the warrant, and it says the lead department for number 4 is the select board. Are they ultimately the entity responsible for the town facilities infrastructure? Because, you know, DPW is listed as responsible for stormwater and roadway management, but it's a select board for town facilities and infrastructure. I don't know if that's a typo or if I didn't know who was responsible.
So
that's correct, but I work under them. It's always been the select board.
Yeah, I think this
multiple
is
facilities.
Yeah, I think this is just a matter of custom of how we list who the lead department is, but I think it's understood that DPW is going to be doing the work, which is why I turned to Sean to provide a description of what the plan is. Jeff, looked like you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to say Sean has 2 jobs. Sean is facilities director for the town of Sherborn and DPW director. So I would actually characterize it as not a DPW piece of work. It's a facilities director piece of work, and it's not going to be roadway workers doing the work. He's going to be contracting the town hall roof out and manage, which he does when we do police station, fire station work. It's just that he has 2 roles. That's my personal view, anyway.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Other public comments?
May I just follow up with a question on that then?
Sure.
In terms of fiscal responsibility, that means the select board is fiscally responsible for the expenditure of those funds then?
So
the select board is fiscally responsible for the entire budget.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Peter. Any other comments? All right. So I will close the public comment period. Open the advisory discussion.
And I didn't get all of that. I appreciate that both you and Peter outlined the projects that are included. I just don't think I got them all. Can you just?
Oh, Yeah, I have the list in front of me. Let me just read it again. These are all in the, as Sean said, all in the, documents that I think circulated with the capital budget committee and all. So it's, and Sean, correct me if I don't get this right, but it's town hall roof replacement, attic repair with, I think, some insulation work in there. HVAC upgrades in town hall. Transfer station, electrical work. They had, I think, a fault there last year and had to do some Band-Aid repairs. And I think this is to try to really do a more permanent sort of an appropriate repair on that. Some work on the dry hydrant system in town. And then some funds allocated for general building capital. Sean, did I get that right?
Correct.
Perfect. Jane, is that good?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other advisory comments, concerns? Again, I won't on this one do a go around because I'm thinking if anybody has concerns, they put them out there. Okay. So I'll end the advisory discussion period, open it up again for public comment. And seeing none, moving on to advisory motions and voting. Would entertain a motion from advisory on line 4 of Article 8 for the $350,000 for town facilities and infrastructure.
I move favorable action for 65,000 for the town hall roof replacement and attic installation, 35,000 town hall HVAC upgrade, 75,000 for the transfer station electrical system service, 130,000 for the dry hydrant repair, and 45,000 for the general building capital, for a total of 350,000.
All right, thanks, Peter. Sean, I'll come to you and just, Sean, just go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, you can't make the motion like that.
So
that's not going to work.
I think when we've done this in the past, we've done this with, as is in the warrant, approving the overall amount with an understanding of what the projects are that are contemplated to fall within that. I'm thinking Sean's concern is that the specific costs of projects could change depending on circumstances, and that the usual way we've done this would be to approve the full amount.
Those are public bid projects. I can't, if we put the roof out to bid in a couple of months and it comes in at 85,000, Heidi's not going to be able to bond that. And everyone should know that. That's why it wasn't set up like that. We've never done that. That's never been the motion.
So, Peter, would you be okay with amending the motion to be for?
Interestingly enough, 2 years ago, I'm just changing the numbers of the write-up that I did for the town buildings.
But it wasn't the motion, Peter. The write-up is one thing. The motion for that's going to go in the warrant can't specify the numbers if I didn't give you a specific number.
So
we won't be able to do the project if it comes in over or.
All right, so no. So we're kind of in a bind then, because capital budget did their work. And now advisory is doing our work. And all that goes out the window because we're just coming up with a number.
So last year, Peter, what I remember from the write-up last year, I'm not remembering 2 years ago, but last year was that the advisory motion was for the full amount. And then the write-up said, had numbers with saying estimated to be, because as of today, that's the estimate, but it was done for the reason that Sean said, done not with the specifics the way that you described it for the reason that Sean said. So I guess I put it to you, Peter, would you be okay with an adjustment to your motion to have the motion be for the 350,000 with the understanding that the write-up would include, the estimated numbers, but that would not be part of the motion?
And I do want to just jump in and reiterate that advisory's motions have never called out specific project numbers. The motions are always for the full amount requested. And then again, the write-up or the description can indicate that these are the projects that have informed the number that is being requested. There will be, again, here at the hearing, we should just approve the entire number. But since the intention is going to be to split it into free cash and bonding, which is a 50% versus a 2/3 vote, they will need to be separate motions at the town meeting and separate votes.
Because there has to be one vote for the free cash piece and one
Exactly.
vote for the bonded piece.
Yeah, and I do believe we'll probably have to clarify this with town council or maybe bond council, but I think that we may need to list the intended purposes of each of those votes, but again, it's all lumped together, so when in the past, when we've made our motions at town meeting, it'll say, the town buildings request is for this much and for these intended purposes, but we do not quantify each project within the motion. So we may need to divide them out for the free cash versus the borrowing portions. But again, we're not locking specific projects to specific numbers.
And on that point, Steve, I think in the work that Jeremy, Heidi, and Deb did in thinking through the proposed allocation of free cash, I think the thought was that the town hall roof and related projects, the town hall HVAC and the transfer station electrical work are the projects that would be bonded. And on the numbers Peter cited, those would add up to 175,000, and that the remaining projects would be financed with free cash. Again, that's all provisional at this point, but that the remaining projects would be financed with free cash. And on the numbers that Peter cited, they would also add up to 175,000.
All right, I yield to precedent and recommend favorable action for select board town buildings of 350,000.
All right.
Dan, can I just have clarifying about all of this? I don't necessarily have an opinion on that. It's just a question because I see that we have representatives from the schools on the line as well. And they do seem to be presenting particular projects with particular dollar amounts. And I'm just wondering if there's something different about, the way we have done things historically. I mean, I do remember that that's how we've done things historically with our town buildings, but I'm just trying to understand better whether there is some distinction there or whether it's really just historical practice versus any kind of, legal or other kind of issue.
So I see a bunch of people with hands up. I'm guessing Jeff has some perspective to offer on this.
Yeah, Jane asked a good question, but it's really something there's a lot of confusion about, I feel. And it is a distinction between the regional school, and this regional school has an excess and deficiency account. So there's two reasons why the cost can't be nailed down. The first reason is an engineering study hasn't been completed yet. If you take as an example the town roof, there may be other things that once we open up the attic and look at the roof, that the scope is not fully defined because we haven't done an engineering assessment in detail yet to define the scope of the project fully. And Sean can correct everything I misstate. And then the second reason is just with all construction costs of late, particularly since COVID, that the bidding is sometimes coming in and materials much higher than there's more variability in the bidding than there used to be, I would say. So in answer to Jane's question, I believe that the school, and Dawn's here, that they typically do the engineering study from excess and deficiency the year prior. And then when they have a project that they're promoting on as a capital project, they already have a more rigorous design because they've funded somehow internally more rigorous engineering assessment of the scope. So then the only uncertainty is the bid cost. So there isn't a scope as much potential for scope uncertainty. So that's the distinction. But both of those reasons, not having to define scope and then construction variability, is what causes this to be hard to make it be precise number wise in my view. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Sean, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, not to reiterate much of it. I think the electrical issues down at transfer station's a better example of the roof, better than the roof. We don't know the exact scope, but we have to fix it. So things come up. And even when you know they're coming up, you still don't know the exact price tag. And I would say the difference between us and the schools, and this comes up, and I bring it up, and I don't bring it up to dog them. They have a middle ground where they're funding a lot of stuff within their budget. I don't. We've all looked at the operating budget of the town facilities, and there's hardly anything in there other than utility bills and some minor repairs. So a lot of the things we're tripping over, things moving around on the list is because, we may or may not get more life expectancy out of something that, but it doesn't rise to the $1 million, its own capital ask. So they're mixed into this list. But when we're, we're used to the school coming with one huge thing or two huge things, it's, I would too, but the 15 things that are on the list, you're not seeing from the school because they're doing them. And yeah, a lot of it is maintenance. And it goes back to Peter's comment earlier on the roads. Remember, nobody asked me, we have 56 miles of road in town. No one asked me what road I'm paving in the fall, but you just voted unanimously for 250,000 to supplement the chapter 90. Why? Because we manage that process. It's very similar. 7 buildings, 56 miles of road. There's maintenance and improvements needed.
Yep. Okay. Thanks, Sean. I think the next order of business is to see if there is a second for Peter's motion.
Second.
Okay, so now is when we really should have gotten to advisory discussion on this, but we slipped a little bit in. Early. All good. Advisory discussion on this. Jane, did you want to elaborate in any way, or anybody else want to offer comments on this? Concerns?
I wouldn't say elaborate, and my apologies for bringing up my earlier comment out of order.
It's all good.
It's not that I want to elaborate, but I guess what I would say is, and I'm not opposed to this motion, but I do think, Jeff, that you raised a good point that I think, and I don't know if the representatives from the schools want to comment or not on this, but I do think that the difference lies in, to a large extent at least, lies in where we are in the process when we're doing our approvals. And I think maybe we're getting the request from the schools at a later point in the process than we are from some of the other town votes that we're taking. And so just in the interest of a robust process, I guess my general comment would be that any efforts we can make on a going forward basis to do as much as possible of that process and have it done and have it, nothing's going to be nailed down to, the 100% accuracy, but, the more we can do to get further along in the process before we bring things either to advisory or to capital budget or to the town for approval, I think the better off we are. So I would just make a plea, I guess, for trying to get as much of that process done before the official requests come to any of the town committees or to the town voters.
And I think, that raises the question, Jane, of how, for instance, design and engineering would be financed and where we'd want to fit that into the budget, since we're not currently sort of allocating funds for that. And, maybe that could be part of a process of how, how that evolves over time. Jeff, did you want to? You're muted, Jeff.
You basically just said what I wanted to say, which is if you really want to do that, Jane, and I understand why, you would need to fund this year an engineering study for projects that would be in next year's capital budget. In other words, the current structure is we don't have the funds to do, say, a $50,000 engineering assessment to create a detailed scope of work to then become a capital project. So the only way to do it is to make it a 2-year process where the town has to, and capital budget has to review engineer, some kind of, like Dan said, some kind of engineering budget that does analysis. And that becomes a capital project that's better defined next year. You can't have it be, it's not a matter of just planning ahead earlier and having it all available now. You have to have funding to do the engineering up front. And that's not how we currently manage the capital process. They're sort of, the engineering and the actual construction are in one package right now.
So what we really need is, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Jane.
Well, I was saying, I do appreciate that with some projects. I don't think that's necessarily true with respect to all projects. I mean, I think
Jane, your audio is not good.
Yeah, can you be closer to your mic?
is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Jeff, I totally appreciate that with respect to some projects. I'm not sure it's the case with all projects. I think something, for example, like insulating the attic, you know, we probably don't need an engineering study to do that. So I think, you know, I definitely am willing to amend my comment to the extent that, you know, an engineering study is definitely needed. And then even then, I think we could talk about whether it's a better process to fund the study and then fund the project, you know, in 2 steps, because then voters know exactly what it is that they're funding. You know, I think you could argue that either way, but I do think that there are some projects that simply don't need engineering studies. And for those, I would hope that we could, you know, get our bids and have our process in order before we bring things before the capital budget committee or the voters.
You know, what would really, I'll get myself in trouble here, but what would really solve this would just be to have a big E&D fund for the town, and then all would be good.
Well, Dan, the write-up is going to cite town buildings capital improvement plan based upon a 20-year commissioned report by the town in 2016 and updated in 2021, which is on-site insight. So it's not like we're blind about these buildings.
Yeah.
So we do have some subject matter expertise weighing in on thousands of things within the building.
And I could imagine, as in past years, that the write-up would include some estimated numbers for different projects to help people understand where the overall magnitude came from. All right, any other discussion on the motion before we vote? All right then, so let's go to a vote. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I'm aye as well. All right, very good. So one more Article 8 capital item to discuss. That's the Pine Hill Energy Management System. Dawn, if you're on, do you want to say just a word about that? I could fill in, but you would probably do it better than I would.
Sure, I am here, and also with me is Amanda Brown, the chair of Sherborn School Committee, and Beth McCoy, the superintendent.
All right, welcome to all of you. Glad you're here.
Thank you. So I think this is a pretty straightforward project, and if you've been paying attention to sort of what we've been doing in the other schools, the energy management system upgrade was something that we were doing district-wide. You funded the region a couple of years ago. Building upon that, we've added Chickering this past summer, and Pine Hill is our next one to add to the system. So Pine Hill currently has a 20-plus-year-old operating system for the energy management system. So we will be upgrading that. That includes integrating all the existing field controllers as well as doing all the point-to-point connections. So this runs our air exchange and our heating system. The newer systems obviously have much more energy sustainability, efficiency programming in it, so that it'll allow us to be tight with running our systems, and also, you know, given sort of the whole COVID have much impact. We've been looking at air exchange is going to give us our sort of a higher quality ability to be able to do the air exchanges. And so we do have a quote. We're using right now the vendor who's done the other 2 districts, and their quote is just under 40,000. That includes the system itself, the point-to-point connections, and a small allowance for any controllers or devices that they may find need to be replaced during their work.
All right, thanks, Dawn. So let's open this up for public comment. And seeing none, advisory discussion. And seeing none, closing advisory discussion, second round of public comment. And seeing none, closing second round of public comment. So opening up for advisory motions and voting. If so, I'd entertain a motion from advisory on this item for $40,000.
Move favorable action on the Pine Hill EMS grade for $40,000.
Thanks, Jane. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks. Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Wasim will vote.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I am aye as well. All right. So that's Article 8. I think we should keep pushing forward a little bit and see if we can get, because I don't think these will take a huge amount of time through 9, 10, and 11, and then take a short break for lunch. So Article 9 is the regional school capital expense, which is about HVAC units on the high school. And Dawn, let me pass that back to you.
Okay, great. And just a little bit of commentary about your previous discussion and sort of how we sort of manage some of these larger projects at the region. So for this particular project, we actually did an engineering study. I will say it was under $5,000. But what it did was it gave us outside knowledge of sort of the existing conditions of the units to verify that they were at a point in time in their useful life that they should be replaced. It also provided us with sort of an initial cost so that we knew what we were bringing forward. So that's what we typically do with some of these larger projects. We did the same thing with a roof restoration. Actually, that was a free consult because they were, wanting to sort of do the business. But that we do have something to think about for your town buildings. We do have a building maintenance reserve that allows us to take care of emergencies that come up, ongoing maintenance, but also gives us some leadway to take advantage of doing some prep work before we bring you a capital project. Because once the region comes and asks for the monies, it's not like we can come back and ask again necessarily. So we want to bring as good of a number as we can. And then so you know exactly what you're funding. So that's sort of the perspective from the schools. And the same as the towns, we operate off our on-site insight report and use it as a roadmap. The rooftop units actually in our on-site insight report are at they're a year now past their useful life. There'll be 2 years when we go to replace them, but it is the 7 rooftop air handlers at the high school, which covers the air exchange, our air conditioning, and then there's a small gas component that actually heats the air as it's going in for the air exchange predominantly in the winter. So we're not exchanging freezing cold air with the warm air that's in the classroom. Through our presentations to both town capital committees, they were requested that we look at doing complete electrification of these replacements. So we were able to go out and verify that there is a compatible model with what we currently have. And so that will be what we're moving forward with on our bid spec. So we will eliminate the use of gas for that unit, and it will be complete electrification. Obviously, the newer systems are much more energy efficient. They have, they'll be meeting code, and they have the CO2 sensors and the demand ventilation controls that actually gives us more efficient operating system. So we're looking forward to replacing those. We are seeing some repairs here and there, but we think we can last until the summer of 24. So just to give you another perspective, the lead time on these units, we're not looking to do this project this summer. It will have to be a next summer project, but we need to get it bid and that items ordered in order to meet that. We're looking at a 30 to 36 month lead time on the units. You will notice if you looked at the agreement that we do with the two towns to fund this, we actually delayed when the towns need to provide us with the assessment because of the timing of the project.
All right, thanks, Dawn. And just maybe you mentioned the number and it slipped by me, but the Sherborn share is
$552,600. The total project is 1.2 million. And let me just add too that we do work closely with both towns as far as having access to green community grants. And so that is always something that we talk with both towns. Right now, Dover is at their cap for new grants. And we've been in discussion to see if there's any access at Sherborn to potentially offset your side. So I just want to make sure that the town and the sustainability groups know that we do incorporate that and wherever we can, because the regions, both our member towns are green community. That's what gives us access through applications through the two towns for those funding opportunities.
all right. Thank you, Dawn. Public comment on Article 9. Peter, go ahead.
Real brief, I do support this effort as well for the schools, but I just want to make an observation for the town hall, with what Dawn had said about, they have a bit of a fund that they can use for engineering or if there's emergency or overage. What I think was just voted upon was about $45,000, which would, for capital projects for town buildings, which would be the same. Like if there's an overage, if there's an emergency for a capital budget issue in the town, or for design and engineering for next year's capital budget issues. So there is, in theory, that fund that was just voted upon to establish what Dawn was saying that the schools have. So just an observation there. Thanks again, Dawn, and happy to support.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. And that was indeed one of the items in Article 8 was the general building capital, which could cover some of these, could in principle cover some of these things. Okay, so we're on to a public comment on Article 9, and I recognize Michael Lesser.
Yes, speaking 54 Forest Street and Energy and Sustainability Committee wanted to laud the effort to go to all electric on this project. It's a wonderful move that a lot of towns are doing more of now. And it'll also help us be in a better position when we get more renewable energy in the electricity supply. And we will work on the Green Communities grant side to see what we can get to help support this effort. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Michael. Any other public comment? Seeing none, let me open it up for advisory discussion. And seeing none, I'll close advisory discussion and open one more time for public comment. And seeing none, we'll close public comment, and that gets us to advisory motions and voting. If I'd entertain a motion on Article 9.
I move favorable action for Article 9 in the amount of, Dawn, correct me if I don't have this right, $552,600.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Steve, just to be quick question, just to be clear on this, I'm just reading the motion from town meeting last year. The specifics about the financing get worked out later to go to town meeting rather than here, right?
Yeah, we'll work that out later.
Great. Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, so is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Perfect. Any discussion on the motion? All right, so voting, Wasim,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
thanks. Jane,
Aye.
Nora,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Thanks. Mike.
Aye.
And I am I as well. All right, very good. So that brings us to Article 10. And it's, Paul, did you want to get in? I'm going to get to Article 10 in just a second here. Go
Yes,
ahead
sir.
and add a comment.
Just a comment on your exchange with Stephen. We're signing the ballot questions today. That's our plan. So this notion that you're going to work out the financing over some time, I hope that's before we do the ballot questions.
So on this particular one, the intention, I think, is that this would be done as excluded debt.
It's on our list of ballot questions.
Yeah.
So the idea is, it sounded like you were going to take a month or so to decide what you wanted to do to finance. I'm just drawing your attention to the fact that the Board of Selectmen is making the decision today at the close of this meeting.
Okay, good. Thanks for the clarification. That's helpful. All right, so we were coming to Article 10, which is labeled use of free cash. And this article, as I understand it, refers to if there are proposed uses of free cash other than those already specified in other warrant articles. And so, right, last year, because as is the case this year, that there's no free cash contemplated being used other than what is specifically identified in other warrant articles. Last year, the motion that advisory went with and that went to town meeting was recommending no action because there was no additional recommended uses of free cash. Heidi, if you're on, if you could just confirm that that's right, that there aren't any other contemplated uses of free cash other than what's in warrant articles?
Yes, and I'll defer to Deb to answer that as the interim finance director, but that's my understanding.
Deb, if you're on, is that correct understanding?
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, good, thank you. So I think we have everything we need in terms of kind of a setup for this. So I will open this up to public comment. And seeing none, we'll close public comment and open up advisory discussion, questions, clarifications, concerns. Seeing none, we'll close advisory discussion and again, open up public comment. And seeing none, we'll close that. So coming to advisory voting, would entertain a motion on, I guess what we could say almost the non-use of additional free cash.
I move no action. Is that the movement?
Yes.
No action on Article 10, use of free cash.
Perfect. And discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's vote on Article 10. Wasim?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Nora?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Natalie?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I am I as well. So that gets us to Article 10. For Article 11, which is the funding for Sherborn's 350th anniversary celebration.
Dan, can I interrupt you 1 second? I didn't step up quickly enough. The select board did vote 5-0 to support Article 10, use of free cash. So I apologize. I should have.
Thank you.
spoken up sooner in the process there.
Perfect. Thank you. I should have gotten that. I lost track of where I was in working through the steps. That's great. I'm guessing that recommendation would not have swayed the vote one way or another. So I think I feel okay that you reported it afterwards rather than earlier on. All right. So coming to Article 11, which is the 350th anniversary one, I am going to pass the baton to Vice Chair Steve Tsai, because I need to recuse myself from this one since my husband is on the committee that is behind this 350th celebration. So I'm going to drop out, pass it on to Steve. When Steve's done, I would propose just keep things moving, a 15-minute lunch break, and then get back to continue on with the rest of the articles. Steve, on to you.
Great, thank you. So we are at Article 11, which is funding for Sherborn's 350th anniversary celebration. I believe, Mary Moore, are you on deck to present this?
I am, Stephen, thanks.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. I've got just a few slides. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay, so I've spoken in front of the select board and also in front of the advisory about the 350th celebration, which is next year. We're very excited that it's our milestone year coming up. We've organized a steering committee that is working hard to get some plans in place. Sort of at a sort of high level, just go through, you know, the steering committee will kind of create a calendar of events, develop a website. We're going to enlist lots of subcommittees and volunteers to do the fun work. We also feel it's our obligation to identify budget, funds, grants that'll be supporting those events. We want to provide regular updates to the select board, and, you know, most importantly, provide regular updates and encourage community engagement with all the residents in Sherborn and perhaps some former residents of Sherborn. The objectives at a high level, again, memorable celebration for everybody, an opportunity to share our rich history, and I think, you know, really importantly, something that's inclusive, that encourages community engagement and pride. We've done some of the initial work down here that you can see in our timeline of organizing, starting to enlist volunteers. We're now looking for a little startup funding to help continue the website work, especially, and the communication, and start getting the events on the calendar. So I feel like we're in good shape. We've had monthly meetings so far with the steering committee, and I think we'll be providing another update to the select board right after town meeting. So we are looking for $10,000 to, as I said, sort of support our startup funds. We are lucky to have Heidi Doyle on the steering committee, and we've worked through some process in terms of how the invoices could be submitted to, you know, use those funds. We think they can be used through the standard warrant process. Of course, this would be managed by Heidi, sort of independent of town funds. This would be sort of dedicated for this 350th. And the initial costs are anticipated below. You know, as I mentioned, we have a proposal in hand for a website design. We're hoping to have the first version of that done by town meeting, which I think will be super helpful for residents. And I won't go through all the detail here, but you know, I think what I've learned, and I think Margo Pawicki is on the call as well, and I understand it's been standard practice for town meeting to provide funds for these anniversaries. We have requested money of Rebecca Rausch and James Arena DeRosa for some state funding. And of course, every effort would be made to reimburse the town back if we're able to achieve funding through ticket or product sales. And George Fisk is not able to be here today, but I expect that he'll be able to present at town meeting on behalf of this ask. So I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. And with that, I will open the initial public comment period. So any public comments? Heidi Doyle.
I am speaking as a resident, and I think this is just a great opportunity for the town to really pull together after COVID. We have the library opening. There's a lot of good going on. It'd be nice to just pull the energy together and keep this moving and get neighbors to reconnect. So I'm hoping everyone supports this. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comments? All right, last call for the initial public comment period. All right, closing the public comments and opening the advisory comment period. All right, last call for any advisory comments. All right,
I
closing.
just
Oh, go ahead.
hope you have some good contingency plans in case we have a pandemic in 2024.
All right, any additional advisory comments? All right, closing the advisory comment period and opening the second public comment period. Last call for public comments.
I guess I would say, Stephen, if this is where you want me to interject.
Oh yeah, yes, please do. Go ahead.
Select board voted 5-0 in support of Article 11, funding the 350th anniversary.
Thank you. All right, last call for public comments. Closing the public comment period and now opening the advisory voting session. I would entertain a motion relative to the Article 11 funding for Sherborn's 350th anniversary celebration.
I move favorable action for funding of the Sherborn 350 anniversary celebration in the amount of $10,000.
Second.
Great, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any advisory discussion regarding the motion? All right, if not, I will take a roll call vote. Nora?
Aye.
Sorry, you guys are probably in the different order on my screen than on Dan's screen. So, Mike?
Aye.
Jane? You're muted for that, Jane.
Aye.
Thanks. Wasim?
Aye.
Natalie?
Aye.
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Dan is an abstain. So the motion carries 7, 0, and 1.
Thank you all. Enjoy your lunch.
Thanks. And so as Dan indicated, we're going to take a 15-minute lunch break. It is currently 12:24 p.m. So let's reconvene at 12:40.
Perfect. Okay. So why don't we get going? No, it was a short window for lunch. So hard either in the American tradition to fit in the old-fashioned 3 martini lunch, or in the French tradition, 2 hours and enjoy a couple bottles of wine with some friends lunch. But hope everybody got a little bit of a break. So continuing on to Article 12. This is the proposal to combine the treasurer and collector positions and to make that an appointed position. And I think, Jeremy, you have some material on this for us. Floor is yours. And you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I hope what's a fairly concise presentation. As I understand, this is not the first time that this idea has been discussed by the community. The purpose of Article 12 would be to authorize the select board to file a petition for special legislation to the Massachusetts General Court with the intent to do 2 things. 1, to make the current elected office of the collector an appointed office, and then 2, to combine the offices of treasurer and collector into one office of a combined treasurer and collector. That combined position would be appointed by the select board for a 3-year term. The process to file for a special legislation does take some time. From recent experience, some library funding, special legislation took about 1.5 years to file and get approval at the general court. So in fact, look for the town to consider this now is in sort of some form of future planning. And that special legislation, as crafted and drafted by town council, can and would provide some certainty to the two current incumbents that have current terms in effect through 2025 in the positions of treasurer and collector. Just a summary of some past studies and current guidance related to combining treasurer and collector positions. A number of these documents are actually up on the town's website and were considered by the Sherborn's Government Task Force 2 that had a report to the community in 2019. And actually just the experts summarize sort of the current practice with combining these positions fairly well. So I want to quote a few documents here. The Division of Local Services did a financial management review of the community in 2012, and they suggested the town merge and appoint the treasurer and tax collector positions. And they say, quote, due to parallel requisite job responsibilities and professional skill sets, we routinely encourage communities to combine the offices of treasurer and tax collector into a single appointed position as a way to streamline operations, having all receipts collected, counted, posted, deposited, and managed in the same office by one individual selected for his or her credentials and experience makes organizational sense. The Town Government Task Force, in their executive summary, stated in 2019 that, quote, it is only a matter of time before the town transitions to have a majority of similarly situated towns transition to an appointed combined treasurer collector position. And some recent Division of Local Services guidance from their Financial Management Bureau has the following quotes. It's actually entitled, their guidance is entitled highly recommended, combining treasury and collections. And their guidance states a combined treasurer collector position also gives the community a competitive edge in recruiting and maintaining well-qualified managers during these current times when the pool of good job candidates appears to be shrinking. We have two great candidates, incumbents in that position. So there's no concern currently, but in the future, there could be. And to that point, having this combined, generally speaking, a combined title is more attractive than either position individually. And they also go on to state, over the last couple of decades, more and more communities have combined these functions into a single integrated operation for the purposes of centralizing receipt, processing, enhancing internal financial controls, streamlining tax enforcement efforts, and reducing personnel costs. And they go on further, quote, the movement to this model began with a recognition that the same cash management functions are performed in both areas. In each department, staff must collect, count, record, deposit, and reconcile large volumes of various receipts. It makes organizational sense to handle all receipts processing in one central place, where it is easier to ensure that all appropriate internal controls are being properly and consistently applied in this high-risk area for potential errors and fraud. So just some context there. I will note back in 2019, as you recall, the town meeting did move to change the elected treasurer to an appointed position. Just a little data behind this. In 2012, there was a study. I found the results of the study in my office. There was a comparison of about 21 other similar communities, similar by way of overall tax assessed value, so similar sized communities. At that point in 2012, 75% had combined treasurer collectors. Went through and updated the status of those communities. Now, of all those 21 communities, all of them do now have a combined treasurer collector position, other than Sherborn. All of our neighboring communities have a combined position. Overall, in the Commonwealth, over 80% of Massachusetts communities have a combined position. By way of segregation of duties, I know this is important. By sound accounting practices, Here's a quote: segregation of incompatible duties involves separating job functions so that ideally no one individual is able to authorize a transaction, record the transaction in the accounting records, and 3, maintain the custody of the asset resulting from the transaction. So as far as segregation of duties and the current internal controls that are in place, in talking with the 2 incumbents, moving to a combined position would in no way change what we're currently doing for internal controls. And as mentioned previously, may actually allow the opportunity to sort of enhance those internal controls going forward. Mass General Law allows treasurer collector position to be merged. What it does not allow for is that the accountant function for a community must be separate, a separate individual than the treasurer collector position. And again, I'll just a reminder, the current incumbents appointments both run through mid-2025, which is about 2 years, which allows some time for the special legislation process to occur. And again, in that special legislation that would be drafted by town council and submitted by the select board, certainty would be given to the current incumbents as far as their tenures.
Jeremy, if you could kind of draw this to a close, that'd be great.
I'll wrap it up quickly with this slide. This on the left just shows the current organization. Circles with green circles showing that the current elected collector and appointed treasurer and their support staff. On the right is a future organization. There is some flexibility in that future. This is just a possible future organization, but in both cases, you'll see the segregation of the duties of the town accountant and the treasurer collector are maintained throughout, so that separately the town accountant function and the treasurer and collector positions appoint separately to the town administrator. And I'll leave it with that. Thanks, Dan.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. So let me open the floor for first round of public comments. Not seeing any public comments. Am I missing anybody? Rob Johnson, go ahead, please.
I'm not in favor of this, primarily because I like checks and balances. And I think that the more people that are put under a single control minimizes the checks and balances. And so I would advocate keeping these separate for that reason.
All right, thank you for that. Anybody else? Public comment? Last call for first round of public comments. I will close the public comment period and open up advisory discussion period. And given the extensive discussion that's already occurred on this one and all the back and forth, thinking this would actually be a good one for advisory members to kind of indicate your views and whether you support or don't support this, just so that there's kind of a record of the conversation on tape of where people are. Anybody want to start that off?
Well, Dan, I support this, but I have a clarifying question. I believe, Jeremy, that the schematic you showed indicated that the combined position would report to the town administrator. First of all, am I correct about that? Did I see that correctly?
That's correct. Yes, according to Mass General Law, the function of accountant and the function of treasurer collector must be separate individuals. So those two positions would report separately to the town administrator.
Okay, so because the warrant article says that this person would be appointed by the select board, which makes sense. But in the past, I think there has been a direct reporting line perhaps to the select board. So I just wanted to first of all, clarify what the reporting structure would be. And I think you just clarified that. And then my only question is, and you mentioned mass law, so maybe the answer is no, because it's already provided under mass law, but do we need, as part of our motion, to indicate anything about this in terms of the reporting structure?
No, you do not. It would be a similar reporting structure to the current treasurer, that the current treasurer position is appointed by the select board, but rolls up through the town administrator for daily reporting. But it's not necessary to have that in your motion or the article.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Jane. Others on advisory?
I would say I prefer the segregation of duties and to have it separate and distinct. And one as separate, one's elected and one's appointed, which adds a dimension to that. Roles and responsibilities.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Others?
This is Natalie. I support this. I think this is a good idea, and I don't know. Sometimes often we want to take the recommendation of a study we did, and then sometimes we don't want to take the recommendations of the studies we did. So I think that if other people are doing it, it seems to be rational. There hasn't been, from what Jeremy said, a lot of feedback that they all hate it and wish they never did it. I'm for it all the way.
All right, thanks, Natalie. Mike, looked like you were about ready to offer a perspective.
I was just going to say, I feel like I've been on the fence on this one for a while. Maybe Jeremy could speak a little bit to, just briefly, the concern raised by Mr. Johnson about the checks and balances, just to kind of allay those concerns. I don't know if there's like an expectation of doing some auditing that we don't presently do, or any other ideas for the future if this goes forward.
Jeremy, do you want to go ahead, Jeremy, if you want to?
Sure. So in talking to the incumbents, the current way that we do our operations, this would in no way change this. The way that we have our internal controls, there still would be the same checks and balances that exist now. And I think, in fact, you could strengthen the most risk you have from fraud is managing of cash, and having to minimize that risk, to have multiple folks in an office helps with that. And it actually would strengthen our ability to have internal controls by way of having a bit more of a central consolidation of duties, of light duties. Currently, there really isn't a check and balance that currently occurs between the treasurer and collector's office, and I can certainly defer to the incumbents to clarify that, so that going forward, there's nothing lost there, because there currently is not that check and balances. They're doing similar duties, but sort of in series.
Yeah, I think I would just second what Jeremy said, and that in my conversations with incumbents, my understanding is the key check and balances between the Office of the Accountant Finance and the accountant and as Jeremy indicated, and the treasurer collector on the other side. And that's really the key separation that's needed for kind of financial accountability and tracking. That's my understanding as well from conversations with various people. Others on advisory, just to continue on around.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I support this. I think also, and I don't know if somebody from the select board wants to weigh in also, but at the what was it, the March 16th select board meeting, where the auditor for the town presented, their audit. I can't remember if it was Jeff or one of the select board members directly asked the auditor, how an auditor views from a sort of outside perspective the combination of the treasurer collector, and whether there's concern about fraud and things. And I believe the response was essentially, were the entire office embodied in only a single person, then yes, that would be a concern. But in practice, nobody works that way. The offices always have multiple assistants, and those duties are generally divided. And then, as others have said, that furthermore, the check and balance is with the finance / accounting office. So essentially that from an auditor's perspective, there is no concern about the combination of treasurer collector in the way that it is implemented in the vast, guys, can you be quiet? In the way that it is implemented in the vast majority of towns in Massachusetts.
Thanks, Steve. Nora, Wasim, thoughts,
Thank you.
perspectives?
Thank you, Steve. I concur with Steve and I'm in favor.
Wasim, what are you thinking?
Same here, in favor. Just quickly, I think the article is select board for a term not to exceed 3 years, but that can be renewed, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's typical of it. That's typical of any select board appointed position. We usually do like typical 3-year contracts with people.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. And as I just to fill in the rest, as I foreshadowed in my earlier comments, I'm also comfortable with this and support this. Any other advisory commentary before we move back onto public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the advisory discussion and open up the second round of public comment if anyone else would like to offer a perspective. George, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I've been, I kind of was the one that pushed to move this onto the ballot, onto the warrant this year. I think it's a long time coming. We've had this recommendation for a number of years. The both incumbent treasurer and collector are in support of this. They know it's the best thing for the town. You can see, as Jeremy pointed out, that 80% of towns in Massachusetts have it this way. There's a reason, there's efficiencies. I think you're actually safer when these people are working together than in silos. I really believe that it'll actually provide a better service to the citizens too, by having more people in an office. There can be more hours. There can be that's another perspective of this, rather than the limited hours that some of these offices have had in the past. So I'm a big proponent of this, and I really hope that we can move forward with it.
Thanks, George. Marianne.
Yes, I'm also in favor, and I'm speaking up as George is, I think, because the select board was split on this earlier today. That may not still be the case, but one of my early concerns was the actual work of the collector seems quite different from the actual work of the treasurer. But if we had a little more time on Jeremy's nice organization chart, you would see that the day-to-day work of the collector is still under the control of a collector. It's an assistant collector, but in practice that will not change the position. So it'll still work very much the way it is now, but more streamlined. And I think it's appropriate that the collector be an appointed position because we've had excellent collectors. There's been no problem, but it should not be by the whims of the public. We should be able to vet their abilities and experience.
All right. Thanks, Marianne. Michael, to you.
Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street. I'm in support of this. As to the checks and balances, I see, as everybody has said, that there'll probably be enough internally. These are positions that don't have a lot of policy kind of implications, in which case I would feel differently if there was some aspect to that, as opposed to more functioning activities that are more clearly defined. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Jeff, and if you also want to report on if you wanted to comment on this and also report on the vote earlier today.
Yes, I would just say without elaboration that I do not support this. I think it's not the right decision for the town, but the select board voted 4-1 in favor.
Okay, thanks. Other public comments? Seeing none, I will close the second public comment period and open this up for advisory voting. If anyone on advisory wishes to make a motion with respect to Article 12, combining the treasurer and collector positions.
May I, Dan, just ask Jeff why?
My feeling is twofold. One is I don't think they're remotely similar functionally. One is more of an accounting position. The collector basically is accounts receivable. Collecting primarily residential property taxes, but other, it's now other things such as permit fees. Whereas the treasurer is a finance function where you're involved in long-term investing and funding for the town. So I don't view them being remotely similar function-wise, and I like Robert Johnson's comment of having a separation of divergence of responsibility. They already collaborate. We say we're going to get efficiencies. They already do that. They already share lots of things. So that is ongoing today. But I respect the group decision.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. So looking for a motion from advisory.
I move favorable action on Article 12, the combined treasurer collector.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Opposed, nay.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Nay.
And I'm an aye as well. So I think that gets us to 6-2, if I'm doing the math correctly. Okay, very good. Thanks, everybody, on that. So Article 13, amend the Board of Assessors membership. Jeremy, Eric, one of you gonna say a few words about this? Eric, looks like you are.
Sure.
Go ahead,
I'll say
please.
something on that. I mean, it's actually started as a citizen petition and we took it over at the board level. And I myself kind of spearheaded the board's version of this. So last year, town meeting voted to basically change the Board of Assessors from elected officials to full appointed officials. During the evolution of that article, there was some concern by some citizens that they thought needed some town representation there. However, to actually do that would actually, once you go appointed, to actually have a town representative on there, it would require a bylaw. So so people who kind of wanted that agreed to support this as long as there was something coming along later which would allow that. I support this because I believe there is a reasonable balance that we went, from full elected, which, allows the citizens the freedom to choose, but also, doesn't have a vetting of qualifications. And also, frankly, we're having trouble getting enough volunteers interested in such a thing, especially qualified volunteers interested in it, to full appointed, which, can be full non-Sherborn residents. It felt like this was a good balance. And what you have before you is a recommended bylaw, which allows for one of the three positions to be a, not allows, but mandates that one of the positions be a town resident, unless you cannot find someone qualified. And there's qualifications in there, as you see before you. And, if you cannot find someone qualified, then the select board can appoint someone outside of the town. So again, I felt that this was a reasonable balance between, you compare it to like boards such as Board of Health or Conservation Commission. Those Board of Health is a full elected position, which is very regulatory and can be rather polarizing, and can actually put regulations on the citizens, so on like that. You get conservation, similar but appointed in there, and so on. Here, it's kind of a good balance between the two. So it's a board which does impose some regulations onto the community, and it will have a good balance again of appointed professionals both from inside and outside the community. I guess with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Eric. So let's open it up for public comments, questions. Kitty Sturgis, I think you're first. Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
As a former assessor, I'm pleased the board, Sherborn Select Board recognized the value of having a resident make up the assessing board. Local knowledge is valuable, but I also am pleased with the wording that if they cannot find a resident, that they have the option of going with a non-resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Hess, go ahead, please. Still muted.
She's finding the mute button, I think.
I think Nancy actually looks frozen.
Carol, if you're good to go, why don't you go ahead, Carol? We'll come back to Nancy.
Okay, thank you.
Carol, if you're good to go, why don't you go ahead and come back to Nancy?
Okay, thank you. Carol Marple, Village Way, Sherborn. I like the idea that this provides a balance for the Board of Assessors. And I have heard bandied about the possibility that this is too technical a position to find qualified residents, and I completely disagree with that. Residents of the town of Sherborn demographically are very well educated, and we have a plethora, if you will, of people who have backgrounds in law, real estate, finance, and municipal government. And so I don't see that as a drawback to this article. I think this is just a wonderful way to provide a balance between the professional and the volunteer Sherborn resident who will pursue the technical expertise necessary for this job. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. It looks like Nancy's still not back. So let's go on to Robert Johnson. Go ahead, please.
Hear me? Dan?
Nancy, are you back?
Well, I'm sort of back. I'm between two iPads here. I don't know what happened to the one, but if you can hear me, then I'll speak.
We can hear you. Go ahead, and then we'll come to Robert. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Last year's change was not because resident members were incompetent or unable to fulfill their obligation, but rather that it was become more difficult to fill 3 positions with residents who are willing and able to take on the volunteer commitment. The state would make it mandatory to only hire professional assessors if they believed that was necessary, but they haven't. The work of this board impacts every resident who owns property or registers a vehicle, as well as being the very foundation of the entire financial structure. Town council advised us that for residency to be even a factor of consideration of the select board's appointment process, the town must have a bylaw. With much collaboration, we believe we've created a reasonable bylaw that achieves that end, addressing the various concerns without being restrictive on the select board, yet recognizing the value of local knowledge. Like many of our municipal offices, much is prescribed by law, but not everything is. There are places where judgment needs to be made, both in application of the rules and in overseeing the office of the assessor, which is one of the legal duties of the Board of Assessors. Residents bring their own knowledge and expertise to the board that can't be replicated. Familiarity with the town, its properties and uses is essential. Residents hear, see, and are informed of happenings in the community on a daily basis through their personal connections. This gives the citizens and residents of Sherborn the opportunity to reach out to people they may meet at many Sherborn functions, ask questions or make suggestions, and allows for a kind of informal exchange and education in both directions. If the board lacks a single member drawn from the community, the board can be perceived as having a lack of transparency, accountability, and representation. This is not to imply that an outside expert wouldn't be fair and impartial. However, a board without one local resident lacks the vital knowledge of the inner workings of the community and the interaction with the community. Any decision-making board should have that representation, and every other board in town does. We've been fortunate this first year to have our 2 new appointees from nearby towns, but that may not always be the case. And as Eric said, the bylaw requires some related experience, and as an appointee, state law requires some online training in the first year. And the job now also includes a stipend. hoping to.
Nancy, you
Yep.
you hit 2 minutes. If you could kind of wrap,
Okay.
pull this to a
I
close.
am done, but I say the job now includes a stipend which should make it a little more attractive. And many of these words were borrowed from comments I got from other former assessors and people who've worked in the job.
All right.
So,
Thank you,
thank
Nancy.
you.
Thank you. Robert Johnson, to you.
Well, I will be quite brief and say that I back the comments of both Carol Marple and Nancy Hess thoroughly, and would ask that you pass this article. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Other public comment. Corey.
Yes, I'm actually speaking in opposition to Article 13. In 2018 to 2020, I was the chairperson of the Sherborn Structured Town Government Task Force that's already been mentioned. We did not look specifically at the town assessors, but our work was informed to a significant degree by the findings of the 3 town studies that have already been mentioned. The Collins report in particular drew a distinction between town positions with policymaking responsibilities and those town positions with what they called ministerial or professional responsibilities. The ministerial responsibilities requires the professional staff to perform complicated work with little policymaking function and carry on many administrative tasks required by law and regulation. The assessors have 2 principal functions. They set townwide assessments and they rule on petitions for abatement. The assessments are done every few years or when new construction comes online. They look at sales prices and other factors that come into the assessment. It requires expertise and training. That's why they get a professional certificate. Of the 15 assessor responsibilities listed by the Division of Local Services, 12 are specified by law. It is or should be a data-driven, mathematically based process within regulatory guardrails. It does not require knowledge of any local conditions or considerations. Abatement petitions are required by requests by individual property owners to reduce the assessment and therefore their taxes on their particular property. The assessors rule on these requests on a 1-by-1 basis. They are acting like a court or a judge. In a court of law, when the judge knows the party in the case before her, the judge is required to recuse herself and not hear the case. This is to maintain strict neutrality of the decision maker and prevent any perception of bias. It should be no different here. This should be a professional and not a provincial decision.
Corey, you're bumping up on 2 minutes. If you could wrap up.
Okay, there is a publication put out by the Commonwealth of Assessment Administration. Quote, assessors cannot participate in valuing or granting abatements for property owned by or abutting or nearby property owned by themselves, close family members, or businesses or organizations in which they have an interest or financial stake. Our town, a small congenial town, should ensure the decision-making process is strictly neutral. Don't allow even the perception that friendship, feud, or neighborhood might influence the decision. We should hire the best. I do not recommend favorable action on Article 13.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Other comments?
I lost track if you're on the first or second comment.
We're on the first, Jeff.
Oh, all right. I'll wait then.
And that makes me feel better because I'm not the only one who loses track of these things. Other comments? Seeing none, I will close the first public comment period and open up advisory discussion. Anybody on advisory want to start this?
I think it's a good balance, Dan, between professionals and the historic resident participation. And I can understand Corey's reservation and justification, but then there are still two others that could do the appeals. So I think the mix works well.
All right, thanks, Peter. Others?
Dan, thinking back to our last conversation on this,
Yeah.
and I'm just looking at the list of, well, number 4, be able to demonstrate a strong background in finance law. I'm a lawyer, but do not practice in anything remotely related to being an assessor. So I thought we were going to put in some, or someone was going to put in some clarifications of real estate, municipal law, something along those lines.
Yeah, Eric may want to speak to this, but I think it's set up as kind of an and/or with a variety of different possible backgrounds.
Well, it lets the select board actually use subjective nature and actually assess each applicant. And the reason I brought up, I don't think I did this smoothly, the other commissions, committees and towns. Let's look at the Conservation Commission. They are appointed by the select board. They uphold the Wetlands Protection Act. It is maybe it's not quite as black and white a recipe as the assessing laws, but there's a fair amount in there. And it also it requires that we as a select board appoint professionals that can do that. So it's not like I don't want to say anything disparaging about anybody. You take someone who unrelated with no background in ecology or conservation or anything, they wouldn't compete well against someone who has that in order to get on the Conservation Commission. This here allows that subjective nature. You can only prescribe things so much, but allows the select board, if the select board evaluates an applicant and thinks if they are not qualified to be in the board of assessors, then they don't have to take that applicant. They can go out of town. But if they do think they're qualified, they can do that. I would caution against over-prescribing it between municipal law, finance law, or whatever. I would still allow within these boundaries, or fair boundaries, to allow the select board to appoint a professional. And I also brought up those other boards because there was a previous comment about how this can be you're regulating your neighbors, or you're doing abatements and so on like that. I don't think it's any more onerous than the other boards. I think we ask a lot of our other boards to basically regulate their neighbors. And I think that's why there's a good balance between, people who are, cannot be their neighbors and regulate, and people who have that insight of what the community is like.
All right. I want to just, Marion, I'll get to you, but I just want to spin around advisory and give everyone advisory a chance to weigh in. Steve, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I've bounced back and forth a bit on this one as well. I think on balance, I still fall on the no side, but yeah, for really all of the reasons that Corey listed off in her comment, and also the various reasons that Drew put forward when he proposed changing the Board of Assessors from elected to appointed last year. But I do acknowledge that this is a well-written bylaw, and that all of the qualifications required and everything, it does, it makes it fairly innocuous. And so I'm still going to vote no for it because just in principle, in theory, I think that the arguments that Corey put forward are more convincing, but I'm not going to go and try to convince other members of advisory that that they should vote no.
Others on advisory. Nora, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to say, just exactly what Steve said, that I can see both sides, but just as Steve said, so not to reiterate, that I would concur.
Okay, thanks, Nora. Jane, Wasim?
This is Natalie.
Natalie, go ahead.
Yeah, and I agree with Corey Lincoln also, so.
Okay, thanks. Wasim, Jane?
I also concur with what's been said and am persuaded by the arguments that Corey made.
Okay, Wasim?
So the way that we have things right now, the select board has the option of appointing someone who is a resident, correct? So the only thing that this bylaw does is to encode that, make that kind of mandatory. If someone is available in town that is qualified, then the select board has to essentially appoint that person, right? But I mean, as things stand right now, the select board does have the option to do that, correct?
So Wasim, Eric again may want to jump in here, but my understanding is that under the current setup, the certification and qualifications requirements would be different. And this, they could appoint somebody from the town, but it would have to be somebody that would have a different set of certifications than what's indicated in the list of backgrounds here. Eric, you should jump in and correct me if I didn't say that the right way.
Yeah, the select board can, at its discretion, actually appoint a town member right now as it is. This basically codifies it also for future boards and kind of protects it. And so, because you never know what we're going to look like next year or 5 years from now or 10 years from now. And I think it puts a little bit of protection for the future that assures that there will be, you know, at least a member on there as long as you can find someone qualified, or a resident, I should say, on there.
Okay. May I ask one more question as well, Dan?
Of course.
So also the language says something about if a qualified resident candidate is not available. Now, how about the case where someone is available, but the select board does not want to appoint them, you know, for whatever reason, right? So again, maybe nitpicking here, but that's another issue.
So, oh, should I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So most of the residents are going to be qualified through number 4, which is subjective. So there will be some flexibility there. You're right. If a resident has 1, 2, or 3, which are very black and white and very prescribed, the odds of that are small. But if they have that, yes, then they would have to be selected over someone that has 1, 2, or 3, who's a non-resident, as is there. Like I said, the odds of that are just small. It's just the way it is. It's a very specified industry. Most residents are going to be selected under number 4, which is more subjective, and the board will actually have ability where if the, you know, if someone, let's say, has I don't know, shown bad behavior in the past or whatever it is, and the board's not comfortable with that individual, they'll actually have the ability to say, you know what, we don't think they're qualified. It's almost like any other appointment that we make.
All right. Thanks, Eric. All right. So just to round things out for advisory, you know, I kind of laid back because, like Steve, I didn't want to try to persuade people one way or another. I think I've struggled with this one and kind of have been on both sides of it. I think I land on Corey's side of this as well, but recognize that you know, there are good and compelling arguments on both sides. Okay, so unless there are more advisory comments, I'm going to flip to public comments, and then Marianne, Paul, George will get you in there if that's good for everybody. Okay, is there anything else from advisory? Okay, hearing nothing, I will close the advisory discussion period. We'll open the second public comment period, and Marianne, thank you for being patient.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. It's very interesting to hear the comments on both sides of what seems to be a pretty thin divide. People are kind of on the fence, but leaning one way or another. And I just wanted to make a comment in response to Corey's very good points about a potential conflict of interest. Whoever is appointed to this position by the select board, even if they're coming from a finance or law background or whatever background, they do have to go through training once appointed within the first 6 months in advisory board function. And that, I presume, includes conflict of interest training. In fact, all of us in town offices go through a state mandated conflict of interest training. So I don't see this as being any different in terms of conflict of interest, although maybe there's more finances involved here than any other office. And in fact, the training of this person is already assured by law. So I come down in favor of this change.
Thanks, Marianne. Paul, go ahead, please.
I wanted to remind everybody that we had elected assessors for maybe a century or more. And those elected assessors did a pretty damn good job. There hasn't been any instances that Corey had mentioned of corruption or favoritism or any of those things. The history of this town is based on volunteers. Just like all of you in advisory are volunteers. And so we on the Board of Selectmen ultimately are all volunteers. Here, we have a history of relying on volunteers. We're asking for an opportunity to codify the idea that a volunteer would be able to serve on a town board where that has a very successful history behind it. And I want to agree with Marion's comments about mandatory training and so on. Over those many years that we've had volunteers elected to the Board of Assessors, they did the training. They went through the process and they did a good job. So it is teachable, it is learnable, and a volunteer from the town, a citizen from the town, will go through the same training as was successfully done by so many predecessors before. Many of these out of town people are used to industrial issues and commercial issues and have this extensive background in big towns or bigger towns. We're a small town, and because we're a small town, there's sort of a comfort in knowing if you're confused about how to fill out something or who to talk to, that you know where somebody is and you could call them and ask them, what do I do? How do I do it? Because they're members of the community, rather than trying to track down somebody who's just a paid person who is not part of the town. And you're not even sure who they are, what their name is.
All right.
So I urge you to support this.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. George, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Dan. I've been on the fence about this. Earlier today, we took a vote, not to steal Jeff's thunder, but I actually supported it earlier today. But based on what I've heard today, I'm actually going to change my mind. I don't actually support this. I think what Corey said struck a chord with me. I was kind of on that line of thinking anyway. I don't think it's needed. I think it's as Corey said, it's all based on facts when you're an assessor. And I think what Paul said is a little ridiculous. As a select board member that's appointed a number of people, if somebody only had experience in industrial assessing, they wouldn't be a good fit here. You've got to depend on your select board to make a good decision. And not everybody comes from a city and, or from a large town that only looks at industrial properties. Paul is being dramatic when he says that. I think there's a lot of experienced assessors that deal with residential properties exactly like we have in Sherborn. So I think I've changed my mind on it, and I don't support this article.
Okay, thanks, George. Let's see, continuing through. Vicki, I think you're next.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. I don't understand. I know what local knowledge means, but I'm not so sure what it adds to this process, because if it is all fact related. So that's a question. And the other question I have is with checks and balances, if this person goes through training, there's nothing to say that they can't still try to influence somebody else by trying to influence their perspective on a neighbor or property. So who over this group would have the check and balance of making sure that people aren't trying to have a different perspective if they are a member of the town?
Eric, did you want to respond to either of those?
Well, at least I'll talk about, who oversees. It is a board of 3, as the same as any other board underneath the board of a selectman. So I mean that is the redundancy. That is the balance of 3. As far as the what do you call it, the checks and balances or a bias, I mean, I take it to pretty much every other board in the town. Many who do far more impactful, or I hate to go onerous, but far more impactful decisions than this board, really. And because this board, it's prescribed. So I mean, to implement favoritism would be impossible. And I mean, I look at, and then one I pick on is I'll pick on, but I mean, I love the board, but look at the Board of Health, fully elected, no screening for qualifications whatsoever, and everyone in this, every single person in this town has a septic system, and is highly impacted by that. I mean, that's been successful going on for generations. And as Paul indicated, you know, the previous assessors had operated without corruption, without problem for centuries. And so it's not like we're almost making up problems to justify, you know, not making this balance move. I guess that's all I'm saying there. You know, a lot of people bring up problems I think don't exist.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Judith Schindel Rothschild, you're next.
Thank you very much. Judy Schindel Rothschild, 63 Lake Street, Sherborn, Massachusetts. Lifelong Sherborn resident. I'm coming at this question as a retired professor in charge of an large undergraduate program where every university committee that we had and I sat on, sometimes I was elected by the university, sometimes I was appointed, we always had student representation. And to me, it seems like I'm shocked that we're even frankly discussing whether to have one Sherborn resident on the Board of Assessors. It seems so logical to me in terms of having the representation be fair for such an important function. So I support the bylaw and I urge the Board of Assessors and the selectmen to support it as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so I see that Corey and Nancy have hands up. So I'll come to you, but let me please ask you not to repeat things that were said before. So if you have something new to add, that's great. But you know, I'm looking at the clock. It's past 1:30. I want to make sure we have time to get to everything. So if you have something new to say, that's great. But please, please don't go over old ground. Corey, to you.
Sorry. Well, I wasn't going to raise this issue until it's sort of come up in some of the other comments. I spoke not only of actual bias, but even the simple perception of possible bias. And I think the assumption that there has never been any difficulty with that is perhaps ill-founded. And I'm going to share a personal story that happened to my husband and myself about 35 years ago. And I only share it because the people involved, other than myself and my husband, are no longer in Sherborn. We received a very unexpected Board of Assessors visit concerning a small detail in our assessment. And at first I thought we were suspected of some shenanigans, but the issue was clarified and resolved amicably. However, I must admit that at the time, I thought the matter had caught the attention of the board only because one of its employees was a neighbor who was familiar with our property. And I kept that to myself because there was absolutely, even if I thought that this was ill-intentioned, there was absolutely no recourse. And that could very easily happen to someone else, I think. And it turned out that it was not a significant problem, but it was certainly something that stuck with me. And I understand Judith's comment about policymaking groups, that they have student representation if it concerns student life, but I really fail to see exactly what local knowledge is going to add value to a circumstance of already having professional assessors.
Okay, thanks, Corey. And Nancy, to you. And again, please, only new material. You're still muted.
Right. I just wanted to address the concern about influence. My understanding from one of the former people who were part of the assessing department is that the assessors take a separate, unlike other boards, swear an oath not to be to be impartial about their considerations. And they all take it. Therefore, they all have the responsibility if something is coming from outside that might change what would be a regulation violation or something like that. So, I mean, we all, as has been said, and I won't repeat them 100 times, the lifeblood of Sherborn is the volunteers and the representation, and it's always good in our government to have representation. And I think that this is just another example of where it's good to have someone on the board who is part of the community for as long as we can.
All right. Thank you, Nancy. Jeff, to you, and if you want to share with us where the select board stands.
As usual, we're in violent agreement here, I think. I wanted to report that the select board voted 5-0 in favor of this, albeit subject to George's reformulated decision. And I was originally opposed, but I think that Eric and the team did a great job making the language be flexible. So they persuaded me. So I think we should just go with it and support it. I think, there will be challenges, but the select board and others will make the appointment based on all factors, including residency, in choosing candidates.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments before we go to advisory motions and voting? So seeing none, we'll close the second public comment period and opening the floor to advisory. Opening the
And
floor.
actually, Robert Johnson threw his hand up right as you were closing it. So.
All right, Robert. So I think you got it just under the wire. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was on the Zoning Board of Appeals for about 9 years, and a lot of the people who came up before the Zoning Board of Appeals were people who I knew, but I had no problem in just going by what the zoning bylaws said.
That's good.
Thank you. Michael, quick comment.
Yes. Speaking, if the only issue is that you're worried about some sort of corruption and that's holding you back from doing this, I think that as people say, it can be addressed, it can be handled. Although I see everybody, the Corey issue has gotten people galvanized. Sitting on a board where I have to look at my neighbors and deal with neighbors who look at neighbors, those are all addressable. I have not found that to be such a problem. And that I think that the idea of having this bylaw makes some sense to give that kind of possibility to having local input there. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so I will now close the second public comment period and open the floor to advisory for motions on Article 13, amending Board of Assessors membership.
I move favorable action for Article 13, amending the Board of Assessors membership.
Is there a second? So I am not hearing a second, which leaves the floor open for anyone else who would like to make a motion. And the other motion would be for no action, would be the opposite of Peter's motion.
I move no action on Article 13, amending the Board of Assessors membership.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Second. Second.
Okay, Natalie, so second, and discussion on the motion. Not seeing any discussion. Okay, so just to be clear, Steve's motion with Natalie's second was for no action. So voting in favor of that means not supporting the change in the bylaw. So let's have a vote on on Steve's motion? Wasim,
Aye.
Peter,
Nay.
Jane,
Aye.
and Nora.
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Natalie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I am I as well. So that puts us at 7-1 for no action on that one. Okay, thanks everybody. Good discussion, lots of views shared, and some really interesting conversation. Okay, so moving on, we go on to Article 14, which
Robert's thing about the ZBA is right on.
somebody I think wants to mute themselves. So we're going on to Article 14 regarding the membership on the Land Acquisition Committee and switching it from somebody from Capital Budget being on that committee to somebody from Groundwater Protection. I'm thinking Frank Jenkins, maybe if you want to say a few words about that, if I've got it right. I don't think it's terribly complicated. So why don't we just go on to public comment on this if anybody has comment or perspective to offer. Marion, go ahead, please.
Well, in the absence of Frank, I was on this committee along with Eric. He might want to chime in until just recently. And the gist of it is that the kind of work that the Land Acquisition Committee does in just assessing properties that are for sale or potentially could be for sale or potentially important to the town for one reason or another is basically a sort of theoretical exercise, which really has nothing to do with capital budget. And I have to say, in my years on land acquisition, the capital budget representative attended now and then, but basically didn't have much input. Whereas we would have liked to have someone from Groundwater Protection Committee. So this change, I think, is appropriate, and I would support it myself. But if anyone from the current Land Acquisition Committee is here, please, weigh in.
Thanks, Marion. That was super helpful. Eric, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'm on it, and then Marianne kind of shamed me to speak, so I'll say something. No, I agree, because actually, when we sit down on Land Acquisition Committee, we actually look at the salient features of it. I think the intent of capital budget was maybe provide some fiscal insight at that time, and never really quite executed that way. So what happens, if there is a recommendation, the Land Acquisition looks at the basically the features, be it preservation or whatever it is, makes a recommendation based on those features, and then it'll go to select board and possibly advisory later to actually execute any kind of acquisition that the town wants to make. So having kind of that represented in there really hasn't quite been that effective. And I think having groundwater protection does make sense, because again, they can help make that better recommendation for its actual use of the land.
All right, thank you, Eric. Corey, go ahead, please.
Hi, representing capital budget. I'm very happy to be kicked off any committee.
Yeah.
But I support this move. I think it makes perfect sense. And I think it may be that any acquisition proposal may circle around and come across the table of capital budget anyway. And it's a good thing not to be on the Land Acquisition Committee. So I support it.
All right, thanks, Corey. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period and open this up for advisory discussion. I'm thinking this is not going to be a challenging one, so if anybody has concerns, please offer them. Otherwise, I think we can just keep moving forward. So seeing no comments, I'll close the advisory discussion period and open up the second public comment period. And I'm not seeing comments. Jeff, did you want to share?
We
for
just, select board on Thursday night voted 5-0 in support of this article.
Thanks, Jeff. Any other public comments? Then I will close the second public comment session and open this up to advisory motions and voting, and would entertain motions from anyone on advisory.
Motion to approve Article 14.
Thanks, Wasim, or for favorable action.
Favorable action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Perfect. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I am I as well. All right, very good. So that's Article 14. Article 15 is to pertains to the Capital Budget Committee and is to make some modest changes to the bylaw for the Capital Budget Committee. Corey, do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Sure. We started discussions last year between capital budget and advisory, and the current bylaw for capital budget has the deadline for submission of capital requests is February the 1st, which actually doesn't work very well with the getting the discussions and votes taken care of in capital budget and then passing them along to advisory before their considerations, which makes all the sense in the world. But we were doing it simultaneously, if not after. So we discussed moving the Capital Budget Committee back so that their work could be completed and then passed along to advisory. We tried on a voluntary basis to move it back to January the 1st this year, but it was pointed out to us by staffers that in fact their regular operating budgets are due January the 1st, and it was just a pileup of work. So it was actually suggested that we'd be better off moving back to December 1st. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to have the deadline for submission to be December 1st rather than February 1st. And the second part of it is to increase the dollar amount of the definition of a capital item. It's currently $10,000, and that number was picked in 1987. And one of the members of Capital Budget checked, and on the beginning of 2023, the $10,000 is now worth $26,233.27. So we picked 25,000 as a good number to be our floor for capital budget definition. And we seek your support for a positive vote on Article 15.
Thank you, Corey. Very helpful. So let's open things up for public comment on Article 15 on amending the CBC bylaw. Seeing none, I will close the first public comment period, and let's open it up for advisory discussion. Again, I'm thinking this has been discussed pretty extensively on advisory, so unless somebody has concerns, don't think we need to all explicitly share views on this. Seeing no comments, I will close the advisory discussion period, and I will open the second public comment period. Jeff, do you want to share about Select Board?
Yes, this is also an article that the Select Board had 5-0 to support.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Any other? Seeing none, I'll close the second public comment period and would entertain a motion from anyone on advisory pertaining to Article 15 on the Capital Budget Committee bylaw.
Move favorable action on Article 15.
Okay, have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And let's vote. Wasim,
Aye.
Peter,
Hi.
Jane,
Aye.
Nora,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Natalie,
Aye.
and Mike.
Aye.
And I am I as well. Very good. So moving right on to Article 16, which is to amend the personnel bylaw pertaining to longevity pay for town employees. Vicky, the floor is yours. 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Hold on a minute. I can automatically do that.
You should be able to.
All right, hold on a minute. Okay. Okay.
It's there. If you could, yeah, make it bigger, that'd be great.
Okay. Is that good?
That's good.
Okay. I just wanted to go backwards here. Okay, thank you for this. We are presenting a longevity pay warrant article, and basically this is put forward to give workers extra money based on how long they've been on the job. This money is separate from raises and it's not tied to performance. It's found that it's the most effective means of retaining employees, included longevity pay increases, adjustments from market pay analysis, and professional development opportunities. The benefits are it can help keep long-term employees at market rates, which can maintain their satisfaction with their pay level. And it's also a way to show appreciation to employees that have stayed for an extended period of time. We're committed to recognizing the service of our employees. We'd like to retain quality employees, and also the institutional knowledge that they have really is valued quite a bit. And I think, as everybody has seen, this group of people can maintain a town and keep a town alive even when COVID hits, something like COVID hits. So something like this is really important to help them understand and recognize that we appreciate their loyalty. And it also helps when looking at new candidates to put that down as part of a benefit as well. Just included a short graph here that shows that when people have been asked whether it's what's most important, longevity pay after vacations comes out to be one of the best tools to help with employees in local government and show them our appreciation for their work. This is the actual warrant. I think you have it in front of you as well. And went through the amount of people that would be eligible for this, and the total for this year, coming fiscal year, this year would be 10,350. And for the fiscal year 24, there's no line item in the budget for this, but after that, each department budget would be costs or a possible reserve fund transfer. The total payout is under 11,000 and should be easily absorbed between multiple departments. And we would be and Jeremy, the TA, would be helping these people, the departments, incorporate this into their budgets. And that's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you, Vicky.
You're welcome. Are there any questions?
Yeah, so we'll just open this up for public comment. And if anyone has questions for Vicky, this would be a great time to pose them.
No questions?
Public comments, going once, going twice. So I'll close the first public comment period and open this up for advisory discussion. And I guess I would, Jeremy, if you could just bring us up to date on the issue that came up the other day about how this would be financed for FY24.
Yes, thanks, Dan. Seeing if funding of this is dependent on whether it's approved at town meeting, so it must be funded separately from your operating budget. current proposal would be to fund via free cash. And we're just confirming with town council that for the first year, and we're confirming with town council that's an appropriate use of free cash, which we're confident of, but we'll get that confirmation for the advisory. Going forward, after it's implemented and approved at town meeting, going forward for future fiscal years, it would most certainly be built into the operating budget that's presented.
All right, thanks, Jeremy. So other advisory comments, questions, concerns?
Sorry, Dan, I raised this last time we spoke, and maybe if you don't mind, I'll raise it again.
Please go ahead.
The advantage of having this be centralized somewhere versus distributed across all the operating budgets, right? If someone has been with the town for 30 years, that's great, right? I mean, that's, good for them, right? And good for us. But I don't want to necessarily see that on the operating budget. And that person moves, another one comes in. Now there's discrepancy in the operating budget of that department, right? Whereas if it's in centralized, someone like, let's say, HR department or whatever, that's where they know, they keep track of the longevity of everyone, and it's there. It's just easier. I don't know. That's just my comment. But of course, I defer to you. It has no impact on how I will vote on this, which is a great article. So.
Okay, thanks, Wasim. And that really, I think what you just highlighted really becomes a question for if this is approved at town meeting, that becomes a question for fiscal 25 at the point that it gets into the operating budget, what is the best way to do that? And that will have to get sorted out going forward if we get to that point.
Can I just add something? Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Vicky. Go ahead.
I believe that because we have an HR person now that will work with Jeremy, that person will be managing the information that comes in, so that the impact on a budget will, if somebody leaves or there are new people in, will be disseminated fairly quickly, and any kind of nuances will be in as much as they can be input to their budget as it moves along. But those things are kind of hard to kind of look at in advance. But I think from an HR standpoint, working with Jeremy, they'll have an overall view of what's going on, and that's how it will be managed along with the finance director. So they'll look at it probably every 6 months from that standpoint.
All right, thanks, Vicky. Other advisory comments, concerns, questions?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I support this, of course. I think I just have a question about what, Jeremy, you had said you were going to follow up with town council, and the intention would be to fund this with free cash. I guess just the mechanism of that is what I would wonder, because in the warrant, the free cash article comes before this longevity article. So, if the intention was to cover it with free cash, then technically it should go into that. I guess in Article 16, can we simply say, I got you. So in our actual motion, we'll simply say that for fiscal 24, this amount will be a transfer from free cash.
Yeah,
okay,
and then I think we're covered because there's a separate article that's specifying that.
Great. All right.
I mean, I guess there's the contingency of, if in the very unlikely chance town council were to say there's a concern here, then I'm just spinning ideas here that if that were to happen and town meeting approved this, then we'd presumably end up at the end of fiscal year 24 doing a reserve fund transfer or something, or it would come out of the reserve. It would come out of the reserve account. I didn't say it right. It'd come out of the reserve account if we ended up at that point. But again, as Jeremy said, sounds like highly likely that town council is going to say this is just a fine way to do it. Paul, go ahead, please.
I was just going to remind everybody that Article 16 has the language in it that not only amends the personnel administration plan and renumbers section and so on, but goes on to say, and to appropriate the funds therefore for fiscal 24. So it's already in the article. You don't need to do it under the free cash article It's right there in this article.
So what does that mean with respect then to whether this would be financed with free cash or would needed to be added to the operating budget?
In your motion for Article 16, the article authorizes you to not only take favorable action on adopting the program, but also to have a line item to transfer $10,000 from free cash.
Okay.
To fund it. Right there in your motion in Article 16.
Okay. So that's helpful.
I wouldn't fund it in the operating budget because that is going to happen an hour before you get to this article.
Yeah, no, we don't. For fiscal year 24, do not want to fund this from the operating budget. I think that's precisely why the recommendation was use free cash to avoid that scenario. Good. Okay. Other advisory comments on this?
Yeah, and I have one just for next year when it's
Go ahead,
funded
Peter.
in the operating budget, to keep it clean like a benefit and put it on a line of its own for every employee, because when we provide guidance, it's, number of FTEs times a rate, and that rate will go up by X. Therefore, when we look at the personnel budgets, if longevity's in there, it's going to add some variation, which everyone's going to have to explain. Well, why is this 5.3% versus our recommendation of 2? And so it would make it cleaner. But I'm not going to be here, so you guys can do whatever you want.
Yeah, we'll have to sort that one out. Thank you. We'll have to sort that one out when we get to fiscal 25. Jane, it looked like you were about to comment.
Yeah, a question. First of all, based on what Peter just said and based on what Wasim said earlier, I'm also thinking, would it be possible in future years to just have this be one of the line items that gets included in the insurance and benefits line, and then it could all be put in a centralized place? And we wouldn't, to Wasim's point, you don't have to add a few dollars into this budget, and then if the person leaves in the middle of the year, now you have to take the, it just gets kind of confusing. So just a suggestion to go along with what Wasim, along the lines of what Wasim was saying, maybe it could go into the benefits budget. And then the other thing I wanted to do is just to clarify. So it sounds like the motion would be to approve this with $10,000 to be funded from free cash for FY24. Am I correct about that?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah. And the for FY24 is helpful because in FY25, it presumably will be handled differently. Anybody else on advisory? All right, so let's, I'll close the advisory discussion period, open the second public comment period. Anybody else with comments? Michael, go ahead, please.
Hi. First, as a budget maker, I just want to agree with Wasim's and Jane's comment that you keep it under the benefits area there, so it's a little cleaner in our presentations. But that's in the future. I just wanted to have an informational question of how these different numbers were even arrived at.
Vicki, do you want to
Yeah, we reviewed, we being myself, Deb, the finance director, and Diane Moores looked at, and also the consultant looked at a bunch of numbers from the various collective bargaining agreements in town, and also other towns' data of where the numbers were. And we kind of took basically from our collective bargaining agreements what the average number was, and we incorporated into this article.
Okay. So it was the average number, not the low or the high, basically. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Vicki. Robert Johnson, to you. Go ahead, please.
what if someone is working for one department for 10 years and then switches to a different department?
If they're still working for the town, they're still eligible.
I think the longevity is calculated for service to the town rather than service to the department.
Correct.
And then I
If
think,
somebody goes out and then comes back into the town, that's a different story. Or if somebody goes, from contract, from, working for the town to a contract for the town, it's a different story. But if you move from one department to the next, the longevity stays. As long as you're an employee of the town, the longevity stays.
and Robert, your point also speaks to the earlier discussion about how the accounting would be done for this in FY25 if it passes town meeting. In that, if somebody moves from one department to another, if it's a centralized accounting, it doesn't make any difference. If it's a by department accounting, then if somebody moves from one department to another, then there'd be some shifting around in budgets.
Finish this.
Okay, so on public comments, Jeff, do you want to?
Well, one clarification, it's in the wording, but it may not have come out. Union employees are different. This is for non-union employees. So if, for example, which we're having perhaps in the future, someone is a police officer and becomes a lieutenant or non-union position, probably would not apply to the time in which they were a union employee. So that's one thing that's clearly in the language, but maybe overlooked. So I think that's appropriate. And I just wanted to report the select board voted 5-0 to support this article.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Perfect. Michael Lesser, another comment?
I'm trying to read it quickly here since I hadn't read it before. So does this apply to people who have been long-term? Like we have a lot of part-time positions. It seems like the supplemental part-time, there's all these different categories we use on these job descriptions, but so somebody who's a long-term clerk who's been working for 10 or 20 years would not be eligible for this? Or in some prorated basis?
Vicki, go ahead.
If they're a benefit eligible position, then they are eligible. I mean, a lot of our benefit eligible positions are part-time. They're not full-time.
But a lot of them aren't because people keep it under 20 hours for various budgeting reasons. So this is not going to apply. Had you thought about applying it to people who are, let's say at 19 hours?
No, it was basically, there had to be a limit to who it applies to, and it has to be benefit eligible position, even if it's part-time.
Okay, I would say, I'm in support of this, but I would think that some consideration to people who are working at that level, just below benefit, might have been included in something like this in some way. But it's too late for that issue. Thank you.
I think that, this is an ongoing, nothing's set in stone. And so I think that if there are situations that come up that we do some investigating on, and the town administrator and the HR director feel that it's something that should be considered, there's no reason why things can't be adjusted going forward. I mean, this was put together so that something can be in place because there was nothing there. There's not merit raises. There's nothing in place outside of the cost of living. And so, it was just something we felt we needed to have going forward because of the way everybody's worked so hard to keep, the town going. And primarily there's other things that need to be involved instead of just, a paycheck. And then you have merit pay and you have cost of living. So there's other things. And we thought this was a good way to start.
Oh, no, I think it's great. Yeah.
And as you said, if it can be revisited, if that makes sense in future years.
Yes.
Nancy, go ahead, please.
I was plugging in for that conversation before, and I just want to make sure that everyone understands we're talking about moving from a benefited position to another benefited position. The department doesn't matter. The reference is to whether or not they're coming from a benefited and going to a benefited. Okay.
Yep. Vicki, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. Any other comments? So seeing none, I will close the second public comment period and open up advisory motions and voting, and would entertain a motion from anyone on advisory for Article 16 on amending the personnel bylaw to add in longevity pay as specified in the article.
Move favorable action on Article 16.
Thanks. Is there a
Second.
We should include the amount in our motion. So what,
yes, to be
Vicky, what was the
funded-
actual amount?
10,000, was it?
Yeah, it's to be funded. Thank you, Steve. It's to be funded with $10,000 from free cash for FY24.
I think it
Wasn't
was
it a little higher?
10,200 something. Hold on for a minute.
So the last number I saw in the free cash worksheet was 10,000.
Correct.
I have to get a correct number from,
Deb,
can you
it looks
say
like-
not to exceed 11? Because I think it's like a little
So,
over 10.
Vicky, Deb, I think is going to tell us.
Oh,
what
all right,
has
go ahead, Deb.
numbers. Go ahead, please, Deb.
Yeah, the number, that 10,350 was based on the employees at that time. We have since received a retirement, which will change that number. So that number is not changing. I'm not sure you want to vote on. I think you would want to put in the motion a not to exceed number for this year, but I think that, aren't you voting just on the bylaw itself?
No, I think we also need to specify the free cash just so that.
Yeah, because the
that
article wording, as Paul pointed out, specifies and to appropriate the funds therefore for FY24. So we need to.
Yeah. So Deb, if we're going to do a not to exceed, what's the number that you would recommend?
10,000.
Okay. All right. Wasim, does that your motion, does that work for you?
It does. I'm just not finding the subject to appropriation. Okay, I don't see the reference to appropriate the funds in the article.
It's actually in the very beginning of the article, so it's the last line of the first paragraph.
Got
of
it,
the
got
article.
it. Okay, so then what did we say? A motion to
Favorable action.
Favorable action on Article 16 with an amount not to exceed, what did we say, $11,000?
10,000 for fiscal 24, right?
I think 11 might be a better number based on if this is any kind of change. I mean, it was 10,500, 300, and we lost a person, so I don't know. I think 11 might be a better number.
Deb, back to you.
Deb, what do you think? Not she shared us.
Either having computer problems or stepped away.
Oh, it seems. Oh no, that she's unmuted herself.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. We know that it can't go any higher than 10,350 because nobody's going to be working longer in this short period of time. And I know somebody who has, put in there for the retirement that won't be here at the time of the payout. So I know it won't be more than $10,000.
Okay.
Okay. So Wasim, good with that? The 10,000 for FY24 from free cash? And you're muted, Wasim, can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yes, no more than 10,000 we said for fiscal year 24 from free cash.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Everybody clear on the motion? That was a little bit round and about. Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. Any discussion on the motion? And then let's vote on Wasim's motion. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I am aye as well. All right, very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. And thanks, Deb, for helping out at the end there. Okay, so I propose that we work through Article 17 and then take a very brief break and then come back for the remaining articles. So we'll get to Article 17 in a second. Eric, you put up your hand. Comment?
Well, just a point of order on the other thing. I'm just going to make a suggestion. You might want to consider even Articles 20 through 24 as a consent. I think you can still do it at this point. You can even take them out of turn. And that way we come back for the those last two articles of 18 and 19, which I suspect are going to be kind of a battle royale among those there. For that will take some time. So that's a suggestion that you could do it. You could do it now, or you could do it at the end. But it'd be nice to kind of hammer them out, because I don't see anyone showing up or anything for Articles 20 through 24.
Thanks. So was definitely planning on doing those as a consent agenda. But we could pull it forward since I think it will go pretty quickly. So why don't we do 17? Let's see where we are, and then can do a quick vote on advisory and see if people want to pull the other items forward and do that, and then save 18 and 19. Your words, battle royale, on your phrase on 18 and 19. But so thanks for that. I wasn't thinking of changing the order around. Was definitely thinking consent agenda. So that's good. So let's do Article 17. That would be accepting the state legislation that allows the town to set a lower speed limit in some areas. And I think either some combination of Sean and Chief Galvin, we're gonna talk about that one a little bit. And the floor is yours for whichever of you want to say a few words about this.
I could start. I don't see Chief Galvin.
Yeah, I don't either. Go ahead, Sean.
So I had, before I turned my camera on, a picture of the sign. That should be at all the entering Sherborn borders after we do this. Many of our neighbors have already adopted it. What this is asking is the town just accept Chapter 90, Section 17C, as well as 18B. That will give the select board the authority to designate certain areas of town, as well as anything that doesn't have a regulated speed limit now, would just default to 25. So some of the neighborhoods in town that were built don't have regulatory speed limits, and I think most people that live in those neighborhoods think it should be 25. I think it should. It will also allow us, right now we do have a regulatory speed limit through downtown that's 30. It should not be 30, probably never should have been 30. This will allow us to, myself, I think, under the direction of the town administrator, can petition our local state Mass DOT engineer to lift that regulatory limit so that the select board can deem the downtown area in this zone. That's pretty much it.
Okay, good, thanks, and love the backdrop. Okay, so let's go to public comment, and Paul, I see you have your hand up if you want to start.
Yeah, I had two comments. One on the issue of the consent agenda for the last 5 articles. I want to draw your attention to this thing I received in the mail from you all that says the advisory committee will consider the articles in the order listed in the annual town meeting warrant. You have that at the end of the first page, and on the second page, you have it again at the bottom. And I'm concerned about public participation. You could have used different words, but once you tell people that you're going to follow a particular order, there may be somebody out there. I agree with Eric that it's probably not controversial. It probably is no one, but where you've taken the position of telling voters when to show up and it is a public hearing, I don't think you should go back on your published notice. On the article, I think it's a no-brainer because it authorizes the town to have more capability to control speeding in the town, make for better safety, public safety. It's simply an authorization. It's not a requirement. So if there's favorable action, it just gives the town more power.
All right. Thanks, Paul, on both accounts. Marion, go ahead, please.
Yeah, a point of information here for Sean. I'm totally in favor of this, but what is the definition of thickly settled? I have to say, my friends from the West, when they come and see these thickly settled signs, they think it's hilarious. But what is the definition, Paul?
Well, the Mass DOT loosened that definition, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'm not going to read it verbatim, but it was, it's loosely stated as houses spaced within 200 feet between houses for, I think, a quarter of a mile. So most of town could qualify under that. There's obviously areas, the far end of Farm Road, Forest Street, that are nowhere close to that. But where it's really relevant is downtown, and downtown absolutely qualifies. And also they have a wording in there for, you know, businesses or buildings used for, that may be used for business purposes. So obviously the area that's flanked from somewhere near Butler Street to the churches at the far end, no one would even argue that that's thickly settled to that definition. And for that area, I don't think too many people would argue should be 25. You should not be going by the front door of the fire station and seeing all Frosties with a 30 mile an hour limit. You certainly shouldn't be going through the school zone when it's not school, when it doesn't drop to 20 at 30 either. And that's currently what happens. 35, I think, as you go by the far end of Pine Hill Lane.
Right.
So those are all discussions that will happen in open meetings of the select board, but we need to adopt it before we can do anything.
Other comments? Paul, did you have another comment or hand still up from before?
Hands up from before.
Okay.
I have one more comment.
Go ahead.
That would be relevant in future. You know, every time a 40B application comes in, boards are all asked to make comment. One comment I've never been able to make, but would like to, there's always a traffic study that either happens or is going to happen with one of those applications. So it's important to think about if this was adopted and you go to an area that has a high speed limit. Obviously, this came up in my mind as we were looking at Washington Street. If we do a development on Washington Street, I believe the speed limit there is 40 miles an hour. The select board would have the ability, if that was to go forward, to drop the speed limit in that area. You certainly wouldn't want that many houses or apartments or people living in a section there and have the hurdle of trying to get the regulatory speed limit changed, because there would be no other way to change that speed limit there.
All right, thanks. Other comments? Seeing none, I'll close the first public comment period and move on to advisory discussion. Anyone on advisory with, I think, again, this has been discussed pretty extensively, so really just looking for concerns. Otherwise, I don't think we need to go around everybody here. Okay, I'll close the advisory discussion and open up the second public comment period. Jeff, go ahead, please.
Yes, the select board voted 5-0 in favor of this article.
Perfect, thank you. Anybody else with something to add in here? So seeing no other comments, I'll close the second public comment period and open the advisory voting session. If anyone would like to make a motion on Article 17, accepting the state legislation that would allow lower speed limits in town.
I move for favorable action on Article 17.
Thanks. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, let's vote. So Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I am aye as well. All right, so that gets us up to Article 18. And I double checked, and as Paul highlighted on the public notice that went out, we said we do these in order. I also confirmed that that's what we said on the agenda that we posted. So as much as I liked Eric's suggestion of pulling it forward because it would just make for an easier meeting flow, we'll stick with the agenda as originally posted. So I'm looking at 2:29. Let's take a 5-minute break, come back at 2:35, and then we'll start on Article 18, ground mounted solar. See everybody in 5 minutes. All right, well, I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. We have a quorum, so let's just let's continue. So Article 18 is amending the zoning bylaws pertaining to ground mounted solar. It is a long and complicated bylaw, and Will Dunham, I think, or Gino is going to take us through this if you want to get us started.
Sure. Hi, this is Will Dunham. I'm calling from the road, so sorry that I'm not on video. So yes, this is an amendment to the ground-mounted solar bylaw. A little bit of background here. In Massachusetts, solar is a protected land use, meaning that we can't unreasonably regulate or restrict development of land for solar purposes. That's sort of the general rule in Massachusetts. We have an existing solar bylaw that restricts solar to a small overlay district in town. And the reason for this amendment is that over the last summer, there was a Supreme Judicial Court decision involving the solar bylaw in Waltham, which was similar to ours in terms of scope. And the decision there was that bylaw was too restrictive. It violated the Massachusetts law that protects solar as a land use. And therefore, the bylaw was invalid, and essentially, Waltham was left without any sort of protection against solar development. So that sort of set off a flurry of similar amendments to solar bylaws, similar to the one that we're proposing here, to try to make a regulation that is protective of our interests in town, but not so restrictive that a court would rule it invalid entirely and leave Sherborn without protection. Our belief is that our current bylaw is too restrictive, would be found to be invalid, and would be invalidated by a court and leave us open to unchecked solar development in town. So the bylaw that we've proposed here is one that we developed based on sort of a model bylaw. It's as you said, very, very long and detailed. The essence of it, I think, for purposes of the validity, is that we have expanded the solar overlay district where development of solar would be by right. It includes the previous solar overlay district and also land under the power lines in town. And then beyond that, and this is I think the real key, is we have allowed solar by special permit in the remaining parts of town. And then the terms of those types of developments are the bulk of the bylaw here. So that's the bylaw, that's the reason for it. And glad to try to field any questions with Gino's assistance, hopefully.
All right, thanks, Will. That was a really clear and amazingly brief presentation on a long, complicated topic. Thank you for that. So let's open things up for public comment. And Paul, you're first. Go ahead, please.
I would really caution speakers not to predict what might happen in a court of law, because anything said here could be used against us in a court of law. And therefore, I would say we should not be discussing our views about whether our existing bylaw is how a court would deal with our current bylaw. I would urge us not to make any admissions that could be used against us should a lawsuit arise. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Michael, go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm first speaking as a member of the Energy and Sustainability Committee. I will probably later speak as an individual, but on behalf of the committee, the Energy and Sustainability Committee voted unanimously to support this article, as it is important to promote solar energy for sustainability and climate change purposes. But while at the same time, it is important to have a new bylaw in place to protect the safety, public health, and welfare of the town. The committee does have some reservations about the draft bylaw, which is an earlier draft at the time of our vote. With regard to, as to the overlay district, we recognize the need for an overlay district and the significant difficulty of developing one, but have concerns about the biodiversity of the current one. Possibly the review of environmental impacts could be strengthened. And probably most importantly, as to forest conversion to solar, we think that forests have a wide range of benefits and is important for the public health of the town, and therefore should not be removed for solar. But given some legal rights to do so, we think that the mitigation for any conversion should be much greatly strengthened. So overall, in our view, while it can be improved, it's important to have this in place sooner than later. Improvements can be made, as we've seen other towns making repeated revisions, and we might have to do so ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Marion, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Yes, we do need a solar bylaw, and Michael is correct that this bylaw, like other towns have experienced, is likely to come back multiple times to get refined and have revisions. But this makes a first crack at it, and we need something in place. So in that respect, I support it. One of the main criteria that I know the planning board, is, if I understand correctly, use is, will this bylaw pass the Attorney General review? And of course, we want it to pass the Attorney General review, because if it does not, it's knocked back to the town and we don't have any protection until we go another round of revisions. So that's just a caveat. My two main worries about Attorney General approval of this, which we need, in very early on, is there's no provision for negotiating with Eversource or the landowner a dual use of the Eversource easements. The entire by right district is under Eversource easement, and that's not addressed in the bylaw. And in the next iteration, I know there's no time for this one, but in the next one, I think it's got to be addressed, and it could get disapproved on that ground. The other thing is that the famous Waltham case, Tracer Lane versus Waltham, was only secondarily about the amount of land that could be used for solar in town. The primary decision was regarding access, and it required access to a solar development across residential or whatever other property was needed for access to solar. And there's nothing in the current draft, as you can correct me, guys, if I'm wrong, but I don't see anything that addresses the governance of providing access roads, say across public property or via the Eversource access road. So those are my worries about it, but there are plenty of other things that could be changed in the future. And I agree that we need something in place. So let's try.
Thanks, Marion. Anybody else with first public comment period? Eric, go ahead, please.
Well, I guess just maybe comment on Marianne's, maybe a question for the proponent of this. No matter what, I mean, we don't override on private property rights. Whoever puts it, whenever they put in solar, it still has been consistent with the private property owner. Eversource only has an easement. I believe it's an easement to transmit electricity. I don't know if it's an easement to generate electricity. It has to be looked into. But otherwise, I believe private property owners own the underlying fee. and that. And I don't think you can put this in without the permission of the underlying fee. I might be wrong there, but since it is essentially generating electricity, but Eversource only has like certain rights on that land.
Yes, that's I understand that, Eric. That's certainly true. But how that would be, how that's negotiated with Eversource or with the private property owner, or access across other land to get to this solar. I'd like to hear from Gino or someone on select board as to whether that was discussed. And
Gino, Will, any follow up on that?
Sure. Well, access is like any other project. It has to be through permission of a landowner. The Waltham decision, while Marion is correct, the main issue in that case was access, but there was nothing in that case that says that private landowners have to allow access across their private land to a solar facility. So any solar facility, no matter where it's located, would have to have access. The point was that it's a general principle of zoning that you can't access a use through a different zoning allowed use. For example, you can't have a driveway through residentially zoned property to an industrial facility. That's the main thing. So yeah, access is certainly an issue, and it's dependent on the permission of the landowner.
Could I just follow up on that for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
Along much of this by right district, the access would really, for practical purposes, have to be along the road that goes under the power lines. And that crosses multiple private lands. So are you saying that access to some interior portion of the Eversource easement couldn't, a solar facility could not be placed in some interior portion because they would not have legal access? If the access would cross multiple private properties, they would not have that.
Yes, because other access could be through the individual private landowner who has access to some public way, whether it be through their frontage or through an easement across other people's lands. So they could limit the access to their own individual property. They would not have to cross other people's land through the Eversource easement.
Good, thanks. Looking for other comments. Michael Lesser, go ahead, please.
Now speaking, Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street. As to some of the other improvements that this bylaw needs, I don't know if it'll be done. I was told that there might be other changes that might be brought to the town meeting floor, given that some of the work that's ongoing now by the planning board, they're at a conference today where they might be learning some new things there. But I'll just let people know that even as an individual, I might consider doing something that, because there's a background piece that was proposed to be put in this that would give significant justification for why we're regulating on behalf of public health for this of these ground-mounted systems, that is well crafted, has been used from other bylaws, that I would probably try to promote being added, even though it's difficult, obviously, to amend something on the floor. And plus, I would also do something where right now the mitigation for cutting forest has no quantification, has relatively some quantification, but could have more in terms of area. And so those are things that I think I'll be pressing myself. And when we get to town meeting, but I still doesn't take away from my essential support for this to be in place at least sooner than later. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comments for round one? Last call. All right, see no other public comments. I'll close the first public comment period and let's move to advisory discussion. I'll start this one. Seems to me the planning board did a lot of good work in a pretty short amount of time to put something up that has the potential to protect the town against, or at least to guide future solar projects in a way that would give the town a bit more control over it. I found it very interesting to hear some of the comments about ways in which the bylaw might be strengthened or changed in the future. And like Marion, certainly hope that the Attorney General would approve this, but that remains to be seen. But so I come down on the side of thinking, there's nothing that's perfect here. Don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is very good. So like others who've spoken, I'm certainly inclined to support this article. And let me open it up for anybody else. Jane, I saw you just unmuted if you wanted to jump in.
Well, I agree with you, Dan, but I just had a couple of questions.
Please.
For Will. Will, I think I heard you say that this bylaw was based on a model bylaw. Where did that model bylaw come
Do you know, I'm not remembering the organization, or I think I read about that, but could you?
It was a model bylaw prepared by the Cape Cod Commission.
Okay. And was that prepared since the case, the Tracy case that you were referring to?
At a minimum, it was amended following the case because the case is mentioned in the instructions for the model.
Okay, thank you. And I think, Will, you also mentioned the significance of the fact that we were creating an opportunity by special permit to have an additional solar base. Do you know if that Waltham statute that was struck down had such a provision in it?
No, I believe that it did not. I believe that it only provided for solar in a small overlay district.
Okay, thank you.
Other advisory members, this is one where I think it would be good for everyone to share a perspective in our advisory discussion session, since there's been lots of back and forth and lots of different positions taken on this article.
Yeah, I'll weigh in. I agree with what you said, Dan, that essentially we need to get something in place. And again, let's not let perfect be the enemy of the good, because we do know due to previous litigation that this is a thing that the state is pushing and that a lot of towns are scrambling on. So we do need to get something in place. I like the fact that, the Energy and Sustainability Committee supports this bylaw amendment, and furthermore that despite the fact that they have some concerns and that they acknowledge and intend to, I assume, work with the planning board on making further revisions. One thing I want to clarify that maybe Gino or someone else from the planning board can answer, because this is a zoning bylaw, if this were to be defeated at town meeting, would that trigger a moratorium on bringing another change to this bylaw back to town meeting?
If planning board recommends it, it can be brought back.
Okay. Because one of my concerns is that, essentially I don't want the town to be left in a position where there is not a functioning, a reasonably legally approved bylaw for ground mounted solar for any extended period of time. So that is a concern of mine. And so certainly I think that even defeating it at this town meeting, even if planning board can bring it back again next year, it would be better to have something in place sooner rather than later, and know that it can be further revised in subsequent town meetings. So again, I am in support of this article.
And Gino, just to make sure that I followed that discussion correctly, if this is approved at town meeting, And it's a 2/3 vote, I believe. Is that right? Okay, 2/3 vote. If it's approved, then in a year's time, it could be amended as needed at the next town meeting. And if it were not approved at this town meeting, if the planning board is prepared to, it could come back in town meeting in a year from now.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good, thanks. Just wanted to make sure I heard that all correctly. Okay. Others on advisory? Peter, Natalie, Nora, Mike, Wasim.
I'll weigh in, Dan. I think it's necessary starting point to build upon. And so I want to recognize all the work that the planning board did in putting this together. And it's a start, and we should support it.
All right, thanks. Others?
I concur with Steve and Peter.
Okay,
This is Natalie. I concur too.
all right. Mike, Wasim, thoughts, perspectives?
I agree, concur for the same reasons that have been previously stated.
Okay. Wasim, perspective on this?
Yeah, I think so I'll admit that I did not do my advisory duty on this, and it was unable to get a chance to go through the whole thing, but it sounds like we need a bylaw. I am far more in favor of not cutting down trees than to, like in terms of, ground mounted versus trees. I'd much rather have trees, right? But if we need to have a bylaw, then, and it sounds like this is a starting point, then I guess I'm in support of it.
Okay, thanks. Any other advisory comments? So I will close the advisory discussion period and open up a second public comment period. Evan, you want to start? Evan Turner, go ahead, please.
Hey there, everybody. Evan Turner. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Ken Gray for their property at 90 Maple Street. And it appears my camera isn't working. So I am, I guess, the developer working with Mr. Gray to, look at solar on his property, which is the, I guess, origination of this solar push when I brought it largely to the town's attention that their bylaw did not appear, in my judgment, to be comprehensive post Tracer Lane. I actually really like 99% of your bylaw work. Your planning board has done a ton of research and diligence along with Gino to make something that is appropriately deep in the subject matter, because it can be a complex and changing product. But there's one note that I think is going to have a real tough hurdle for you at the Attorney General level, as well as the practical development level, and that's where it'll spring from. And that's your requirement under section 5-10.4, maximum lot coverage. And this will, I'm afraid, be in a little bit of a different direction than Mr. Lesser. The requirement presently is that you can use 50% of the lot under the proposed bylaw. That makes sense. Lot coverage is a thing. But then that section requires that the other for 50% of the property be left in or preserved in its natural condition, which is another way of saying conserved without use. That is going to have a real hard time practically for development purposes. It's basically mandating an open space subdivision instead of allowing, in your current zoning, for instance, an open space subdivision by site plan review, an easier route than a standard subdivision using all the land by special permit. Say in the case of Mr. Gray, for a very practical and immediate example, using 50 acres of his 100-acre property would require him to basically conserve for no value and therefore basically give away 50 acres of land. One of the tests in the reasonableness of solar in the Dover Amendment for what is unreasonable regulation is financial burden. That would be a significant one of them. Requiring someone to preserve/conserve their land for no compensation is basically requiring you to give up half your land to do this use. And that's not consistent with any other item in your zoning besides voluntary open space subdivision. I think you'll have a tough time getting that past the Attorney General. Similar aspects have been attempted post Tracer Lane. Wareham did that, where they tried to limit tree cutting in mass for solar to 10 acres per project. And the Attorney General basically flat out declined to allow that and just struck that down. There are huge benefits to maintaining large areas of ecology and forest ecology, but I don't think you can mandate it through this kind of lot coverage / preservation mechanism when it comes to a protected use for solar.
Thanks, Evan. You're bumping up on 2 minutes. If you could just wrap up.
I'm good. That's it, sir.
Okay. Thank you,
Appreciate
Evan. Thank you. Marion, go ahead, please.
All right. I just want to respond to Evan's point. We have in town by right preservation of at least, or actually over half of land for any subdivision development. Subdivision is by right, but the amount of land that can be used is controlled also by right. It's not a choice of the landowner in that case. And also, I just want to point out that all across the state, there are environmental organizations, actually national organizations, but all across the state, towns are struggling with this because forests are being cut down for solar, and towns are very unhappy with it. They can't control it. So the Boston Bar Association's assessment of the Tracer versus Waltham case is that it's still a work in progress. That is where state law is going to come down on this, is a work in progress. And I think we're going to see a lot of changes in the weeks and months to come because it's a hot topic and there's a lot of pressure on the state to put in some controls that would protect our forests in Massachusetts. So just to point out that Mr. Turner, I take his comments seriously. He's a smart guy and his comments were good, but he is the solar developer who wants to develop solar on a forested town in Sherborn. So just, take that under advisement. Thanks.
Thanks, Marion. Other comments? Jeff, do you want to share with us about select board on this?
Yes, I agree with Wasim first that we want tree mounted solar panels. I think that was a good suggestion. But what I would say is the select board has not voted on this yet.
Well, that's right. That's right. You're gonna
more. So I would entertain a motion from the select board on this particular solar article.
Okay, despite my reservations about the current solar article, I think we need to approve it. And so I move to approve this article.
Do I have a second?
Wait, is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Do we want to have a brief
Yes,
discussion?
yes. Go ahead, Eric.
So I don't know. So I actually I can only say so much. I spoke to let's just say a council offline, and there was some concerns about some of the language of preservation in here. So I might vote for it, honestly, because I do believe in the solar. I think throughout all the back and forth that went through and all the things on social media that they might have added on so many protections that there is some vulnerability here. But maybe we test it. Maybe put it out there and test it. I said probably not the smartest thing to do business wise, because I don't know if I'm going to vote to actually have like town council defend us if we get sued, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'll be interested in other select board members' thoughts.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to second the motion as a member of the select board, and then we can always vote. But before we vote, why don't we see if there's anyone else on the select board that wants to raise points about it?
Yeah, my biggest concern on this is, to be quite honest, legal. Like, is this going to open us up to lawsuits? And I really kind of want to turn to Paul with his legal expertise on our board as to where he thinks this puts us when it comes to potential lawsuits.
Go
ahead,
ahead, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
So I am trying to abstain on this because I've had a developer come by my property and wanted me to lease him 5 acres to do a solar project. And I declined, but I don't want any appearance that I have any kind of financial stake in this matter. So I'm going to abstain.
Okay. I just still don't have any idea where I stand just because I don't know the legal ramifications of this. And I don't want to open us up to the lawsuits. We have enough of those to deal with as it is. So that's my biggest concern.
No, I think that's a legitimate concern, but my thinking is we could be also opened up to maybe being taken advantage of without having a more rigorous bylaw by a developer that knows way that more than we do. And there are a lot of experienced developers out there. We might have things that are either not legal adverse impacts, but physical adverse impacts because we weren't prepared. So I don't think your hesitation is unwarranted.
Right.
So I would suggest,
Well, can I hear, Michael has his hand up. Can we hear what he has to say? Maybe he had some, are you addressing kind of my concern on the legal?
I'm addressing your concern. It's direct to your concern.
I'll let Dan run the meeting.
Yeah,
now.
so, okay, so I'll grab this back. I'm glad that, you guys, that you could have a kind of a freewheeling open discussion there. So Michael, I'll recognize you if you want to respond to some of what's been said.
Michael Esser, to your comment, first recognize that this will have to go to the Attorney General for review. So therefore, we will get some legal view of all of this before we have to deal with those kind of legal consequences. And so I think that should give you some significant ease in considering to move ahead with this.
Okay.
And then we will certainly learn a lot from the Attorney General's review that we will get back. And that's where we would then maybe have some of the kind of issues that you're thinking about to discuss, you and Eric.
Thanks, Michael.
Reflect on this based on what the Attorney General says.
Eric.
Well, I mean, I hate to make a modification to a bylaw this late in the game. I did attend the planning board hearing on this, and I've read it before, and I've talked to other people about it. But at least for the purpose of the select board vote and possibly even advisory's consideration, would you consider removing the words "in its natural state"? And therefore it'll state the remaining area of the parcel shall be preserved, and the estimated carbon in the preserved area will exceed the carbon loss, blah, 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 blah. The preserve simply means without construction. The natural state, I think, might be difficult words, particularly talking to power lines, because no point of the power line is in its natural state whatsoever. If you leave things along off, everything in New England turns into a forest. Especially the power lines, which must actually be, it cannot be lent to a forest per the easement restrictions for Eversource. At least I'll throw that out there for consideration to the advisory or the select board. Just simply remove those four words "in its natural state."
Can I jump in with a question about that?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, it's just, is there a legal definition of preserved in this context?
I might ask Paul.
Do you know?
Yeah, there are. It is a word of art.
A word of art. I like that. I worry though that, we, with your permission, Dan, this is not, we're voting on whether to support or not support an article that was, I think, brought by the planning board.
Correct.
So I'm not sure we can modify someone else's article.
I think we just have to vote whether we support it as is. And
I think we have to vote whether we support it or not. And I don't disagree with what Eric suggested, but if that's part of the Attorney General's review, it might come out of the wash anyway. But I don't think we can say, yeah, we support your article and here's how you have to rewrite it. I'm not sure we can do that.
And others will know the ins and outs of this better than I, but there's also, the possibility of an amendment at town meeting, right?
Yes. Mary Wolf's not here, but if Corey's still here.
Complicated, but not impossible.
I'm basically assuming that there are going to be multiple proposed amendments to this on the floor of town meeting, and I am resigned to that particular fact.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, given the conversation today, that seems highly likely. So perhaps this could be another one that would be folded into that.
Can I ask another question, Dan?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Again, anyone can answer this who has the knowledge, but when a zoning bylaw goes to the Attorney General for review, and if the AG's office, finds fault with some part of it, what typically happens after that? Do they just eliminate? Do they just reject the entire thing, or is it possible to amend just a small part? Can they simply strike a few words and say, I accept this, except I'm striking these words, or is it back to the drawing board?
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
So more often than not, the Attorney General will simply strike a section or words or sentences rather than strike the whole thing. If it's so integral to the whole article, then the whole article would fail. So they do have the option of just deleting a section.
Okay. Okay. Eric, let me go to you and then to Wasim.
Well, under the assumption that there probably will be modifications on town meeting floor, and even I may make one of them. And I think this is, I know a fair amount of effort has been put in this with Gino and the planning board. I'm going to second Marianne's motion for the select board to endorse this article.
Can I make one more comment?
Go ahead, Paul.
Any amendments on the floor of town meeting have to be lesser included. In other words, if you have a zoning, this is only for zoning articles, but if you have 10 provisions in a zoning article, you can adopt 9 and not do 10, but you can't add an 11th. You can't add something that's new and hasn't been seen before. So all those amendments that might come up have got to be lesser included as to what is in the warrant. Just a word of caution to anybody who's planning on making an amendment.
Okay.
You can delete, but you can't add.
Okay, thanks. Wasim, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just trying to respond to a question, or potentially respond to a question. I'm reading here the section under maximum lot coverage, and there's the mention that the remaining area of the parcel shall be preserved in its natural state, and then goes on to mention sea mitigation section in 510.5. And actually, it's not in 510.5, it's way further down, I think, on page 19, where it does explain what mitigation means and what where is it, page 19, yeah, what mitigation is and what mitigation for loss of carbon sequestration and forest is. So I just wanted to mention that comment. Someone was asking, I think you, Steve Tsai. So
okay, thanks.
That was a typo. It should be 5:10:15.
Okay. Jeff, if okay with you, I think you're going to vote in a minute, but Evan still has a comment, so we'll keep picking up some comments and then turn it back to you. Evan, go ahead, please. Evan Turner.
Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Johnson, is onto a modification that may make sense, and I just want to point out a scenario that the bylaw as written now would be a very awkward situation. It somewhat presumes that the solar development takes place on forested land by its maintained in natural condition, which will be trees if you do nothing to anything in Massachusetts for long enough. But imagine a cleared farm parcel, of which there are several in town that are not otherwise conserved already, that looks to do solar and can use half the lot coverage. But according to this bylaw, if you did that solar, you would have to let the remainder of the property basically go fallow and revert to forest eventually, disallowing functional agriculture and agricultural buildings, etc., on the remainder of that property, which would be half the property. much less doing some kind of agrivoltaics underneath the array to maintain the larger agricultural viability. So when you get that specific, and I look at dozens of bylaws, I do this in a lot of towns. I've written some bylaws as well, both above board and for consulting purposes to help folks out like this. You got to be real careful when you get that specific, because it can create some situations that are very obviously an unreasonable burden on the applicant, and it just takes one to get you into a real mess if you are trying to mitigate or cause a specific outcome conceptually. Thank you. Otherwise, I think this is 99% awesome bylaw. It's a lot of work, but I see a very specific route that this takes that gets you guys in a bit of trouble down the line. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Evan. Jeff, back to you if you want to.
Yeah, I think we have a motion and a second on the select board, so I think we should vote. So I would ask Marion, how do you vote?
Aye.
George?
I'll vote aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Paul?
Abstain.
And I am aye as well. So we are 4-0.
All right.
How do you report that, Paul? 4-0 to 1 or whatever we are.
4, yeah, 0-1.
401. Yep. Okay, great. Okay. Any remaining public comments before we turn to advisory voting? Seeing none, I will close the second public comment period and would entertain a motion from anyone on advisory pertaining to action on Article 18, ground-mounted solar.
Before we do an actual motion, Dan, I have a question. Maybe it's a suggestion, maybe it's a potential motion, but I just want to throw it out there.
Can you come close to the mic? Your audio is a little.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we've heard in the discussion that there are some legal questions associated with this language. And we obviously aren't going to resolve that right here and now. And, we don't have counsel here advising us right here and now, nor should they in a public meeting. So my question is, I believe that in the past, we have done advisory motions that are contingent on favorable review of language by council, by town council. And so I want to confirm if my memory is correct, and whether, and Paul, maybe you could just, let us know whether that is an option here. If my memory is correct, it is an option.
Yes.
Okay, then I guess I will make a motion for favorable action on Article, is it 18?
18.
Lost track. On Article 18, contingent upon favorable review of language by town council.
I second.
Thanks. Gino or Will might want to jump in. I had the impression that that they had worked with town council on this, but no issues at all with that motion, but I'd had the impression that some of that has happened already.
Town council has reviewed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that town council has not had the benefit of hearing all the discussion that's taken place today. And so I think, another conversation with them might be helpful in light of the discussion that has taken place today.
Got it. Okay, understood. Other advisory discussion of the motion that's been seconded.
Can we just get confirmation from Gino and or Will that it is reasonable that you can get another town council review of the language with the context of the discussion from today? Before town meeting, obviously.
I don't see why not. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we can present some specific questions that were raised today.
Okay, that sounds great. Sounds like that would be a good way to just kind of pull that thread all the way out, run that loop all the way around, or whatever the right or wrong metaphor is. Marion, I'll come to you in just a second. Just wanted to see if there are any other advisory comments before opening it up.
So Dan, maybe I had a question, if you don't mind, and it's probably a question to Marianne, so it's timely. I think we have. What was it? Was it 70-30 or 60-40 by right? I forgot.
60/40.
60/40. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else on advisory with discussion on this? Then Marion, to you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it was just a follow-up on the town council question. I wanted to ask Gino and Will, has the town council re-reviewed this after, I know she reviewed the initial draft, but has it been re-reviewed after the changes that have been made? And of course, after this discussion also, but what about after the revisions?
It was reviewed on Thursday, actually.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, any other discussion? So then I think it's time for advisory to vote on Article 18, Jane's motion for favorable action, subject to review by town council, if I got that right. So Wasim.
It pains me to vote aye, but I will vote aye because I think there's so much land that's not forested in other parts of the country. But okay, well, it is what it is.
All right. Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
And Mike.
Aye.
And I am aye as well. Okay, so that is Article 18. Flipping through pages in the warrant, give me a second to find the page for Article 19. I should have paper clipped it to get there faster. So Article 19 for amending bylaws to consider adopting specialized energy code. And I think this is going to be either Michael Lesser or Gino Carlucci who's going to take us through what's involved in this, or Brad maybe.
Yeah, it's actually going to be me, Dan.
Oh, Brad. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
All right, thanks so much. I'm going to share my screen as well, if that's okay.
Perfect. Yep.
All right, thank you. All right, much faster this time. Okay, so I appreciate this opportunity to present the opt-in specialized energy building code standard on behalf of the Energy and Sustainability Committee. All right, so just some quick background. Massachusetts issued a new building code, new building codes in 2022 to address climate change. The scope of this involved energy efficiency via improved construction, EV charging, and solar. Sorry, my camera's going a little crazy, it looks like. But I don't think I can do anything about that right now. Okay. And then I want to remind everyone, last year during town meeting, Sherborn approved the climate emergency declaration with a very strong vote of 96 to 10. So over 90% in favor of this. And this included language on identifying, prioritizing, and publishing a list of projects that reduce the town's greenhouse gas emissions through the adoption of more rigorous building codes. So it's something that we promised to do, and here's our opportunity to do it. And so with this opportunity of adopting the specialized code, it's to provide more efficient new buildings that will hit the 2050 mass greenhouse gas emission goals. Plus, it's going to lower the lifetime building costs, and it's going to result in higher quality housing. All right, so this map, it just shows you the communities in Massachusetts and which ones have adopted which energy codes. And you can see far and away, it's all in light blue, which is the stretch energy code, which Sherborn has adopted. We adopted it back over 10 years ago, soon after we became a green community. And so now they're starting to become communities that are adopting the specialized code. There's 5 right now, with the newest being Newton as of March 6th. There's well over 20 communities that are looking to adopt it, including Wellesley, pretty much next door. Okay, so with this slide, what I'm going to be doing is explaining to you the difference between the specialized code and the stretch code that we will be subject to already once July 2024 comes around. And so an important concept here to go over very briefly is the HERS index, which is Home Energy Rating System. And this is used nationally. It's just to give you a sense as to how energy efficient a building is. Okay, it's standardized. It's a scale that's standardized to the 2006 building code. That's your typical home would be rated 100. That was built in 2006. Lower means more energy efficient. If you're at a 0, you're a net zero home. Okay, so for the meat of this all, I'm just comparing what the opt-in code, the specialized code, is going to require over and above the stretch code that we will be subject to already in July of 24. So for all electric new homes of any size, there's no difference. Now let's move down near the bottom of this table. For home additions and alterations, for a home of any size, there's no difference between these codes. For existing homes and appliances, for a home of any size, the codes don't even apply. Where they do apply is mixed fuel new homes that will be built. So these are homes that use oil, natural gas, or propane to heat or cook or do your clothes. All right, so the compliance differs by the home size, whether you're less than or equal to 4,000 square feet or greater than. So I'm going to go with the smaller homes first. Under the code that we will be subject to, they need to either be built to a HERS 42 standard or passive house standard. Now for the specialized code, if you're HERS 42, if you're going that pathway, you have to add at least 4 kilowatts of solar, and you have to wire for future electrification. For passive house, all you have to do is wire for electrification. If it's a shaded site, then you don't even need the solar PV, it's not required. Now for larger homes, the greater than 4,000 square feet, they need to be HERS 42 or passive house. And for those, you have to install enough solar PV to get to net zero. Or if you're doing passive house, you can actually use offsite solar PV. It doesn't need to be on your property, but you also need to wire for future electrification. All right, and a detail I wanted to note too is passive house, comes in somewhere around HERS less than 35. It's kind of a range, but there's also other benefits too, just so you kind of understand the difference between, a HERS 42 and a passive house. All righty, on to multifamily residential, specialized code versus the upcoming stretch code that we will already be subject to. So for new multifamilies, 4 stories or greater, over 12,000 square feet, pretty much the take-home message here is that you have to be passive house under the opt-in code. Whereas with the stretch code, you have to be HERS 45 or TEDI, which is another rating system, or passive house. For mixed fuel, again, it's now it's HERS 42 or TEDI or passive house. With the opt-in code, passive house plus wiring again for electrification. But here's some important details about this. These are actual stories from other towns and builders regarding this. So the opt-in code as it relates to passive house really does not have any impact on affordable housing based on the known facts and studies that have been done. The incremental cost increase for passive house is around 0% when you're comparing these new codes. It was, a couple percent when you compare to less efficient codes, but again, we're comparing to this new stretch code that we will be subject to anyways. And it could even come out less than 0% due to all the incentives that are available for passive house. And then over and above that, you have money savings for higher efficiency. There's health and comfort benefits, and it's a standardized building process. I recognize them over time. So finally, the benefits of the specialized code is it saves money. There's little upfront incremental building cost increase, and it's offset by energy savings. There's 40B equitability, access to economic, efficient, and healthy homes. It shouldn't just be for the wealthy. It's more geared to zero out your energy consumption and lower your bills. This is through the solar pathways. The homes are future-proofed via full electrification or electrification readiness. It's much cheaper than having to retrofit later on. You're benefiting from a healthier environment. There's less emissions and better air filtration, and aligns with the Mass 2050 goals. So I'm just going to leave this slide up while we discuss. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
All right, thanks, Brad. That packed a lot of information into a short amount of time. So let's open the public comment period. And if anybody would like to offer a comment perspective, please go ahead. Really? Marion, go ahead, please.
I'll jump in since nobody else did. I am enthusiastically in favor of this. I think the major concern that I've heard is that it might derail affordable housing developments we have coming down the road or being considered. And I think from what I've learned, it will not. So I think it's absolutely the direction that things are going to go. We should be at the forefront and not in the tail end of these changes. And it's better for the future residents. It's certainly better for the environment. So I support this.
Thanks, Marion. John Hyde, go ahead, please.
Yes, hi. Yeah, I would agree that I'm in full favor of this as well. You know, the entire economy here in Massachusetts is
You just froze on us.
and electrifying. So I understand why I would want to miss I would understand why I want to miss the opportunity to put ourselves in position to be playing catch up. Passive house buildings, cheaper to operate. The incentive program was designed to take away any cost premiums for these buildings. And beyond the initial first costs, they're far more efficient and much cheaper to operate. You know, if we're comparing against oil, about 80% cheaper to operate. You know, heat pumps are 260% efficient. So anyway, I think we passed the Sherborn prides itself in maintaining and preserving open spaces. And last year, as Brad posted up there, 90% of the people voted in favor that we're in a client emergency. You know, it's like we're in North Carolina. So I think if we need to do the right thing, not jeopardize our town or the climate or our kids' future based on the possibility of derailing a 40B development. But all the big and successful 40B developments in town or in Boston, anywhere outside of Boston, they're all pursuing passive house. 10,000 units have been certified since 2018. So this is not new technology. It's easy. It's the right thing to do. And it's cheaper and health benefits to the building, better for the environment. So I can't see any reason why we went past this.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Keith Lewis, go ahead, please. Keith, are you there?
I am. Apologize.
Go ahead.
Slight delay. Keith Lewis, 26 Farm Road. I also am in favor. Full disclosure, I am a certified passive house builder. Adopting this in Sherborn would affect me as well. I intend on doing a sizable addition to our small cape, which I've already renovated to a passive house standard. I live in one, I build them, it's all I build, and I can attest to the cost benefits, but more so the health benefits, the overall environmental benefits, and even the, you know, lessening the risk of fire for non-combustibles, all electric homes, also improves our health outcomes for people like our fire department and our first responders. So I know there's been a lot of confusion about the cost and what you can have and you can't have when adopting the specialized code. But what I can attest to is that the overall quality and the importance of adopting these principles as a whole, the state of Massachusetts, is really important to better the outcomes of our experience and privilege of living in this town. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Keith. Natalie, go ahead, please.
Wondering if this would discourage somehow like the bigger, developments we're trying to get in, like on Prospect Street. And has this been adopted in towns like ours, not like Newton and Wellesley, but you know, we always compare ourselves to towns like ours. And I just wonder if it had been adopted there yet.
You could put the map back up that shows the communities.
It hasn't been, it's too new. It's only been a couple of months, and most of the others and most of the town meetings have not occurred yet. So we can't say for sure, but there are other towns of our size like Lincoln and I think Stowe and Acton that are looking at this. And so that's the best we could say at this point, because smaller towns have their town meetings later. So
yeah, Eric, there's no orange on this map, right?
I'm not
sorry.
saying anything comparable. I mean, if you're asking me, yeah, it looks like would be the first of comparable communities.
Well, we won't be the first because there'll probably be Lincoln and others might meet before us and stuff like that. Lincoln, just other towns are going further than we do, just so you know that this is not the edge of being sensitive to the climate and buildings. There are towns such as Lincoln and Acton that also want to adopt this and go further to banning fossil fuels. That's what's on the town, that's what's on their town meeting warrants there. So this is nothing radical in that sense, and towns of our size are looking to go even further than we're proposing.
And Natalie, there's a waiting period too for when this takes effect. Like if it does get, positively voted on in town meeting, it's at least a 6-month waiting period before it takes effect to give developers time to get up to speed with it. Where it does then, they are then beholden to apply those standards.
And so that would mean if it were adopted, it might go into effect January 1, 2024, roughly 6.
It's not a matter of might. It
Correct.
is the way it's written is that it goes into effect January 1st.
Which would be then essentially 6 months before the stretch code would automatically go into effect.
No, the
Correct.
stretch code is in place right now. It's just that some of the strengthenings would go.
Yeah. I meant the new, yes,
Okay.
thank you. I meant the new provisions of the stretch code, which
Right.
will be going to effect on 6 months. Okay.
Right.
Yep. Natalie, did that get you to the end of your questions, comments?
Well, I just didn't know, no one really said that. Would this discourage the development of like on Prospect Street? Does anybody know that? Would that, Marion, do you know if this would discourage people from wanting to develop that?
Yes, I don't know what you mean by a development on Prospect Street. I live on Prospect Street and I don't know what's happening on Prospect.
Could you mean Coolidge, Natalie?
Yes, I have the wrong thing. I meant Coolidge Street, I'm sorry.
Coolidge.
Well, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but I have to say, I've, me, Jeff, and a few others have been in contact with a developer who's looking to do the Coolidge Street development. It's not in place, not committed yet, but I asked their representative, will the specialized stretch code, will it make a difference in your decision to go ahead? And he said, and don't hold him to this, but I can tell you verbally, he said, no, we plan to do passive house in any case. That's what we do. And he said, that's what we've done in Newton that requires the specialized stress code. And that's how we're building a development in Newton. So he said straight out, that does not come into our decision. We have much bigger things to worry about. They plan to do passive house.
Also, one of the towns who have passed it, when Wellesley's information, which we could pass on, and well as in Brookline, and I think it was also Watertown, all of the conclusions of the sort of planning road reports and other information that they could collect is that this would not have any discouraging impact on affordable housing, was the conclusion of the reports.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I want to keep going with people who have hands up. So Keith, I'm guessing you have something to offer on this.
Yes, I do. And so a town of similar size, I know the town of Carlisle is looking for advisory at this point to adopt the specialized code as well. I may be part of that discussion. One benefit that I think needs to be pointed out when it comes to building to a passive house standard, and when there is a slight added cost to hiring a consultant, that actually is the checks and balances to making sure that the building is being put together properly. So it does relieve some of the burden on our building officials, where they can stick to the work that they are there to look at structurally, and to making sure that they're building to the actual code standard for a structure, where building to a passive house standard brings other professionals to monitor and check throughout the process to make sure it's done well. They're the ones that also help the builders and the developers to acquire these rebates. They're a third-party verifier. So especially for affordable housing or large-scale projects, they're getting large incentives per unit. So it's economy of scale. The larger the building, when you build to that passive house standard, the more rebates and the actual cheaper it is for the builder. So I'm not a mathematician, but from what I've seen, it's an incentive for developers.
Thanks, Keith. Paul, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Oops. There we are. I'm generally in favor of this and want to assure some people who have had objections by revisiting one part of this. I've been told by some that this is going to interfere with a favorite activity in Sherborn, which is to do renovations, to put on an extra bedroom or to put on some additional space onto their house. And as I try to follow the presentation, it was excellent presentation. It just went very fast and so much information. How would this specialized code, or how would you answer these critics in terms of how the specialized code would affect that Sherborn activity?
Hi, Paul. It doesn't. You know,
It
as you
only
can see,
applies to new construction.
yeah, exactly. And as it relates to it, the differences between the stretch code we're already beholden to and the opt-in specialized code, it's the exact same specs for home additions and alterations. We're not asking for anything else over and above what we're already going to have to do if we don't even opt into this specialized code. So no difference.
Yeah, if I understood that correctly, Brad, as of July 1, 2024, it's all the same in terms of the rules for renovations.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, there are some requirements for renovations, but it's all the same. So adopting this doesn't affect that.
Right.
Yeah. John Hyde, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to second what Keith mentioned. You know, with these certified passive house consultants, their Mass Save gives you incentive money that covers the cost of that. So they're like a check and balance on the developer to make sure that they're installing the building properly, but also provide some, you know, somebody for the building inspector to consult with and rely on for their expertise. And then, and then passive house. So like if you, they're giving people, the reason why everybody's going passive house and why it won't impede any sort of development is they give you $50,000 for the modeling. And then on top of that, they'll give you $3,000 per unit as certified as a passive house. And then the IRA, I believe, just passed, I believe there's offering up to $6 a square foot for a passive house certification. So these cost far, they cover the more expensive first cost of electrifying a building. And, you know, you don't have to go through the expense of maintaining two separate systems. You don't need like, you know, to maintain oil or gas fired equipment and split systems for cooling. So you have one system that does heating and cooling. It's cheaper to buy, and it's by far cheaper to operate. And again, this only does apply to new buildings, and they're the easiest things to build as net zero. So we don't want to deal with these emissions. You know, they'll have their emissions for the lifetime of the building. So if we can eliminate those emissions for the life of their building, that's a big step in the right direction as far as reducing and helping meet our climate goals and to reduce the impact of climate change.
Thanks. Courtney, go ahead, please.
Hi, Courtney at 41 Green Lane. I'm in favor of adopting this special energy code as a resident of the town. I also want to say that I am part of the climate resilience working group in town, and you know, adopting stricter building codes is one of the, hot topics of discussion, and it's something that's showed up in our survey responses. So I think that this is something that the town is looking for.
Thanks, Courtney. George, go ahead, please.
Yes, I have some concerns here. I've addressed them before. I work with a lot of run-of-the-mill pickup truck builders, not passive house builders that are more like John. I know John and Keith are very well informed on this stuff. And a lot of our new growth in town comes from one and two single family homes. I'm not talking about the big development on Coolidge. And a town official informed me that there's a foundation that was poured on Nason Hill 5 months ago, and they can't move forward because they can't get the equipment of the stretch code we already have. It's going to be another 6 months before they can move forward. When you're a small builder, 6 to 12 months delays kill a project. You're not going to see anybody, if they can choose between Sherborn, Medfield, Dover, any of our other neighbors for a piece of land to build a new home on, Sherborn's going to be the last choice if we're the only one in the neighborhood with this code. It's a concern for me for new growth. In the meantime, I think, to be quite honest, I think it's a good thing in the long term for the whole state to adopt. So we're not the one island that nobody comes to build a house. The whole state's going to be adopting this probably in the next few years anyway. So why can't we wait and do it along with everyone else instead of going along with Cambridge, Brookline, and Newton? That's my theory.
All right. Thanks, George. Eric, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I was going to wait to the select board comments on this, but yeah, I have a similar concern with George. Sherborn, I know when I graduated high school here in Sherborn, it was the second highest valuations of houses in the entire state, including even Nantucket and everything else like that. Boston area alone, we're now down to 16th, falling well below Carlisle and other similar communities and surrounding communities. I am worried about being the first one out there. I am worried about, I am worried about the climate too, because I support a lot of that as well. But however, we're only building a handful of new homes a year. It's all the A&R lots. We haven't had we've had like what, 4 real subdivisions in 40 years. Everything else has been 40Bs. We had one EA at the edge of Framingham. Considering our population in 1971 is 4,200 and it's 4,400 today. It's not like we're saving the world by not waiting a year on this. I think for the few homes that are going to be built over this next year, I would encourage deferring this a year and seeing what happens with the other communities. I do believe we consistently, especially we have the highest tax rate of all our surrounding communities. We just saw a presentation that we're going to hit the 2.5 override next year, and which makes us less competitive. And to add this other thing, which makes us even like less competitive, and you can see why there's kind of been a spiral in our property values over the last 30 years. And I would encourage waiting a year. I agree. I'd love it if all the other communities do this, and I'd go right along with it. But to be like the one that stands out, unless I hear something vastly different otherwise, I intend to vote against this on the select board. And the one last thing I do want to say is, like, people keep talking about how the long-term costs offset the upfront cost. If that's great, then people can still build like this. Not regulating it, not forcing it is not going to stop a builder from coming in and making a passive house. They can do it, they can market it, and they can market to people who want such a thing versus being mandated such a thing. And that goes to the kind of the affordable housing, and not the AMI defined affordable housing on the 40B. But if someone wants to come here and just build a house that they can afford to be in, like a regular AMI house, I think it further hurts that housing stock as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Michael, go ahead.
I'd like to address Eric and George's recent comments. Essentially, that your scenario about the foundation, that has nothing to do or would be not impacted at all by the specialized code. As you could see in the figure up there, the only thing that they would have to do under the specialized code is that they would have to do some additional wiring. If they're not, they might be following the all-electric route anyway, for all we know. So we don't even know if this has no impact on them in that little scenario. And even if they weren't, that essentially none of this would be holding up his project, because, assuming it's a he, because the wiring for electrification is a relatively very small, minor activity, making sure you have enough service into the house there and putting in a little extra conduit and running a few little wires. It's a very minor activity. And the idea, right, there's the question then of adding solar, which they would have to do at some point possibly. And those are investments that will work with, that might be a new business for them to have to deal with. And there's a lot of people for them to come in and do that for them. There's 1 million solar installers to add on to that. So, and these make these houses worth more. And clearly it's proven to be making worth more. As to Eric's point about the fact that whether they can build to the market or this, part of the issue of having these kind of codes is that, right, we want housing here that is worthwhile. The appraisals will be good. We want good housing in our town. It's not like we're going to not have the development. Somebody will come and build that lot. It's not a matter of, oh, it's going to sit there vacant, because we have the specialized code in place. And it's important to do it sooner than later. And so I don't think there's a real trade-off against even our property values. I think our town will be in better shape and these houses will be worth more because of these kind of changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. John Hyde, did you want to get another word in? And again, only want new comments.
Sorry, yeah. Sure. One more thing. I just wanted to say that, you know, we wouldn't be on an island. 5 communities have already passed it. But Mayor Wood has proposed bringing it to city council. So Boston's moving to adopt it. And I'm on several professional organizations around Metro West and other areas. And there's dozens of communities that they just have to wait till all town meeting to come up before they can actually vote on it. And again, you know, we want, you know, men with trucks aren't typically going to be building 4,000 square foot new houses, which this would apply to. So again, I don't think to agree with Michael's point, I don't think people are going to not build here because of specialized code. There's all kinds of other factors and restrictions that prevent people from building here, not relating to the building code. And again, in future resale value, a house that has gas is less desirable. You know, an all electric house with low operating costs is much more marketable than a house with gas that, you know, especially if the climate plan extends and we start having carbon taxes across the state at some point in the future. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, John. Jeff, go ahead.
I'd like to just get moving forward on this. We've beaten this one pretty well. So I'd like to get a little feedback. We haven't voted on this one either, Dan, so I'd like to solicit the select board.
Yeah, just if I could, I think this will go quickly, but I think this was all public comment period, so we should just jump through one more hoop, do the advisory discussion, kind of see what people on advisory are, and then we'll come around. But thank you for pushing this along. I think we've probably all heard about as much as we need to hear. So I'm going to close the first public comment period and open up advisory discussion. This seems like another one where it would be helpful for people to offer a perspective, given that there have been a lot of views, and I think select board probably would be interested in hearing kind of what did advisory folks make of all of that. So I will open that up. If nobody else wants to start, I'm happy to start, but I'm also happy to lay back and wait for others.
Can I jump in and just ask one question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
For the more ignorant among us, myself included, can somebody explain or define briefly but thoroughly what passive house means? And there's been mention of, you know, they will get incentives and whatnot, and sorry, they will give incentives. Like who is they that is giving the incentives for passive house, and what does passive house mean?
Brad, do you want to just fill us in on that?
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, the best person to do this would be Keith, but you know, I just brought up a slide here. Yeah, just is Keith still on?
Keith's off. That's a good slide. I'm also a passive house builder, and Brad, you got it right
thanks,
there.
John.
That's, you know, you build an airtight envelope, you add insulation that reduces your energy demand, which then allows you to then electrify your building and heat and cool with an air source heat pump. And it requires an ERV, which allows you to bring in continuous fresh air 24/7 throughout the year. And it recovers the heat off the exhaust air and transfers it to the incoming air. There's no cross stream, so it's fresh air that's delivered throughout the space, which makes the buildings a lot healthier, and you recover 90% of the energy. And there also is a requirement to have a consultant on board to double check all this stuff. But it's basically building a tight, well-insulated building with reduced energy demand that can then be heated and cooled with an electrical heat pump system. And then if you add solar on your roof, then you're basically powering your house at net zero. And then so that's pretty much it. And then to answer your question about the incentives, the Mass Save program highly incentivizes passive house projects. It's the only type of project that they will incentivize. And passive house started in Europe. It's been around for years. It's all over the U.S. And other states have been building like crazy passive house standards. And so it's just a widely recognized and accepted way of building, which is now it's a method of compliance in the current building code, which is why it's attracting so many people.
All right, thanks, Brett. Steve, did you want to go ahead and offer a perspective on where you are on this?
Sure. I mean, I support this. Honestly, I support this personally as a resident, but from the perspective of the advisory committee, I think a lot of the consideration for me is the fact that the town pretty overwhelmingly voted to adopt or declare a climate change emergency. And I feel like if you voted in favor of that and weren't just paying lip service to it, I think in order to be internally consistent, this is a very easy thing. It's low-hanging fruit, really. Looking at the difference between what the specialized energy code requires versus what is going to be in place anyways, there's very little difference. And I think, as several people who have a lot of expertise in this arena have already stated, it probably doesn't even cost much more money, and possibly may cost less money up front if you're doing passive house. So really, it seems like a no-brainer. I think that if you were a person who did not vote to adopt the climate change emergency, and you don't agree with this, then you are also internally consistent and fully within your right to not vote for it. But I don't see how we can not vote in favor of this if we believe that there is a climate change emergency.
Thanks. Others on advisory.
Then yeah, maybe I'll jump in. I am one of those people that voted for the emergency, but I am also one of the people that don't believe that one size fits all. I'm always skeptical of regulation. I mean, everything I'm hearing here is that developers want to do this. And all we're doing in this is just forcing developers to do this, right? So we're just making the argument that developers want to do this, and then we're passing this to force developers to do this. So like, to me, that is a little, and by the way, like, I'll just say this, I installed mini splits, right? Once I pay that off, I'm going to install solar in my house. So I'm a true believer in this, but I'm just always hesitant of like forcing people to do this. Like, look at the previous article where we're talking about potentially cutting down forest for ground mounted solar, which in my mind is terrible idea. But again, we all want to save the environment, but how we go about it is, there are different ways. Like, I believe, for example, personally in wind more than solar. I think you cut down trees, you install solars or whatever it is, then you increase the risk of wind and wind damage. Anyway, maybe I'm going to side here, but that's what I'm saying. So even a small decrement in property value for this truck developer, right? If sorry, Mike went over the time.
I just want to keep things moving along.
Okay. I was just going to say, like, close this, just even a small decrement in property values, if these developers find it to be a little more cumbersome to buy properties here and develop because they're not used to this, is not worth it for me.
Okay.
Dan, I don't know how to raise my hand. Can I respond to that, or is it not, am I not allowed right now?
You know, I really want to kind of keep things moving. So
Okay.
let's keep going through advisory and then give you a chance to jump in after you've heard everything that folks on advisory have to say.
Thank you.
Dan, I have some questions though about this, if I may. My recollection of how the specialized code applies to existing homes is that it is implicated for additions that are more than 1,000 square feet, renovations that more than double the size of the property, and renovations of more than 50% of the existing property. Am I correct about that?
Jane, you are. It's just that there's no difference between the stretch code that we will be beholden to already come July 24 and the specialized code. But yes, there is language in both those codes that regulate the building standards for additions and renovations. It's just they're the exact same.
So I have heard that point. So this would go into effect on January 1st of 2024 if we were to pass it, right? And you're saying the stretch code, which you're saying is identical with respect to both existing homes and new homes. Am I correct about that?
It's identical as it relates to additions and renovations of existing homes, and it's also identical as it relates to all electric homes.
But not mixed fuel.
Correct.
Okay. So, but with respect to existing homes, am I correct that we're just talking about a 6-month period here? Because if everything is identical as of July of 2024, and this would be going into effect in January of 2024, with respect to existing homes, am I correct that we're just talking about 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
You are.
Okay. And with respect to new homes, if they're all electric, same thing, right?
Yep. It's just bumping it up 6 months earlier.
Okay. So it's mixed fuel homes, I think, is the only area where we might have some reasonable debate about whether there is a depressive effect on, you know, property values or development, future development.
Yeah. Yeah. As it relates to single families, yes. Single family homes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I take it that the stretch code does not impose these same requirements on new single family mixed fuel homes, correct?
Right. Yeah. The stretch code, it really regulates the energy efficiency of the building envelope, generally speaking, to the same degree the specialized does, but then specialized adds things like wiring for electrification. That's really, you know, kind of rolls into Wasim's point too, which is a huge benefit to opting into this, to making that conscious decision to opting into it, is that these homes become future proofed. If you're going to do a mixed fuel home, you know, the developers aren't going to want to wire if they don't need to for future electrification. But by opting into the specialized, they are then beholden to do this wiring for the eventual inevitability, honestly, that, you know, these residents are going to want to electrify their homes in, you know, 10, 20, 30 years time, 5 years time.
Yeah.
Jane, is that good? Perfect. Others on advisory?
This is Natalie.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I concur with George and Eric. You know, I don't see any reason that we have to rush to be the first people to adopt this. And let's see what everybody else does. And if this is really cheaper and the developers really want to do this, they can do it. We don't need, you know, and we don't know how long these incentives are going to last either. So it might be cheaper right this second, but it might not be cheaper later.
Okay.
I agree with George and Eric.
Okay, thanks. Others, Nora, Mike, Peter.
Yeah, Dan.
Oh, Nora, go ahead. Go ahead, Nora.
Okay. Yes, I do tend to agree with George and Eric if this is really a 6-month step. The other piece is for all electric. What gives me pause too is I know that people are having problems, and maybe Mr. Hyde can help allay that. But generally, you need to do an electric and then have the backup for, you know, gas would be most cases around in Sherborn, it would have to be propane, and how you do that, because sometimes, you know, negative degrees, it just can't, a heat pump can't necessarily keep up with the heating piece of it.
Yeah, so I can answer that. So that's you know, that's the beauty of these house that is built with a tight envelope. You can think about it as if you're standing outside in a down jacket or like a fleece and a windbreaker on. You know, you stay warm even on a cold day. And so a heat pump, you wouldn't think it could, but heat pumps can operate well down below zero. And you know, you think about all the people that had frozen pipes over this last storm when the power went out, and you know, they had people with boilers and fin tube radiation couldn't heat their houses and had split pipes, whereas people that had tightly insulated houses and heat pumps were able to keep their house. Well, if the power went out, the heat pump wouldn't run, but the temperature stays so stable. Anecdotally, I have a father-in-law who just built a house in Vermont, Lincoln, Vermont, much colder than it is here, and his power bill, it's no fossil fuels, and his power bill hasn't been over $100 per month. Like the big BU building in Boston, it's a 350,000 square foot building. This went up, BU's School of Computer Science. There's no fossil fuels in that building. It's 100% heat pumps that are running that building, heating and cooling. So there's no issues. If there's no power, there's no power. But there's also incentives for battery backup that you can pair with a solar system, charge your battery, and you can make money off of deploying your battery during the daytime when you're not using it. So there's all kinds of this is like, the heat pumps have outpaced gas-fired boilers this past year nationally, and there's no turning back to gas. It's just everything's going towards electrification. Thanks. Sorry.
I was just feeling at the end like we were covering ground we'd covered before. George, I'll get to you in a minute.
Yeah, I'm just putting my hand up for when you get to the public comment.
Yeah, I just want to get through others on advisory. Peter, Mike, you were about to go if you want to jump in.
Yeah, I was basically just going to piggyback off of Natalie and Nora, who were agreeing with others before that. I guess I was kind of struggling as we were going through a lot of the comments that similar to what's been raised. Developers like it, so you know, why mandate it? It's minimal, but then it's also urgent that we do it right now, and it's really important. But if it's really minimal, then why is it, you know, why the urgency to make a change, and why mandate it? So I'm struggling a bit with coming around to a yes vote on it.
Okay, Peter, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm trying to decide the competitive advantage or disadvantage to that marginal house being built. And if we support this, then you rule out a group of people that may want to build, I'll call it the old-fashioned way, for whatever reason. And so that would make provide Sherborn a competitive disadvantage for that time before the whole state catches up to us. And I can see the advantages that everyone highlighted in terms of fuel savings, the environment, the tight envelope, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm you know, sitting on the fence, being willing to be swayed by either side, and it's a tough call for me.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Peter. Jane, did you want to offer a view one way or another? You had some questions before, but you're muted.
Yeah, I have a really hard time with this because I certainly support the desire to, you know, be environmentally more beneficial. In fact, you know, we're working on some renovations to our house right now to that effect. So, you know, Wasim, I agree with you. I'm in on this, but the pause that I'm having, and the reason why I don't think I'm going to be able to vote in favor of this, is that if developers want to do it, that's great, they'll do it. So we don't need regulation to make them do it. And if they don't want to do it, and if it would have a depressive effect, then, you know, sadly, you know, we can't really, I don't really think that Sherborn can afford to be the outlier because I agree with whether it was George or Eric or both who said, you know, they'll go to the other towns first if they can, if they don't want to do this. So I think in a way, this can only hurt us. I mean, I like the concept, but I think if we're thinking strictly in terms of property values, I don't see how it can do anything but hurt us, because, you know, if developers want to do it and it's all the incentives and that's what they're incented to do, that's great, they'll do it. But if they don't want to do it for whatever reason and we're making them, we're going to lose out. So that's why I don't think I can vote for this.
Okay. Nora, I'll get to everybody else in the next public comment section in a second. I just wanted to finish up with advisory. Nora, you had your hand up. Did you want to get in with another?
Yeah, the only other thing, of course, I'm in favor of, you know, sustainability and everything, but when we keep hearing 96%, that was 96 people out of 106, if I'm correct. I just wanted to make sure that we're at town meeting last year. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
That's right.
Thank you.
So I'll just offer a final, I'll offer my thoughts as well on this, and then we'll pivot to public comment. So like others, I really struggled with this. And I would say I started out being gently against it for the reasons really that many others have already stated. And I gradually pivoted to being a little bit on the side of supporting it. And I guess what got me there is one, I started out with concerns about all the issues of building and whether we would be Sherborn would be shutting itself out of a certain segment of the housing market for a foreseeable time. I found some of the arguments persuasive that the cost difference isn't that great and that it might not actually be that large a barrier there, given what Mike said, given what John said, and other things that I've heard. And I guess the other thing that, for me, thinking about the sustainability and climate change issues, you know, to make progress on that, it's just going to inevitably be the case in the next 10 or 20 years that people are going to do things that they don't want to do. And that's the only way that change is, you know, that the necessary change is going to happen. So for me, when I put all that together, I pivoted from being on the side of just marginally against to being on the side of marginally inclined to support. Okay, so let me wrap up the advisory discussion segment, and let me open the second public comment section. And thank you to everyone for being patient. And George, let's start with you.
Yeah, I actually just had a question in a response to one of the things John Hyde was talking about with the heat pumps, just because I had heard some stories about when we had those power outages in the sub-zero temperatures, people who didn't have power couldn't run their heat pumps and actually had bigger problems than others because they couldn't run a generator. The heat pumps won't run off a generator. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I had heard, and I know that there was some major problems with heat pumps.
True.
I have a heat pump, a whole house heat pump system, and I have a generator, and I had no issues. And also, if you're using an air source heat pump, you have ductwork, so you don't have any opportunity for pipes to freeze like you do with fin tube radiation operating off a boiler.
I had seen that. I've heard a few people talking about the issues with heat pumps and power outages in that sub-zero temperature. So maybe I'm wrong.
No.
I could imagine, George. So we, you know, have a generator, and I spent some time digging into that before we did that. And I could imagine that depending on the size of the generator, it might not be able to support a heat pump, and it might depend on just what size generator and what capacity did people install.
Okay.
So it could be true for some and maybe not for others.
Yeah. And just to go back to it, if we're going to be adopting this soon, as a few of the people on advisory said, I think why do we have to jump ahead of the line 6 months? I just think as everybody else said, I'm always against additional regulations that I don't think are necessary.
Yeah. Thanks, George. Marion, go ahead, please.
Sorry. Yeah, regulations wise, it's how much is too much. We already have plenty of regulations, stretch code being one. This is a step further. I would say, you know, in terms of discouraging development and maybe raising the taxes on individuals in the town because we have less houses to support the town, there could be a marginal cost to the town. There could be a marginal tax increase, kind of theoretically, if we adopt this 6 months early. But I would say, you know, that marginal cost is so small in relation to the overall climate emergency and changes that have to be made to improve our carbon emissions, to reduce our carbon emissions, are going to be incremental changes. This is just one of them. So in spite of all that's being said, even if it costs me a little more on my taxes, I really think it's the right thing to do.
Okay, thanks, Marion. Michael, go ahead.
I might want to wait to some others, but I guess I just want to correct something about this 6-month thing, that it's just 6 months. That it's not just that 6-month period. Some of the things will be the same in the chart, in the table that was presented. It was a lot of things will be similar after 6 months, but some of the things that are highlighted are really consumer protection items. If we're just focusing at the single family residence, the idea of wanting to have make sure a developer is basically, they'll be the same at the 6 months, but after that 6-month period in July of 2024, there will be some things that the specialized code would want. For example, the wiring for electrification. That is something that will not happen under the stretch code as quickly. And that's something that is essentially, we're talking about a few $1,000 item or some thousands of dollars to basically avoid some very expensive retrofit costs later when people want to do that kind of thing. So that there are things, I view this as almost like consumer protection, that you get a better product. And the idea that somehow we're going to be forcing people to do something where this is what you're forcing, a small thing. It's a lot of what the building code does. It's doing things that are for the better good of the homeowner who's and has to live and pay and do and work with the house. And so, and I think this idea that we're freezing out some developers, I'd say there's more than enough developers who can deal. The big issue is the stretch code. There's more than enough developers who will deal with the specialized code. We're not cutting ourselves off from a supply of developers, or I don't know what everybody else, what people think they know about that market there. But when you hear about seminars that go on, in Wellesley had 50 or more people from developers, none of them felt that they were going to get frozen out of the market or that they were going to change their behavior based on this. It was something that they would just accommodate. And so therefore, and I don't even get how it's going to depress our housing values. The logic of that escapes me, but I will leave it at that.
Thanks. Just want to keep things going. Daryl, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Daryl Beardsley, 54 Forest Street. I agree with the comments that Marion just made moments ago. And when I think about this, I think of the joy on the faces of the homeowners who later, when they want to fully electrify their homes or do something else, that it's all there and ready and they don't have some enormous task in front of them to be able to do that. And like so many things, I think a nudge for developers to step into an area that they're not familiar with yet, but to work on it because it's coming anyway and it's a good idea. Sometimes you just need that nudge. Thanks.
Thanks, Daryl. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, it's only been 3 years using Zoom. I should figure this out. So this table, I'm glad this table is up. Mixed fuel, new homes. Does that include heat pump and electric? Would that be considered a mixed fuel? You know, it's not a fuel that it's got 2 forms of heating in there.
So
No.
that's all electric. If you're using heat pumps, that's all electric.
Okay.
So you're at the top row.
Okay, just want to add that. And I just wanted to clarify just some statements people are making over and over again. People are saying developers. I want to say particularly next year, there's no developments proposed, be it traditional and non-traditional developments. It's builders it affects. Almost all new homes in town are done by individual builders off A&R lots. There's like very, very, very few. I said at the beginning, it's been like 5 or 4 developments in the last 40 years on the classic subdivision and 1 EA. So, I mean, we keep saying developers thinking somehow like this monster company is coming in and they're going to get more profit if we don't do this. No, they're individual builders. That's how Sherborn's been built over the last 40 years.
Thanks, Eric. John Hyde.
Just one quick note. So like the stuff for electrification, it is stuff that will benefit people down the road. And I'll use my house as example. When I put in my heat pump system and renovated the house, I put a conduit in from my electrical panel up to the attic, sat there for a few years. And then when I decided to put in the solar system, I was able to put the solar on the roof, pull the wire in through the existing pathway, right to the panel, everything was ready to go. Versus you drive by, see people running conduit down the outside of their house and going through all these gymnastics to be able to get the stuff wired in. It's all very minimal stuff. And again, it does set you up for down the road when you opt to do these sorts of things. It just makes it a lot easier. And just the reality that people need to think about is, we can't build things the old fashioned way as much as we'd like to, just because the stretch code's not going to allow that. And just got to remember that the difference between the stretch code and the specialized codes are minimal, but they're just worth doing. Why not do them right now if they don't have any big cost impact and they're not going to negatively affect anything down the road, and homeowners would appreciate them.
Right. Thanks, John. Robert Johnson.
I believe that all electric homes also have domestic water. So there may not be any heating pipes, but they're domestic water pipes. So if whatever your system is fails, you're still going to have frozen pipes. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Wasim, quick comment.
Yeah, so is a wood stove considered part of mixed fuel?
So that's an interesting comment, and I've had trouble getting information there as it's written in the CMRs. I couldn't find it as it is. That's something to reach out to higher level authorities for.
Okay.
That's a good comment.
I don't think that it is. The only requirement, if you do have a wood stove, you do have to have a dedicated combustion air pipe. So basically, your house is too tight, the stove won't burn. So you have to have a pipe that goes to the outside to bring in fresh air so that the stove will not draw air out of the house.
Okay. All right. Thanks. So Jeff, back to you. We took a little bit of a detour from when you last tried to get us moving forward.
I think we've been beating dead horses here.
Yeah,
Please.
Yeah.
Over, so I'd like to move to the select board vote.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please go ahead.
So first of all, can whoever it is take their slides down, please, so we can see everyone. And so I'd like to have, is there a motion from the select board? Anyone want to make a motion?
Well,
I move,
oh, go ahead, Paul.
I move to support the article, recommend favorable action.
And I second.
Okay, let's take a vote then. Marion?
Aye.
George?
Nay.
Eric?
Nay.
Paul?
Aye.
And I am nay as well. So the motion fails 2-3. So I think what we need to do is actually make a different motion then. Or does that satisfy just a no action vote? Do we need to make a positive vote to take no action?
Oh, it's not, because it's not action, it's just endorse or support.
It's just an endorsement, so we just say we don't support it.
It indicates non-support, and I think then advisory will either
So we're not, the select board's not supporting it.
Okay.
Whatever we want to report it, 2 in favor, 3 opposed.
Okay. And
excuse me, in the advisory comment in the warrant, I think it should be noted that the select board was 3-2 or whatever the vote was, not just not support, but
yes,
it was a split vote.
Every town meeting, that's when I was chair, every time it got support, it got reported that way, the vote, every single.
Yeah, I think it'll be the same this time. Okay, so I want to move on to because time is moving, and I think we've had a lot of conversation about this. So I want to close the public comment, second public comment period, and want to move to advisory motions and voting, and see if anyone from advisory would entertain a motion from anyone on advisory on Article 19 on stretch energy code.
I would just like to sort of state at the outset, I mean, I feel a sense of disappointment here. I think both with the select board vote and how I believe the advisory vote is about to go. Again, with respect to the declaration of a climate change emergency, I understand, Wasim, your point that you voted for it, but you are wary of regulation. But the point of the climate change declaration was that the town as an entity, the government, was declaring the emergency and making a commitment to take some action against it. And I guess I would just ask, if not something as simple as adopting this specialized energy code, then what? Then what action would you have expected the town to take if not something as simple as this? One of my concerns is that part of the declaration is going to be attempting to meet the state's 2050 net zero goal, right? And houses that are built in 2024, I would hope, are going to be standing in 2050, right? And I believe that in a previous presentation, Brad had indicated that 27% of buildings in 2050 are expected to have been new construction since now. I believe that the town should be in favor of ensuring that all new houses that are built from now on are prepared to meet the state's net zero goals in 2050. You build a house in 2024, it's going to be standing in 2050, and you want it to be already ready to meet the net zero requirements. It boggles my mind that people could have been loudly in favor of declaring a climate change. I mean, why is it urgent? It's urgent because we as a planet, as a species, are so far behind the climate change emergency that the climate change scientists have given up on stopping it, right? It's just like, well, it's happening. It's too late now. And all we can do is try to claw and scratch back whatever we can. So it's a minor change, and it's minor and it's urgent at the same time. And the town has declared that we really should do something about it.
Do you want to make a motion?
I move that we take favorable action on Article 19.
Second.
Okay, so let's
Dan, would it be okay if I take one moment to respond? Something?
Yeah, we can do discussion, but I'm just watching the time and want to keep things moving. So it's fine, a quick comment, but I want
to. Steve, in my mind, you are right, but here's the thing: this will impact very few. It will impact new builder development houses. Like how many houses is it going to impact? I don't know. Like 5 houses until the whole state moves to a more stringent. In my mind, if let's say we do mass discount for people who want to install solar in their houses, the return on that is going to be far outweigh the benefit of passing this regulation. So I am in favor of, I just think, like, I come from, I did a little software development background, and there's the 80-20 rule, right? You get 80% of the benefit by just doing 20%, right? Here, I think this is the reverse. We're focusing on just a handful of houses that are going to be developed, and we're forgetting that the majority of the CO2 is probably from existing houses, right?
Okay, thanks, Wasim. I think we should get to voting. Who is the second? I didn't catch that.
Peter.
Peter. Oh, thanks. Okay. All right. So why don't we move ahead and vote and see where we land on this, and then depending on how that comes out, we can see where we need to go. So Peter.
Aye.
Wasim.
Nay.
Okay. Jane.
Nay.
Nora.
Nay.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie. You're muted.
Nay.
Thanks. Mike.
Nay.
And I'm an aye as well, so that puts us 3-5, which means that motion does not pass. So I believe and Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if we want to do a no action, we actually need a motion for no action that needs to be approved by a majority.
That's correct.
So I would, in that circumstance, entertain a motion if somebody wishes to for no action.
But do we
Can
need
we
to?
do, Dan, can we do what we did last year with the emergency? We just gave it a pass and let the voters vote on it. Can we do that again with this? And just-
All right, so I guess that would be doing a motion to have no recommendation. Is that Steve or somebody with more history on advisory? Is that an okay thing to do?
I would not recommend that. In the past, we have only done things like that where where an article was more of a sort of personal ethical decision sort of a situation where there was no immediate financial impact to the town. I believe this being an amendment to the general bylaws, that's pretty substantive, and I think advisory needs to make a recommendation one way or the other.
And it feels to me from the way the vote went that there's going to be, I mean, I'm speculating here, can't prejudge a vote, but it feels to me like there is going to be support for no action. And if that's where the committee is, then that's what we should, that should be the view reported from the committee. So let me see if there's somebody who wants to make a motion for no action.
Dan, do we need to? I mean, this
Yeah,
isn't the motion that we have already sufficient or no?
My understanding, and Steve can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that the first motion said we're not in favor, but we actually need a motion that says no action. Steve, is that right, or can we stop?
That's correct. All that's happened so far is that I moved favorable action, and that motion was not supported.
That didn't fly. So we do need, if so, we would need a motion for no action if somebody wants to go in that direction. Nora.
I'm just, this is my first time here, and I'm just looking at comments and just wanted to understand a little bit of that. I think that no action doesn't mean that we're not in favor of climate protection. So I just wanted to point that out and see what.
Yeah, and yeah, okay. And let me just, I know it's easy in chat to put a lot of stuff in. Let me just encourage people to be restrained with how you express yourself in the chat. But Nora, do you want to make a motion for no action?
I will make a motion for no action, but that doesn't mean that we don't agree with climate.
Yeah, understood. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, just keeping track of this. And I think we've probably already discussed this to death, but just to be official, any discussion about that before we vote? Okay, so the motion is for no action on Article 19. And let's vote on through. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Nay.
Jane.
Aye.
That was an aye?
Yes, that was an
yes. Thank you. Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Nay.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I am also a nay, so that flips it. So 5-3 for no action. Okay, thanks everybody. That was a long, complicated discussion. Appreciate everyone sticking with it through to the end. Okay, so now we come to the last articles in the warrant. It's articles 20 through 23. They are all changes to the bylaws to kind of do an updating of both the general bylaws and the zoning bylaws. And Jackie Morris is going to take us through that. And whenever you're ready, I'm happy to share that document that we talked about earlier.
Sure, you can share it right now if you'd like.
Sure.
So basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just go over Article 20 and 21. Basically what this is, if can pull down just a little bit more, Dan.
Sorry.
If that's possible.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Give me a second. I just have a bunch of crazy stuff happening on my screen here. Let's see if I can.
Okay. So I had trouble sharing last time, so I asked Dan to at least just show this one picture. So the codification project has been going on for a couple of years, and if it passes at town meeting, it will be implemented in the fall. So basically what's going to happen is the accept the numbering and restyling for Articles 20 and 21, one's for the general bylaws, one's for the zoning bylaws. And basically what it does is, as you can see from the computer, it says chapter 70, so everything will be renamed 70-1. You'll be able to go into the town website, do a search up at the top. You can put in for dogs, fencing, whatever, and then you'll be able to click on each one. And so like 70-1 would open up. So it's going to make things a lot easier for residents and for committees to actually look up specific bylaws about things. There are a lot of towns that have already put this in place. So basically it's just making everything more consistent and easier, as far as I think easier for everyone. So if it's passed at town meeting, it'll go to the Attorney General's office, and then if they approve it, it will get implemented, like I said, in the fall. So Article 22 and 23 are basically adopting the housekeeping changes. You can probably take that down now, Dan. And so basically what the housekeeping changes are, there were a lot of grammatical spelling errors that General Code, who's our vendor, found. And basically there's just a list of all of those things are going to be corrected. Commas, exclamation points, it's really things like that. And also anything like, for instance, the dog article that we have, our bylaws say that all dogs need to be licensed in 3 months, and it quotes the Mass General Law. Per the Mass General Law, the Mass General Law is actually 6 months. So basically what the codification project will be doing will just be updating our bylaws every year and making sure that we are consistent with whatever Mass General laws have been put in place. So that's it.
All right, thanks, Jackie.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that kind of gives an overview of Articles 20, 21, 22, and 23. I'd like to consider those as a consent agenda and just take one vote on them. But in order to do that, advisory needs to vote to approve that we can take Articles 20, 21, 22, and 23 as a consent agenda. So let's do that first, and then we can get into discussing the articles. So I'd welcome a motion from anyone advisory to consider 20, 21, 22, and 23 as a consent agenda.
So moved to discuss articles, take articles 20, 21, 22, 23 as a consent agenda.
Thanks, Wasim. Is there a second?
Second.
Perfect. All right. So unless there's discussion on that motion, which I'm not seeing, let's go ahead and vote on that. Wasim?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Nora?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Natalie?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I'm aye as well. All right, so we're considering as a consent agenda. I think Jackie really took us through it, so let me open up for public comment. Paul, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
So speaking as a lawyer, I can't tell you how grateful I am that she has done these 4 articles. There are so many times when you have to read carefully a sentence or a paragraph, we try to make sense out of it. And if cross references are wrong, if there's all kinds of typographical errors and the like, it makes it a mess for a lawyer to practice law. It's a wonderful thing that she's doing. She should be commended, given a parade down Main Street, as far as I'm concerned. Ticker tape parade. This is just a wonderful thing. It's a no-brainer.
Thanks, Paul. I like, I like the ticker tape idea, though I think in the modern era, getting ticker tape might actually be kind of challenging. It'd be hard to find anymore. Anybody else with comments? Jackie, go ahead, please.
I can't find my hand, sorry, so that's why I had to raise it. But I just wanted to say that Carol Marple started this project and then it kind of got derailed because of COVID. But anyway, the select board office and Carol initially started the project. So I just want to give them some kudos.
All right, thanks. Anybody else with comments?
Are you on the first or second ones? I lost track.
First, we'll get to the second one quickly. I don't think this is going to take very long. So I will close the first public comment period and open advisory discussion. Anybody on advisory with questions, concerns, comments? So I will close the advisory discussion period, open the second public comment period, and turn to you, Jeff.
They sometimes feel like town government is like a pro basketball game where it takes 30 minutes to play the last 2 minutes of clock time.
Well, you throw the foul to just stop things, and slow it down.
We even have intentional fouls sometimes. But anyway, I want to get a final comment in that I want to thank Dan and advisory for putting this together. Really did a good job today and running a good and open session and getting a lot of comments. So the select board voted 5-0 to support these 4 articles, 20, 21, 22, and 23.
All right. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you for including us.
Yeah, and thanks for the comments. Okay, so I think that gets us to the end of the warrant. So I think in a second we'll adjourn.
Wait.
Oh.
You need to decide on the ballot questions.
Yeah. So that's just what I was coming to. So I need thank you, Paul. I need some guidance on that because my understanding is that is a select board rather than a advisory. So I just want to understand whether we need to adjourn this and then you need to.
Dan, we didn't actually vote on the consent agenda on 20 to 23.
Oh, you're right. We didn't. Thank you. Thank you. Lost track of that. So let's do that. So I'm rushing along to get to the end. So let's do the. Let me get to my.
I think you technically need to open and close the advisory comment and then the second.
Yeah.
Public comment and then get select board's vote and jump through all the hoops.
So if I remember correctly, I closed advisory comment, opened the second public comment. Jeff provided a select board perspective. So unless there are other public comments, and Corey, I see you have your hand up.
I don't have a public comment. I just want to know whether the boards that call themselves to order need to vote and adjourn.
You will, I think, and let us just get through this bit of business and then we'll come to that.
Okay.
Perfect, thanks. Okay. So I will close the second public comment period, open the advisory voting. And is there a motion from advisory on the consent agenda for articles 20, 21, 22, and 23?
I move favorable action on articles 20, 21, 22, and 23.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote on that one. Wasim.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Jane.
Aye.
Nora.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Natalie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I am aye as well. So that's 8-0 in favor of that. Okay. So with that done, then I think we're at the end of the articles. I know that the select board has to do some business with ballot questions. And I guess I need some guidance on what input you need from advisory, if any, on that before advisory adjourns. And I'm happy to leave the Zoom channel open if select board wants to do a meeting here. And I don't know the protocol and logistics for that. So Jeff, Steve, if somebody could help me out on that, that would be great. Yeah,
I mean, this is something that in my experience over the past 6 years has been in flux and has changed over time. But it used to be that advisory made no determination on free cash versus borrowing for the capital items until sometime after the advisory hearing. So we would have a subsequent meeting, and I mean, mostly we would just abide by the recommendations of the treasurer. And then there have been at least one or two of these public hearings where we made that determination at the public hearing. And I think this year is probably going to be one of those years. I don't know. I don't know how you want to handle it moving forward, but in the past, I would assume that the select board was not voting on ballot questions immediately after the hearing, because usually we took a little bit of time on advisory to make that decision. We do have the advantage of already having a recommendation from the treasurer, and so far as I can tell, there have been no major deviations in the discussion and voting on the items. So I personally would see no reason not to simply abide by the recommendations of the treasurer.
So Steve, does advisory need to take a vote to do that?
In the past, we have not. Essentially, we would, just have a discussion, and then essentially you and I, when we do our official motions meeting with town council and everybody, and we compose all of the proper motions, then we will simply incorporate the recommendations of the treasurer into our official motions. But we don't need to take an actual vote on it.
And that meeting, I believe, is scheduled for March 27th, when you and I are going to meet and work through that. All right, George, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this discussion. We don't have to vote on the ballot questions today. I don't know what Paul's rush is. We have, I think Jackie told me we have till the 30th. We don't have to do it today. We have a meeting on the 30th. I'd rather wait to let advisory take some time to figure this out like they usually do. When I was on advisory, when I've been on select board, we don't have to vote on the ballot questions today, correct, Jackie?
That is correct. I need them by April 4th, and you have another meeting
Right.
scheduled on the 30th.
So if you're meeting on the 27th, we're meeting on, you can get them to us before our meeting on the 30th. There's no reason for us to vote on these today.
Yeah, I don't think there are any, I think it will be pretty straightforward, but it might be helpful for advisory to just
Yeah.
kind of
That's what we always did in the past. That's what, when I was chair of advisory, that's what we did.
Okay.
And, as a select board chair too, we've never voted on the ballot questions the day of the hearing.
Okay.
One add item is we never had free cash notified to us until early.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. That changes things as well. Paul, you had your hand up if you wanted to get in on this.
Yes, the reason why this comes up is because of timing. There's a law that says that the town clerk, in order to have a ballot question, has to have it like 35 days before the election. So if you take the calendar, you take the 35 days and so on and so on. She says we have to get her the questions by April 6th.
No.
And when we're looking at our calendar, at our last meeting, the sense was that we couldn't, that the meeting of the 30th was really limited purpose meeting. We had some other things scheduled. And so this was going to be the last meeting, I believe, before the deadline. And so we needed to get it done. I'm all in favor of what George is proposing, namely to do it at a later date and give advisory as much time as possible. But it has to be consistent with the town clerk's deadline and with our deadline. The importance of advisory figuring this stuff out is we should not be putting a lot of questions on the ballot on the possibility that it might be needed or whatever. We don't want to, 30 questions.
We know the theory behind it, Paul. We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. Jackie said April 4th. That's what I'm basing it on. We don't need to go through another 20 minutes of listening to this, please. I'm sorry to get so frustrated, but.
And I think it, speaking for advisory, I would, or at least speaking for myself, I would certainly prefer for advisory to just have a chance to catch its breath and kind of assess where we are, review everything that happened today, and then make a determination about free cash and those and the related issues.
Mm-hmm. So, Jeff, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the select board meeting.
I have a second. I'll second it if you don't. Okay, so moved and seconded. Marion?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Eric?
I got to think about this one.
You think about it. Chuck's not here, so someone's got to say something. Where's Paul?
Aye.
Where's Paul? Paul?
Aye.
And I am I as well. Great job.
All right.
man.
Thank you, Select Board. Capital Budget, if you want to do the same.
Yeah,
Hi.
Corey, I move that we adjourn.
I second the motion. It's you and me, Paul. How do you vote?
Aye.
I vote aye. We're adjourned.
All right, Personnel Board, if you're here, do you need to adjourn your meeting? I'll take that as they have adjourned their meeting.
Unfortunately, our chairman is gone.
Okay, so by default, I think you've adjourned.
Thank you.
So I would be looking for a motion for advisory to adjourn. Michael, you had a quick comment. I really want to get
I
this
know you
wrapped
do.
up.
We've all had a long day here. And I guess I want to, it's a long shot, but I want to ask for maybe an extraordinary consideration of the fact that we're probably not going to withdraw the specialized code request. And I would like to see whether you would reconsider your vote and go along with what Wasim's suggestion, even though Steve has a different logic. That given the issue of what was voted on last year about climate emergency, that you maybe do a vote of no recommendation as opposed to no action.
Yeah, Michael, I appreciate.
Easier.
I appreciate what you're suggesting. I think that train has already left the station in that, that.
It would have been 4-4 and easily, and maybe you get another one because it wasn't really considered.
I think that was an option considered. I think, it turns out, it's not the side that I was on, but I think, pretty clear 5-3 split on advisory. And I think
There
that's
might be a different vote on a no.
What a motion. I feel like this is out of line.
yeah, I think the train.
I don't think it's out of line. I have a
Okay,
right to
hold
say
on,
something.
everybody. I think, Michael, I appreciate the intensity of your concern and the effort here, but the train left the station. There was a motion, didn't go the way I wanted, didn't go the way you wanted, but I think
I
we're
just
done.
wanted to make the ask.
And yeah, okay. And I think I'm looking for a motion from someone on advisory to.
I move that we adjourn.
Thank you. Natalie, that was very enthusiastic. Thank you. So unless there's discussion, let's vote. So Wasim,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Jane. Jane,
Yes, aye.
adjourned. Thanks. Nora, Steve,
Aye.
Natalie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I'm I as well. So 8:02 to adjourn. We are done. Thank you very much, everybody, for enduring
Great job, Dan.
a very long
Good
day.
job, Dan.
Thanks.
Good work,
Yeah,
Dan.
great job.
Thanks.
Great job, everybody.
Yeah, 4:53 could have been worse.
Shortest hearing ever.
I don't know about
Yes,
that. Could have been
congratulations.
worse.
I think it was the shortest.
It is short.
Certainly, none of
Thank you for
mine
your
ended
time.
before
You've
5.
been-
I'll tell you that.
I'm
I'll take
giving
it.
everybody a free library pass. Library opens on Monday.
All right. See you there.